Hello and welcome back to EAFC Gameplay Analysis. My name is John. This is a live stream. We have a ton. This is, so you probably saw me just yell at my dog because they're yelling at each other. But we got a ton of coaching sessions backed up all day today. So we got about 5 hours here of coaching sessions. So we'll go ahead and get right on into it. This is just an introduction. This is before anybody's in the live stream. Just so if you guys are seeing this back as a VOD, you understand. You guys can go ahead and I would just go ahead and skip towards the actual content here. That way you guys have total aspect. But we're gonna be waiting for people to hop in and get going from there. So how we doing, boys? Yo, Pharaoh respect, lovely Billy, lovely Billy. What's up, my man? How you doing? Sphinx number. What's up? Early stream. Yes, we are, guys. We got coaching sessions lined up literally all day long. We've got 5 hours of coaching sessions today. We got. And then, 5 hours of sessions. I do cook in 6 hours yesterday and again today. Yeah. I mean, we do this, guys. We do this full time. You know what I mean? Lock in, baby. We just started doing it live. I would get scheduled like this all the time, but it's just like now I do it live with y'all, so we can all hang out and you guys added good value to ask some good questions. When's the cooking stream? I don't know, man. I don't know. You're gonna have to tell me that one. Guys, I haven't even played the game in like 2 days. And so this happens usually during this season as well. Is what happens is I get so involved in like coaching and trading that I end up not playing the game. And it's like, dude, then people are like, dude, you need to get good at the game again. It's like, gosh darn it. And so I need a way to system to balance coaching sessions and like actually like grinding the game, you know what I mean? I feel like there's an aspect where there's a point. John always looking like a millionaire, $1 million. Yo, much love, brother. Much love. You're up early. I am. Yeah. Ishan, we have like 5 sessions today, man. Is it 4? 4 sessions? But they're all like a month package, so it's like, are you playing Foot Champs? Maybe. I don't want to say no, but there may be an hour in between that we get some matches in. But right now we've got sessions pretty much all day. So we're going to be coaching pretty much literally all day. So what do I need to do to analyze my gameplay? If you want to get guaranteed, you have to book me through Medify. But can you say what's up? Ananya? How do you say it? How do you pronounce it? Ananya. What's up, Ananya? So what do I need to do? Anna. Much love, Ishan. Much love, brother. Ananya. I think I'm close. That one's tough for me, man. That one's tough. That one's really tough. But Gilu, basically you can guarantee keep moving. How are we doing? YouTube, I need to update the YouTube. Thank you. YouTube always does this when I multi-stream it, Here, one second. Let me update that thumbnail. Get this going. Dude, I don't have I need to get in contact with the player I'm coaching. So hold on. We're updating. Okay, live stream should be updated. Early stream it is, guys. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot of coaching today. A lot of coaching. Mark James, I would really appreciate you, brother. I watched your perfect defense video, and now I'm trying to. It's tough. It is, man. It takes some getting used to. Hey, John in chat. Yo, Ishan, I just want to say much love, bro. Much love for popping in too. Are you East Coast right now? Or are you in Seattle? Hey, Johnny Bravo, man. What's up? Nash, I love it, man. I love it, brother. I love it. Okay, I need to reach out to Uh, okay. Did that just... think it translate into game? Yeah, I messaged him. I don't know his... Yo, that audio just came in really weird from the game capture card. It was like really far behind. We are dark. We going dark. What do you mean? Oh, there we go. There we go. Jose, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, Jose. The wing zero threw me off, so I'm going through my Discord. I'm like, where's Jose? I don't see Jose.
Yeah, that's yeah.
But
I'm just doing the turning off the audio.
sure. I hope you don't mind. We are live right now. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. Most of my...
Oh, yeah, that's cool. I figured at some point that was gonna happen.
Cool.
Yeah.
Much love, man.
I know there's an option of like if you're streaming, you can. Oh, there it is. Okay, let me share my screen.
Oh, perfect.
Sweet.
PC guys. I always forget what console, if you guys are on console or PC or...
Yeah, I'm on PC.
PC.
Yeah.
So easy. It's so smooth.
Yeah. Yeah,
All
it's
right.
really easy.
All right, let me introduce the chat and just kind of tell
Sure.
you. So guys, this is Jose. He's this is his second session, right? This is our second, not third, right?
Yeah, it's our second session.
Second
Yep.
session. When you found us, you were in elite, right? And so we're just kind of hovering around that 7, right? Did you just hop in at an elite? Is that correct?
Yeah, so I hit elite last season, and I was pretty much hovering between like the 625 to like 750 SR range.
Okay, so already at 7-Eleven right now. Is that you going up, or is that us kind of stagnant still?
Stagnant.
Okay.
I was like working more on objectives this week and stuff, but
Sure.
I still have to finish out like my 7 wins for this week. I haven't started that yet, but yeah, it's pretty much just kind of like win 1, lose 1, or lose 2, win 1, kind of.
Yeah. Basically, it's a EL. That's a ELO wall, like a skill wall. That's just like it's like you just. But what happens is this. This is what happens. You get into this. You get into the elite division, and there's a wide range of skill levels in this division, and so you'll play somebody about your level or lower, and you'll win. Let's say, and then you'll play somebody at your level or lower, and you may lose. And then you play somebody higher level than you, right? And so what happens is you just have to kind of nudge up. And I actually disagree with how EA set up Elite and where it's at 800 and you can go down. That doesn't... I've never seen skill levels like that. I think it should start you at like 0 and
then build up.
Yeah, that's how I look. But it's like, dude, you know what I mean? It's like, why get it started at 800? But all right, brother. Yeah, whenever you're ready, we can hop in and...
Should have done this before. I was just
And if you ever see me turn off the microphone, it's just me trying to connect with the community. So just if it pops
Yeah, that's
and
cool.
gives you a thing. But hey guys, with any questions, Captain Save Man, I see you asking a question. We'll be in coaching sessions a lot today. So if you guys do have questions, try to gear them towards his to like what he's working on right here, and that'll be like that's a really good way to engage with this. Outside of that, in between, we have about an hour of sessions of questions for the community that we can do a Q&A. When you turn off the mic, I guess the screen is black. Did that turn on? Yeah, there we go. So you can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool.
The stream's still up, right? We're
Yep.
good?
Yeah. We're all set. I was just,
Okay.
I didn't want to just blare into your ear stuff that didn't. I was just, I was just telling him. I was telling him to gear the questions towards your gameplay. That way, we're interacting. Oh, it looks like you pulled some of the pulled my tactics out.
Yeah. Pretty much been using them. Like
Awesome.
So I'll tell you what. Like, so I had a crazy game in Rivals when the reset happened on Thursday. I played a guy that was 953 SR, and he went up like 4-0 at half, and I came back, and the game ended 5-5, but I had to go into the 4-3-2-1 ultra
Sure.
setup, and it just caused him all types of issues. Like, he couldn't really adjust to it, and like I bottled the chance like in the 90th minute to win it, but it was really good. Like,
it's a great comeback tech. Yeah, it's really good for comebacks. Yeah, it's wild because that 100-100. I've been playing with that all year, and what's funny is the faster players get, the easier it is.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily easy but like you know what I'm trying to say. It's easier to get into passing lanes against slower players, I guess. So, anyways.
Yeah, so I challenged myself last weekend to. I really wanted that Enzo, so I built out an England team.
For sure.
So I ended up. He's really good. I really like him. And then just trying to. Well, I really the things I've been working on. I was working more on drills and stuff, so really working on like left stick dribbling. I saw your video the other day where you're breaking down like inside of the foot versus outside of the foot dribbling and how
that's
differences in how fast you
good.
can turn.
Very good. That's a really important concept, and that concept right there could destroy the common player base's level of feeling how skillful they are because it's oddly hard to just dribble in a circle. You know what I mean? Efficiently.
Yep.
All right, let's hop in.
Been trying to practice on that. I was just doing clubs earlier, and I feel like clubs definitely helps out too with certain things.
It definitely can with mini mechanics and like yeah. Because you're more focused and centralized, and so you can you don't have to like manage so much. Very nice.
Also, I switched my tackle button to A, how it used to be in the old school FIFAs,
Sure.
and it definitely has helped out a lot.
I always say whatever's natural. I wish there were more. I wish there were more abilities to button map. Very nice defense. That's very structured right now. Ooh. Very good. Patience. Don't force it. Don't force it. Don't force it. If you think about it, when that occurs, now you have two guys defending you. The space is open behind him instead of right down that spot. But they'll worry to defend that. Yes, guys, this is elite gameplay right now. What you're seeing. Quickly rotate. Yep, there. Boom. 1, 2. Ah, that's where you need to shift and go the other way. Shift and go the other way.
Okay. Ah,
Yeah. Very nice movement though. Do I ever use the offside trap? Yes, the offside trap. I use. If you watch my gameplay when I'm locked in, you'll see me use the offside trap probably 200 times, 300 times in a match.
I didn't feel comfortable hitting that ball with my center back to
That's
bottom pitch
okay.
there, my striker.
That's okay.
I probably could have had it there, but
That's one of those things that it's about risk management. That's what I call the margin of error. And so if you're with a center back and you have a margin of error scenario, you want to eliminate that. So sometimes it's not about playing perfect, it's about playing smart, right? Wait for it. Very nice. Drop down. Oh, don't press that. Keep him wide. Very nice. Get the fullback involved. Yep. There you go. You got him. Ah. So when you get offsides, when you hit offside like that, that means you're what?
my timing's off.
You're just late. But that meant that you had the actual advantage. You were just late. That's unfortunate. I'll clip that, or I've got it recorded so we can go through the whole game. But patient. That's your center back. Watch out.
Center back, yeah.
Patience. Let him go. Ah. Let him go. Right there. That's where you win. That's where you win the game. You can just find that angle and play it through. Patience. That's it. You pulled that center back out. You rotated. You turned. You shimmied. You played it through. And then you finish with an open shot. Even though we shot it to the wrong side.
Yeah, I'm still working on precision shooting.
Fair. Patience. Yep. Let him break. There it is. Now attack it. There you go. That's the game. That's where you win and lose. That's the margin of error, though. That's where you take risk. Watch that interior. Keep him on the inside. Or stay on the inside. Yeah. Patience. Don't hit it. Don't.
Yeah.
But if he pulls up like that, think about just what happens to that defensive line when he pulls up. If he pulls up like that, what happens to that back line?
Gets he's out of position, so there's a hole open up.
Right. And so the whole defense has to shift. And so if he pulls that player up and then the AI sees a hole on the left side, that whole defense will shift to the front side. So then you play it to the other side. Now you have an opening. And then what happens to that whole defense? That whole defense is now shifting all the way back. And now they're all spaced out. And that's how you find space, is getting it from one side to the other relatively quick through that attacking highway. You're doing great, though. I'm very impressed with seeing your your defensive switching and positioning significantly.
Yeah, I've been really working on my right stick switching, and that little tip you gave me last week about being as soft, like on
Dead
the right
zone.
stick, it
Sure.
helped so much. Yeah.
Good, good, good. It's crazy how that little knowledge can just change the that
Yeah.
just a little tip of just don't flick and be steady. Don't get pulled up too high there. That's a habit location. I used to get scored on there all the time, and I was like, why am I getting scored on from throw-ins? I used to get naturally pulled up. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Your center back's in a weird spot. Ah, there you go. You guys, if you have any questions right now, apologies. If there's any general questions, feel free to engage with the rest of the community. Right now, I'm in the middle of a coaching session, so if you do have any questions for me, please wait until in between sessions or during our Q&A period where we'll have an hour in between our final two sessions. This is Rivals. This is Elite Division Rivals. Stay central. Good. Stay right there. Stay right there. Ah! Be patient. Be patient. Be patient. Be patient. Let that build up. Yeah.
Yeah, I try to.
You dribbled into it. Patience. Very nice. Quickly now. Quickly now. Now attack that space. Now wait. Now wait. Now wait. Now wait. There you go. There you go. Now wait. Now wait. Now wait. Hit him. Now wait. 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 Wait.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get you into that spot and then you wait. So it's like fast to get to that spot and then wait. Fast to get to that spot and then wait. Don't get pulled too far out. Yep. Pull in. There you go. All the way quick, 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 quick. Bang. 1, 2. Patience, patience, patience now. Patience now. Now. Be patient. That, my friend, is how you do it. Let's go. Ha ha! It's funny because that little patience.
Yeah.
And then you hit it on side.
Yep.
Big W. Patience right there. Let's go. Dude, I think you kind of figured it out. At least against this guy. Big switch. Yeah, sometimes you have to switch it. Patience, patience. You just sent your center back. You're caught out. Break point, pinch, 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 pinch. Pinch in the interior, pinch in the interior, pinch in the interior. There you go. Very nice. Wait, 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 wait. Wait. Don't hit it. Don't hit it. Don't hit it. Now hit it. Hit it now. Hit it now. Now wait. Now wait. Now. Oh, you missed him. There you go. Patience.
Ooh.
You have one more pass. I think you had a chance there.
Yep. Yeah.
Watch the jump. Watch the jump. Yep. Offside trap now. So when he starts to turn around, you want to hit it. That was just a half a second late. So like the timing of those. Big switch. There you go. Very nice. Patience, 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 patience. Right here, patience. Ah. Too quick, too quick. Right here, hold, wait. There it is. There you go. Ah!
Oh, no. That's precision, dude. I got to get there on my aim.
Yeah, man. You're close, brother. You're close.
I was doing the drills for like 20 minutes before
Were you?
I got on. Dude, yeah.
The inside the zone?
Yeah, it's inside the zone and the
Dude, it's
quick shot.
awesome. This is awesome
Yeah.
seeing this development, man.
Yeah.
Seriously. It's just your timing is slightly off. And so that's what we're looking at today because you're doing a lot of the player switching properly. You're doing a lot of these it looks very it looks like my gameplay just a little bit like skewed. Very close. There you go. Patience. Turn. Oh, you jumped. That's the wrong input. That's the wrong input. But that's the difference sometimes between like a 700 and an 800 is just like one wrong input. Because your ability there, you got it. You had it. Just maintain the interior. Watch that pinch point. They're perfect. Perfect. Now, careful, careful, careful. Now be pinch the interior. Pinch the interior. There you go. Make it tough for him. Make it tough. Just make it tough. There you go. There you go, my man. W, boys. W. Yo, guys, thank you for the follows that are just coming in. This is my man, Jordan. Second coaching session. And significant increase, man. Significant. That's incredible, man. That's great. You are on PC, so you do have that advantage, but he's Xbox, so he's fine. But incredible, my man, incredible. It's really good. But what I'm talking about is seeing these little tiny details that we covered in the last session that I can see that your implementation of what I've asked or like what I brought to you last time has like you really dove in. You really did dive into it. Let me share my screen with you. And do you want to go through this or did you want to go through matches? It's totally up to you.
Yeah, we could go over this one. I know on this one it looked like he was in the all Argentina team. I
Sorry.
didn't notice that.
You cut out there for a second.
Oh yeah. No, we can go through the match. I was just looking at I always like to look at halftime. I always like to look at the
The stats.
statistics.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
We can
just
do that.
kind
We
of
can do that for sure.
Yeah, because I think it tells a lot. I think one thing I realize like I tend to be possession heavy, but I think a lot of that sometimes also has to do with
That's not a
me.
bad thing. That's not a
Yeah,
bad thing.
okay.
Let's think about
Okay.
possession. So, generally, when you talk about possession, do people consider having possession good or bad? Generally.
Good, but if it's not with a purpose, then it's like like I saw your stream the other day where you were basically breaking down Man City, and it's like sometimes I feel like that
Right.
because I
But
can't find a way in.
right, and but it's still okay to have possession. So I never want my topic in consideration to think that possession is bad because possession is a skill to maintain. However, given that statement, I want to say that there's good possession and there's stagnant possession. Does that make sense?
Right.
And so when we don't have a purpose, I call it possession without purpose. And so when you do go from left back to right back, left back to right back, left back to right back, guys, give me 1 second on the if people are talking about doing Nunez or Garnacho, I mean at this stage, it's like almost any good card is going to be 95 or higher. So I would just look for replacements over anything else. But yeah, so you're going from left back to right back, left back to right back. So it's like going from here to here and back and forth. And you see this in the pro scene all the time. But they're big switches, right?
I can't. If you're showing your screen, I can't see.
Yeah, just click out of your screen.
Oh, okay. All right. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, so like when how many times do you see the ball go from here to here in the pro scene? All the time, right?
All the time.
And they
Yeah.
switch. And then what happens is what they do is they send this one run and then they try to hit it all like stupid. I don't like that style of gameplay because what's happening is they're not able to break him down right here. But
Right.
to be fair, if I'm playing myself in the way I defend these crosses, it's not easy to get around me right here and here. It's just not easy, right? The best
Right.
and there's people that are even better than me at this significantly. And I would say I'm a top 100 on SR right now, but there's people that are significantly better than me. And so when we get into these positions, this is where the game's pushed forward. So this is like I like to say knocking out the first pawn of the game, right? In chess. So we when we get that fullback involved. So if I pull up the tactical board from yesterday. So if we are the brown team here, right? Let's think of it like this. You're in a 4-2-3-1 to a degree, right? And so if the ball is going this way here, the first break is right here, right? So it's like right by me, right? Absolutely. Let's go over here. The first break is over here, right? So we have to get basically him to here and you to here. That's the first break, right? Then we have an advantage where?
Well, you have a 2-on-1 basically with your left mid or
On the 4 here, right?
yeah.
Right. So we can play like a 2v1. Now what happens is sometimes this guy's over here.
Yep.
And so we have a little bit more space. When we see this is a skill to have that player there. It's a skill to do this. And so high-level players will be able to do this. And so this is most likely where you get confused, right? This area where it's like, because you say, okay, 2v2, your risk versus reward is I'd rather have possession. Probably, right?
Yep.
And so what then happens is this. And so this is where it gets confusing. And so what's happening in the pro scene when they're looking for a switch, all they're looking for is this entire defense to shift like this. And then they get to the ball to this spot. And they try to get this into this location. And then what's happening is they have something like, it's more like this involvement here. And so it's more like this here. And so that's what they're looking for with that switch. So you just have to be able to recognize what you're looking for to be able to attack it, right? But that's a little bit of knowledge and concept. So like right here, you see how you do this? This is a skill. This is a skill that we've kind of subconsciously explained, but like you're basically defending that location. And so now you just win the ball. Now you're in a break point going forward into a great attack. Look at this great attack. And then we just make an improper pass because we're in the wrong angle. So it's like right here. This is where I hit a fake. Why would I hit a fake here?
It'll make him commit, and then
Where's he gonna commit? Let me ask you a question.
If I hit a fake, he's probably gonna commit to 3.
To 3? So I actually believe. So. Yeah, and that's what we don't know, right? That's the answer we don't know. And so this is where we take in data, and this is where I call it the Call of Duty effect. So like, reaction speeds. This is where reaction in data collection is very important. Is basically right here when we hit this fake, it depends on which fake we fake. If I fake this way, which way is he most likely going to jump?
He's gonna jump the striker. Yep.
But if I fake going this way, which way would he most likely jump?
Oh, he's definitely gonna jump that cam jump coming in.
All I'm trying to do, and apologies for, I'm trying to fuck with his head.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way to say it. I'm just trying to mess with him. That's it.
Yep, manipulate him.
Right.
Yep.
And that's the idea, is I want him to jump here, so I just get that. So if I'm choosing to make a fake, I would most likely like to make the fake to the one that is more probable for me to get through. Would you say? I would say that.
Yep.
And so, bang. That's where I see it. And since he does a good job defending it, Would he but what happens if he doesn't move?
Keep going.
Well, we do our. I need a word for this. What chat community guys? If I miss your chat, apologies. Getting another call. He must be confused. He must have booked at the wrong time. Guys, what should I call this? What do you think I should call this? Jose, what do you think I should call this moment right here?
Where he's kind of like just kind of hovering
Oh,
in that area.
Yeah, where we kind of like dribble and snake. You know what I'm talking about? Like the snake route?
Yeah.
What should we call that?
I mean, I guess you could call it. It's like probing, right? Like.
Kind of not. I don't think of it like probing, because probing's like what? We're like throwing out a feeler. I'm talking just like when we dribble and we're just. I call it shimmying. Like what's a?
Yeah. Okay.
Call it shimmy. I don't. Is shimmy good verb to explain that movement where you're just trying to get them to peak and bound? Do you know what I mean?
I think shimmy works. I think shimmy works because like like you say, you're going back and forth, just kind of try to, you know, I guess like, you know, seeing where you can manipulate them or whatever.
Right.
I don't know what I would call that.
Let's call it shimmy, I guess. Shimmy. My other players tell me that he's give me just 1 second. I might need to reschedule with him.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, so shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. So basically we need to advance this play. We need a shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. But it has to be right here. This is that disconnection where it's like that there's like a weird moment right here. You know, you can feel it. Right? Yeah. Here where he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So boom.
He's not even in the play. He's not even in the play yet. I don't think. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he is. Sorry. But like.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah. I definitely rushed it a little bit.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, he's good for the next hour. So it's just sometimes Metafy's confused, but great job here. All set. This is fantastic, dude. This is great. This is great. You know how many people get sucked into the wrong player switch right here? You're doing it. Look at your front pressure here. You're manually doing this and you're pulling that into that spot to take that tackle. This is fantastic pressure. That's not AI pressure. This is you doing that, right? So like right here, you're in a press scenario. He's finding that mark. That's a cut passing lane, but you're recognizing this space now, right? And so what you're reading on the chessboard is you're reading this to here.
Yep.
And so you switch to that rather than switching here. A lot of players will switch to this position and then they'll be behind the play. You switch here and you recognize that allocation of the gambit. And so then you step into that spot and bang, we're right there, ready for it. And then you're also multiplayer switching here to drag and cover the central. So you do a fantastic job. This is significantly. I don't remember if you were doing this last time, but man,
I wasn't.
This is
It was all
fantastic.
over the place. I think on the last time we noted that I had tried to player switch and I switched to my striker when I was inside when I was getting attacked in my 18.
Oh
So
yeah.
yeah. So yeah, I mean
Fantastic, man.
I've been working on it. Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm honestly shocked that your SR is not higher than it is right now, just by seeing some of this defense. But it may be your timing on attack. I assume your games are
Yeah.
low scoring right now, right? Like,
Yeah. It's either low scoring or I'm getting I'm getting my ass beat.
obliterated.
It's
Okay.
either one of the
Yeah,
yeah.
that
It's
just
either one or
means
the other.
that your speed of play, like you're recognizing these plays. You're recognizing. What was the SR in the last guy? Do you know?
Yes, he was a 750.
Okay, yeah. So like,
Yeah.
if you play somebody that's like 850, you're going to get obliterated because of the speed behind it. So he wasn't as fast as those guys, right? So basically, you're doing a great job on this, and so now on your player switching, your defensive player switching from here is more about what?
Uh, I would say probably
Speed,
um,
speed, speed.
yeah,
Just
speed.
recognizing it
Okay.
faster. Data,
Yep.
data. Read and write.
Yep.
You read it,
That's fair.
and then now your hands need to write that. You know, that's and so like right here, we're okay, we're good. This isn't ideal. I don't like to have all three. I like to have him still up here. But
Right.
regardless, you'll see me sometimes do that, and so I'm okay. Like it's not like a terrible thing. So like this is good. Look at this pinch. I'm okay with this, but be careful here. This is where you're gonna get torched right here. So you see how this comes up? You have no control over this, right?
Yeah.
You have
Yeah.
no control. Who is that? Is that hidden cap?
Which one? I think that's Declan Rice. Oh, actually, no. You know what? That's Bonucci. That's Bonucci.
How do you spell that? What's his name?
Bonucci.
Oh,
B-O-N-N.
Bonucci.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Bonucci. Yeah.
Yeah. He should have the proper work rates. I'm looking up. He's got medium high.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't be that pressing forward.
Yeah.
But with the AI, think about let's look in the idea of I just want you to understand this concept. So like before we switch there, he's manually marking. For some reason it's reading this space here. And so
I don't know why.
it's almost like he's marking here.
So, do you think maybe it has something to do with the CDMs being on cut passing lanes? Maybe he's just kind of like the
No,
AI kind of like
I use cut passing lanes.
right.
I think it has to do with the flow of the ball. So like it might be this.
Mm,
Because then what the game is reading is this guy needs to take this space, so Bonucci needs.
right.
That's what's happening.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's
okay. So I gotta,
isn't that weird? Isn't that weird?
Yeah, that is weird.
This
Okay,
I see.
so,
This
yeah.
is these are concepts that I learn. I still learn.
Mhm.
Like I just know that like what did I say earlier? I like this guy over here, right? That's a natural concept of being a gamer. But now that we just broke this down, now it makes sense that if this is over here, this guy needs a reference higher, this needs a reference, and so that's where that gives that natural pull. So if you ever just try and manage those attackers, that's a weird.
Okay, that's a good thing to keep in mind. So maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice, very structured. Watch the interior. Good. You see it, and then you pinch. Perfect. That's great. Now this is where you're gonna get burned, though. This is a skill. This is a skill technique. So you did a pretty good job against this guy, but like right here, right here, you're already open. So this step, we're fine. I need to be here.
With Declan.
That's a small inefficiency.
Okay.
It's very small. Where should I go now?
So if I move Declan, I should be moving him up.
Anything like that?
No, towards the middle striker. So like to cover that passing lane.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good spot. Now
Yep.
you can play it high a lot. You can play it high and go over here, right? But what does that do?
Then it leaves that a passing lane. Yep, right there. Yep.
And so if we do that, what do we need to do really quickly?
I have to shift. Yep, I have to bring down Garnacho.
And
Yep.
so which one's passive?
The passive one would be what passes what action of his would be passive?
No, which one is which action would be passive for you?
Oh,
This one?
oh, for me, I would say the passive one would be.
I'm gonna give you a hint.
Okay.
It's on the
Going
screen.
backwards. Yeah. That was going backwards.
Yeah.
You're right.
So this is a passive. Now, which one
Yep.
takes more skill? Cutting out 1, 2, effectively, or just going drop back, or not drop back, but just going backwards. I don't consider it
Oh,
drop
1,
back.
2. So doing the player switch to Declan and then doing the player switch to Garnacho is definitely more skillful.
This is a pro move,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
Because what happens if I press up high as well and I win the ball in this position versus this position?
Oh, then I'm off to the races. Like
Your break point's significantly faster. And so, but there's a pro and a con. What's the pro to winning it here? The counter attack, right?
Yep.
But what's the con?
If I miss or if I mess up a player switch, then I'm out of structure and
You have to go
I
1v1.
pretty much- Yep.
You open up an opportunity for 1v1 if you miss it in this moment. And so what you'll see in the high level gameplay is you'll see players do this. This is why my strategy works very well. It's because you'll see players utilize this technique all the time. But all it takes is what? A fake shot, and then that space opens, right?
Yep.
Or he'll switch too early, and then he jumps up, and then that space opens because it's management of AI. So just be aware that there's two ways to play everything. There's a passive way and an aggressive way. Every decision is not based off of right or wrong.
Yep.
It's about passive or aggressive. Because even if we're wrong and we miss a tackle, that could lead to the right position to be aggressive on the attack. That's how I look at it, right? So every decision has advantage. Every decision has a disadvantage. It's really about balancing that. And so, like right here, you see how we're just sloppy right there? This is where you're gonna. And so then, what you can, if you're able to turn like this, versus get into a position where now you see how you need to actually be coming down like this. This is where he could attack here. See that he could, and he turns the wrong way. And then actually he goes all the way and he almost gets there, right? So that's where, like, if you're playing 1000 SR, that's where you're going to get burned. Okay. That's where I'm going to get you, right? But those are concepts, right? So what's the summary of that position right there?
Of what we just went through?
Mm-hmm. What's the summary? I just want to make sure that we've put like a thought to the concept.
Yeah, so basically just, one, processing the information and then basically making the decision on I guess what I took from it overall is like making a decision on whether I want to be like aggressive and win the ball up a little bit higher and cut that out, or play a little bit more passive and then
passive to structure or aggressive to counter. That's the idea. That's the main concept.
Yep.
So right here, this is, I think, the concept that we're struggling with on the attack. And apologies, guys, if if you guys have been messaging me, we will get to all the questions here in between sessions and in between our Q&A today. So, when we get here, what do you think I see? Let's try to break it down, because as a coach, we can have the opportunity to pause the game type of thing. I'm also not hands-on when I'm watching, but I do see the things that I try to, or I see a little bit more than I typically even see in game. But for the most part, this is a concept that I would 100% recognize as this defense is shifted to this position. What do you think I see?
So, thinking about crosshair defense, or crosshair, right? His left back, he's out of structure. He's
Perfect. Yep. That's data. That's collecting data stage one. We've collected the data. This play has shifted high.
Yep.
Right? So what can we use as a bait? How can we bait them to even pull even further out?
So I probably, and I don't know if I did it or not, but probably some type of fake. So like,
Sure.
maybe a fake shot. Looks like I'm pretty close to the byline there. So
You don't have to do a fake shot. Is a fake shot gonna really, really affect him in this moment?
no, I gotta maybe like a slow dribble faking back
You're
and
thinking too hard.
then okay.
Let's think about let's think about general more concepts, because a lot of people, when you think about a fake, what do you think about when you think about a fake?
Um, what do I think about? Well, I think the first thing is, obviously, if I'm performing it,
Yeah.
I bet the overall goal is to make them think that I want to do something.
Sure. That's right. That's the general
Yep.
concept. But when you think of a fake, what are you doing in the game? Like, put your brain to the controller. What's your controller going to end up doing on the screen as code? Like, what's
Oh,
the outcome of your code is what I'm trying to say.
like the inputs, you mean?
Not necessarily the inputs. I'm trying to guide you into like your thought process to try to organize this conversation. But basically, what you're thinking about is you're thinking about utilizing a fake as in like a fake shot, right?
Hmm.
Now, are there other ways to fake besides natural
Oh,
like dribble?
oh yeah. Yeah. So I could fake coming back inside, like like
Your
like
movement,
slow
sure,
dribble.
for sure, for
Yeah,
sure.
movement.
Now, let me ask you a question. So I'm going to try. And you're on the right train. You're on the right train of thought now. I'm going to use him as what I call a dummy run.
Hmm.
Okay, so like think of the game on a tactical board.
Yep.
What's the advantage? So like if what does this look like right now? So that entire defense has shifted like this. You've got this guy coming here. You've got this one here. They're shifting over like that. Where's the they've got like no pressure. It's like this. Right? That's what it looks like.
Yep.
So right here, you could potentially feed this ball through, right?
Yeah.
However, is this kind of covered?
It is covered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is why I call a trade. You're trading this position for this position.
Hmm.
Now, granted, if you're able to get to this position, that's significant advantage. And that's why I call it the crosshair, right? You're breaking that crosshair. Chances but you're most likely going to have to beat him by some sort of skill or something to get there. Now, is stretching the defense, opening it like this good?
Yeah.
Sure, for sure. That's a really good skill. But in this scenario, what I'm looking at is the recovery time from his midfield, and I'm looking to attack the other side. So this is where I'm looking down here.
Okay.
And I'm not saying you necessarily need to switch, but what I'm trying to say is I want you to work the play that way, and I want to send a dummy run this way, because now I want to commit another player here, and what does that do?
So if that center back commits on that dummy run, it opens up his
Even more.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to show you is an opportunity to create so much space by simply sending a run and getting a really tough run. Like right here, that's not a bad option to hit that pass. It's not a bad option. But what I want is when you stop and pause, so like right there, that little, and you're trying to get to that edge, we no longer have the advantage. This is what people do all the time. They'll play this and then they get hit right here. They never get past this. They never get, you know what I mean? They never get to that side, or they can't get to that side. And then they get into this holding play, right? Because they're not playing fast enough, smooth enough when there is space. Look at all this pressure right here. Look at this. He's got 9 guys trying to and you have 1. Where's our attack?
Yeah.
Just have to see that. Just have to see that. And so once that, and that's a skill. It's visual. It's a visual reference, right? And so what's a good way to cue that visual reference?
Yeah, I guess just like so you're asking me what's a good way to just kind of notice it. Yeah, who he's controlling, I guess.
Think about a defense.
Yeah.
Let's think about the AI. And this is why I recommend playing Ultimate AIs, because you see these things a little bit clearer.
Oh, okay.
If this comes out, what happens to this CDM?
He's got a pull now.
He rotates up.
Yep.
What happens if this guy goes forward?
Center back switching. Everybody shifting upwards.
Right.
Towards the ball.
So just by seeing this movement and that movement should tell me that I need to attack here. That quick.
Yep.
That should be just, but it's not an easy skill to like think about unless you're like taught it or like somehow come across a conclusion to see that if the AI does X, then Y needs to occur, right? It's not so simple, but that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here to help, right? That's the whole purpose. But like, the idea is that you should be looking for these little cues to find advantages tactically through position. And this is where I get frustrated with the community because they don't see these things and then they think the game's impossible, but it's not. All you see is that movement. So now you get into, and so the AI is staying back. Why is the AI right here staying back rather than coming all the way over? You're really close. You're really close. If you're just able to get past this. Now, did it shift up? Sure. But you're on this spot. I want them like almost here. That little movement gives us a significant advantage. What matters is this play right here. You do a great fake. I love this fake, by the way. And getting to that spot or just trying to beat his crosshair. You're almost there. And then look at the AI. He's starting to move out. And then it you see how it kind of goes back and forth?
Yeah.
Because it's reading your body position. Kind of goes back and forth, reading your body position. But that's just an example of just being able to reference the entire pitch. Anyways, so it's a summary of recognizing that those defenders, when you break those defenders like this right here, what should occur?
As an attacker,
Yeah.
So as soon as I make that pass, I could take it up, try to break the crosshair with that left back. Is that a left back? Yeah, it looks like a left back. And then, yep.
You could shimmy. Yeah, this is a shimmy moment. Try to get him through and get him to jump one way and get that pass through and try to time it properly. So, like, you're almost there. You're trying to get to it.
Yeah.
But this tells me what? This is a decision-making issue. Yo, thank you for the follow, my man. What does this tell me?
Yeah, I jumped the gun. I didn't give myself enough time to create that passing lane for myself to give it.
No, it's not necessarily that. This is an impossible pass to make.
Yeah.
And so this tells me that we were improper on this decision to actually make that through, and that's what we call forcing a play. It's tunnel vision a little bit. So what could we have done differently? let's think about this. Do we have an advantage right now?
No.
We do.
Oh, yeah, we do. I'm sorry. Yes, we do.
Where's the advantage?
The advantage is we're basically 3-on-2 on his
Sure.
center back.
Sure.
Right,
You're seeing it. You're
and right
seeing it.
back.
You're
Yeah.
seeing it. But where's
Yeah.
okay, ignore our attacking advantage. What's our advantage by their players?
Oh, space. I have space.
You have space.
Upward.
Yeah, you have space down here. Right?
Mhm.
And what's happened is that center back comes up. So
Yep.
what happened? These guys came in. So what's going to happen now as he goes back into space?
Gonna shift up.
They're going to shift out. So we need to either get to this space really quick, or we need to try to push through these lines while that push is coming out. And so that's where this rotation needs to occur. And then we just need to be trying to time those interior. And you hit it a few times later on in the game after we kind of worked through just some of that natural, what's it called? That natural, what is it? You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Natural play style, I guess. Big switch. So yeah, so see how you're you're right here. This is where I just hit it.
Yep.
Very good. Very good. That needs to be faster though. That should be R1X.
Okay.
And so right here, this is what I call wasted. This is why I call you need to utilize a skip pass. I believe right here. Let me just make sure I see the animation properly. So you get right here. Yeah, this is tough. You want to go here to here, or you want to go here to here, but you don't want to go here to here because that's a little bit tough, and you don't want to go here to here to here. It's too slow. You want to go 1, 2. That's what I call a skip pass.
Okay.
See how you got pressed, and then that turns, and then look, now your fullback's out, and then you actually want to up, and then there's that counter attack. And so then it ended up being a foul, but that's where those breaks can occur, is that slow movement. So try to look for a skip pass. Very nice. This is where the game's won. Okay, so you solved the basic puzzle. So you solved the first layer of the Rubik's Cube. Let's get to the second layer. The second layer is what?
Yep.
Breaking that crosshair somehow. What did we do wrong? It's you're not, you don't have to have a coaching session to say that's not the right pass to make, right?
Now the right pass is probably to Declan backwards and then maybe rotate down and then
Yeah, it's this and then press this wide and then try to cut into it. That's the idea. Oh, that's where you're going to get dangerous, right here on the break point. You're okay in this scenario just because of it, the way it is. Clutch gaming, thank you for the follow, brother. Just because, like, I guess the way it is type of thing. But basically, when you lose the ball, remember we talked about break points, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so like right here, this is where I'd be pressing like this. Just make it efficient. You see how you go like this? There's no efficiency there. This way. And so, me personally, I'd be about right here. And then you're still fine because of the inefficiency from the opponent. That makes sense? Like 1,000 SR, those are those little tiny details that you're going to find. Very nice. That's okay. So, I'm okay with this. You're going for an interception, right? But you're defending the interior to force it wide. And that's okay because you're caught off in a weird spot. So you're actually managing risk here by cutting out this pass and you're forcing it wide. That's a bend. That's a bend technique. I'm okay with this. You just have to be aware of how to defend this. And it looks like we've shifted into a diamond defense, which is good. And then we're managing that position and you're ready for that. You're ready for it, right? He doesn't, granted, we weren't like perfect on our position towards that, but you're pretty good. pretty good, and that's most likely why it didn't go in the net and it animated to the keeper. But okay.
Now, one thing, so on the build up too, like when we're talking about switching the
Sure.
ball, so like I think that's one of the reasons why I did Benucci. I also did Araujo too, because they have long ball plus, and like sometimes hitting the diagonal from the center back position to either one of the cams. Sometimes they're in acres of space, like just cut out, like you know, um, they'll basically be left one on one with either fullback. I do notice that sometimes too. So from time to time, if I get to the top spot, I'll hit that pass too.
It's a little hard to hear you, to be honest. I'm sorry. Uh,
Oh, sorry.
oh, there we go.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, here, 1 second. Hey guys, if you guys are joining in, thank you for the follows. Like Clutch Gaming, thanks for the shout out. If you're upset with me, apologies. I'm currently in a paid session, so apologies. I will get to everybody in between sessions here. It's just he pays for my time here, and you guys are able to hop in and hang out. So if you're brand new to this, so apologies if I've missed anybody's chat. If you guys are still hanging, we will have a Q&A session today, so just be aware of that. But it's going to be a little bit of time. So, okay. So, on the build-up, here we are. What's your concern?
So I'm saying is, I think that's one of the reasons why I love Nucci. And then previously I was using Araujo.
Long ball?
Nucci, yeah, he has long ball
Yeah.
plus. So sometimes I'll hit that diagonal to either the wide cams, and that'll leave them one-on-one most of the time with the fullback. But I don't try to do it too much because then it's just them and they don't have. Sometimes the support isn't quite there as quickly, and my one-on-one offense is.
Yeah. It's a
but-
timing thing, but yeah, utilize your play.
Yeah.
That's I call it just play style utilization. So like, there's an advantage to every play style, and long ball plus is one of those play styles. And so you'll see in the pro scene all the time they'll hit those because of the tactical advantage. But the same things with like incisive plus passing, like for me with my striker. So like you can see how if you have incisive pass and then you soak this pressure, you pull this player up, we shimmy. Where's the pass? I'm going to just try to slot a pass right through. That's how I utilize it, right? But it's a little bit more manual control versus like utilizing like almost like just, a counterattack and then ripping a pass. But yeah, utilize your play styles in great ways. This is fantastic. This is a fantastic run and overlap, rotation, inverted run. Look at this. Look at this movement here. You're very close. I would just dribble a little bit more, and then I'd play it this way. That's a dummy run, and what's going to happen, though, is this. This is what's going to happen. He's going to go offside, and then what's going to happen is he's going to come back onside at a stagnant position. So then what you will have is you'll have the ball here into momentum while he's driving down, and so you'll be flat here, and then you'll have another run coming in. And then what you do is you play the ball, and when you're in a tactical position, you play the ball here, and you consider him like a quarterback. He either passes it this way or this way, and now you put this guy on a position where he has no idea. This to me is like check. You're in check right now. You're in check. It's just it's like now, is check here or is it right here? You know what I mean? Right. And so, like making that, you just made the wrong pass, right? You made the wrong pass.
Yep.
But utilizing that little teeny tiny detail, it's about getting into that attacking highway, getting into that queen's position. I think in the second half, you did a really good job of it too. This is fantastic right here. This is good. And good. Great. Now, patience. This is where I want you to hold on to the ball for a half a second longer. Okay?
Okay.
So this is where this can really matter. Right here, send these guys on runs. And then where am I? What do I want us to do? Now, he's got press proven plus.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
So is it easy to get the ball from him?
No.
Not at all. So you can really shimmy right here.
Yeah.
So shimmy.
I just did that Nunez for that reason too. I haven't tried him yet, but Um,
Oh yeah, man. When he first came out, dude, he was like a monster because there weren't any strikers that were his size, his speed, power shot plus, and like the ability to dribble and turn. So yeah, we want to shimmy, 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 and then all we're looking to do is get that movement, and then maybe if he doesn't, then we rotate, rotate, right? But this is the possession highway, and we're very close because this is the attacking right here. But if we pull him out, what's happened is that defense now has to shift so we can attack that space. So you're really close. But if we can hold on to that just a little bit longer, get him to commit, bait him out, that's going to be significant later on. And so you're close. And so he ends up baiting, but but we end up passing the ball into a position where he wins that. So it's like when people get frustrated pressing, I totally disagree. It's like this right here, this moment right here is a skill. What's the skill? Don't pass this way. Right? It's just we know to pass here. If you just look back at your own gameplay, you'd be, oh, I should have passed out wide versus that position, right? You lost audio. Okay. If he can hear me.
I can hear you now.
Oh, there you are.
I switched to my phone because I
Or-
don't know what happened to my computer
Interesting.
headset.
But
So
yeah.
I just missed the last 2 minutes.
Oh, you did? Okay. So basically, I was
Yeah,
going
the last thing we were talking about was Boniface having press proven
Sure.
plus.
Okay.
So,
Gotcha.
mhm.
So we're right here. So the whole purpose right here is to shimmy, 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 right?
Yep.
And what is this player right here?
What is he?
So who is he, or what does he do, or what's his position?
Oh, that's the center back.
Yeah. So is that good? Is that what we want?
Yeah,
Oh
if he's pushing
yeah.
up like that. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Mhm.
And so where the skills involved is now to attack that space
Mhm.
in a proper manner, right? And so if you pass back too early, you put yourself in a risk situation now. Now he's at an advantage against you. Potentially, if
Right.
he's on your side of the pitch, you have to go all the way on down the pitch. You lose the ball right here, you're toast. And so
Right.
the skill is to be able to read this position and manage right
Oh.
here. Or,
Answer your screen.
sorry, can you see me?
Nope. Looks like it's trying to come up. Now I can.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so like Hencappy, he's on your side.
Mhm.
If you lose the ball here,
Mhm.
you're in a really bad scenario. Look at this. If somehow he's able to get to that spot now, you're toast. And so the skill is
Right.
not this right here. The skill is right here. Because this is where you're going to
Okay.
create
Oh,
space.
your screen went out again. That's weird. Sorry.
Set up now.
Yeah, the screen's going out. No. Yes,
How's your internet?
It's good. I got 1 gig up and down.
Yeah, interesting. How's that?
Now I got it. Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
We're going through a different route. Okay, so the skill is right here to create space.
Yep.
And so us passing this, you basically just pass straight into pressure. We need to send that instantly out.
Yep.
You see, yeah. And anyways, that's how a play can counter. But he
So
plays.
with that, I should have shimmied with Boniface.
Yep.
And then passed it to one or. Let me see.
All you,
Yeah.
it's just what does he do? Right? What does he do?
He steps.
That's
Yep.
what matters.
He steps.
It's hypothetical from that point on, right? If we choose to do something different, so from here on out, it's really about him and seeing what he does. If he turns and goes back, what do we do?
And we keep going.
Right, and that's the difference between attacks. Is you have to find
Yep.
those spaces to attack and continue to push. And so it's just We just made a small issue there, right? Very nice. That is a pro level defensive. That's fantastic. If you watch this, I want you to keep doing this. Now, the only thing is, so you go and you look how perfect that movement was.
Yeah.
So why can we sometimes and can't do this at different times of the year? The ability of the those fullbacks, right? Kind of like if they're slower, right? So this is an in-game technique that you can utilize. But yeah, so you do a really good job managing that interior and then managing the exterior as he shifts his body momentum. That is extremely high level. Very nice. Very, very nice. And look at this multiplayer switching. Fantastic. And then the double R1. Perfect. Great job. And then you step. That is fantastic. That is very nice defense.
Thank you.
But then we just sent Rice on a run. So now we have a major hole. And then there comes a break point. He cuts back. Oof. Got to be aware of this, though, right here. I believe this is Rice right here.
Yeah.
You need to go this way if that happens, right? And then tap R1.
Yeah, and then yep.
So
Because I had all that space to just drive down.
For sure. And you're fine. You're even fine here, but we need to take that space. But you see how you go back into pressure, then we need to get out of it.
Yep.
If you make that decision, you need to get out of it. Now you're very comfortable on ball, but now it's almost like you were just you went too far. You just went too far.
Yeah.
We had like 3 or 4 opportunities to get out of that, given that there wasn't like a true tactical advantage. And that's where you can really get lost or like lose on counterattack, even if you play structured defense.
Yep.
Very nice. Very close. Very close. Very, very close. And this is where if you utilize a creative run, you can manage that position this way. And so then you can go and attack them this way, and you're still onside. But that's a great... Go ahead, sorry.
I tried. So I have an Elite. I play with the Xbox Elite controller, and I tried to map the right click and left click to do the player lock on those paddles on the back, but I couldn't get the hang of it because it just felt uncomfortable. Like,
so it's a it's what's it where you have to learn how to do it type of thing.
Yeah.
How you doing, guys? Welcome in, bro. If you guys are just now joining us. Okay, so right here you step, and we need to rotate here.
Yep.
So what happens is your AI naturally pulls up, then you need to rotate down, and you jump that center back. That gives you space. Now you need to start breaking this way, not advancing, and so
yeah,
that's where I would be breaking away from him right there. And then I would potentially recommend moving the keeper to the interior, and then I'd be defending the far post shot with him. He does a nice little skill move. He beats you just by a little bit of an efficiency thing, right? Just a little bit of an efficiency thing. But you knew what you did wrong, I believe, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
This is the skill, man. This is it. I want you to see this. What's happening right here? This is what you need to master.
Yep.
What's happening?
He's shifting.
Watch the center back.
Yep.
Look at the runs. Where's your eyes right now?
My eyes are definitely
right here. Where are my eyes?
Yep.
So this is a skill that you need to learn. And what is that? dribble without being able to see your ball. You need to be able to. You need like. Did you watch the video on Cristiano Ronaldo when they hit a corner, and then he was still able to header it without even seeing the ball? They turned off the lights,
I don't think.
and he was still able to.
No.
Basically, his brain was able to react to the data of the ball from within like half a second of the ball going into flight to know exactly where it's going to land.
Mm-hmm.
That's a natural subconscious, so he could train his body to end up hitting the ball at a certain area, an aerial level. To know, basically, he knew timing and effort and energy, all physical, everything, just from that little moment. So when I see this, when I basically see this little moment right here, and I'm turning. My goal and my concept is, okay, my idea is my head should be here and here. 1, 2, 1, 2. And I'm constantly checking back. And all I'm trying to do is get that lane that hits here or here. You disconnected from that. Now, is that a bad pass? Here?
No, it's just passive.
Passive. Now, how can I be more aggressive even if I mistime this?
I got to turn. So in that position, yeah, I got to turn and make the pass to.
Dude,
that
look at the tactical advantage now. Look at what you just did.
Yeah.
That's better than anything we worked on, even if you hit this pass. So just because we can't hit the golden run doesn't mean we can't hit the silver run. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then we played it again into pressure, and you do the exact same thing, but then we make a bad pass. But here's the thing. But look at this. If you watch my game, if you watch me play, it's like sometimes I'll just dribble. I'll dribble to that spot, and I'll just turn. I'll wait, and then I'll just turn again, and I'll pull him, and then I'm waiting for that spot. Then we attack that spot. What am I doing? I'm turning. I'm waiting. There's that turn. I play the ball. What's happening? He turns again. I play the ball. He turns again. I'm patient. There's the turn. I got him, and I pulled both. And so it's constantly, I'm just constantly turning these players. There's the ball out. Pull him in. Now, let me see if I get a turn here. I don't think I get a turn here. No, I don't get a turn. That's a wing play. That's also a wing play. But right here, straight through. Oh, did it go through the middle? Now, here's like a right down the middle. That one's. Let's see here. So like right here, right in the middle. We're waiting, and he just jumps, right? And so it's just all we're looking for those little teeny tiny plays like this, where I'm staying right there. They get him to jump with a fake shot. So it's like you can do that. You can do that all the time here, and you can dribble in circles 4, 5, 6 times and just try to pull that guy out. How many times? I mean, how many times it's like, don't use your center backs. We got him in debate, and then you end up getting a goal off that. Remember? And so even though this was extremely inefficient, the way he went about it, you still get a goal from doing the right things. So like you attacked the right area inefficiently and still got a goal because of the efficiencies of the style of attack. Does that make sense? Like you used an efficient attacking sequence inefficiently, but it's still effective. Does that make sense? It's hard to explain. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah,
yeah,
no,
okay.
That makes total sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if you clean that style of play up, dude, you're going to be attacking, doing the same stuff I do. You know what I mean? If you clean that up.
Yep.
So about 10 minutes here. Let's see. Look at this. You pulled this. We hit that. Almost. And what did I say? What did I say when this happened? Do you remember? Right here?
No.
I said this is where you take risk.
Oh yeah, this is where you take risk. Yeah. Okay.
This like when I lose the ball, what you're seeing is a fullback up. You're seeing the space open. You're seeing that I was this close to getting an attacking angle.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we can get 1,000 of those chances, of course I'm going to be able to get a goal, right? But I have to be able to get 1,000 of those chances. And so it's about like trying to manage, I guess, constantly find those space. So it's like right here, good, boom, look at that. Very close. But what do you think I'm going to say right here?
Keep going.
Yeah, you're going to go this way, hit that pass, activate
Mhm.
this, and then try to rotate it this way.
Mhm.
And so use those runs as dummy positions versus attacking those spaces. Just because the player's making a run, and this is why I get really annoyed at watching like professional football, because like this is why I love Timo Werner. Timo Werner will constantly run and constantly move and run and move and run and move and run, and he'll never get touched the ball, and then he'll open up space to get other players in, and then like he gets the ball and he messes up. But like when they won the Champions League with Chelsea, I think he was one of the most important aspects of it, because he was making these runs into open space that he just didn't get great credit for. Right? He just, look at this. You have 2 shots, almost 100% goal success rate. That's fantastic. But utilize those runs as dummies and then rotate the play, and you will see a significant increase in your goal scoring ability, because you already do a lot of the you already know the mechanics. You already know like the shimmy movements. You can see and reference the defensive structure. You understand the break points. If you can clean up just those little efficiencies, so like right here, bang, bang. You see that movement? You're very close, and you're almost hitting it. You're right there. This is fantastic. Look at that movement. Look at this. He just broke him down. He went the wrong way.
Yeah.
I would be holding on to the ball here for half a second, and I want to pass it to him when he's in that spot. But you're so close. Like the whole second half. But that's how it should be. Like every single attack should be close if you have purpose. You know what I mean? Like very rarely do my attacks just don't blatantly not make sense. They just blatantly not make sense. It may be because I hit a break point, I'm trying to push the ball out, I'm stuck, I'm pressured, I'm in a position where I'm forced to do something. That's different. But very rarely am I in a position where I don't know where to attack, because I have purpose. Just like this. You have purpose here. And look at this. Look at the space that's opening up. You have a dummy run going over the top here. And then you play it the other way. That is how I want you to play.
Mm-hmm.
And look at the attack. Now you get into a spot here. Was that the right decision? No. This is where we hold up play and try to find that space. And I think you get it. And so the main summaries from today's session, I would say is what? What do you think the main summaries are?
So I guess today it definitely seemed like it was more so of like offensive theory and just concepts. So, just,
which is rare for me. Usually I'm teaching defense the entire time because once you fix your defense, then you can understand the attack, right? And so, and so I can see that you understand defensive techniques now. And so now we need to know how to break them. And so it's about pulling that center back out, managing that position, and trying to get those balls in, and then rotating and keeping efficiencies flowing. And so you're super, super close here. Like that goal is fantastic. Look at this. What do? Here's a break point right to the striker. We pull him out. You turn. That's all you have to do. Boom. To the striker. Now you got a 2-on-1 trade. So you just traded a player for a center back. 2-on-1. And then all you had to do is get him on the inside and make the proper pass. Money.
Yeah. I remember when you were like, wait.
Yeah.
Then,
It's a timing thing. That timing. So today's going to be, I guess, in the end, it's about timing, because you understand, I believe you understand the tempo of things, right? You understand when you find that space, you get to that queen's position. Guys, if you want to play just like my man Jose here, the number one thing probably is what? The skill game. You probably can't see my screen, but it's direct inside the zone dribbling. This skill game incredibly improves your ability to dribble and turn on players very effectively while understanding the mechanics. What happens is players get into that spot and they just don't understand the mechanics. You know what I mean? They yeah, man. Do you what questions do you have for me? I think we still have about 5 minutes if you want to go over anything, but I think honestly majority of what we covered today is in concepts. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. I guess, is there anything? I guess just my question would be like, just these are just things that I'll have to work on in game. I don't think there's anything like little drill or anything like that I could do
no,
beforehand.
because the AI doesn't pull out like that, and so
Yep.
you have to.
So this is really just
cheeky slot up pass, cheeky slot up. Actually,
Right.
you know what you could do is let me see if I stop. Can you see my screen?
Let me see. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you could actually, if you really want to, you could do this. Is like do this turn, and then try to pass like that, and just try to get and just let it go. You know what I mean? Just like the idea that you're just doing this for practice, but like you turn, and then you try to pass, right? And then you're trying to hit a ball roll or something like that. So you turn. And you see what I'm trying to say? You're just trying to get those locations. You can even create a scenario actually where this actually affects, and you could try to. You could go into where is this? Practice arena, yeah. You could create a scenario where like you take these players and then you push like that. And so it's like you could turn like that and then try to get him turn, and then just work on that rotation.
Okay. Yeah, that's
You see what I'm
cool.
trying to say? Yeah, you could do something like that. Yeah,
that works. And like you're one of the things you took I really took to heart, like, kind of like to warm up before you go into like your weekend league run or whatever, just doing those two drills, the fast shot and then the inside
yeah,
zone
dude,
dribble in,
they're huge, aren't
helps
they?
so much because it just kind of like you said, it warms up it just gets my firing, mind muscle connection between what I want to do and stuff. So then when I get into the game, sometimes the first game you hop on, like it could be like a really intense high level guy, and it's like, okay, well, at least I'm already somewhat warmed up, so like I can
and if you hit somebody at your same skill level and you miss that one wide open shot because you just your thumbs went like pinkies, you know what I mean? It's one of those things that like guys, this skill game is fast shots, and this is a really good way to warm up. And if you guys struggle finishing, this is a great way to recognize. And so the first thing I always say is take that first touch and take that first touch and then recognize where you're shooting. And this is how you can get better at precision shooting. Turn on precision shooting. You realize how stupid you are when you're shooting.
Oh yeah.
You really realize how bad you are when shooting if you don't. But anyways, I need to hop in here and do this more because my shooting's been bad. My shooting's been bad lately. I haven't been playing as much just because I've been coaching so much. I have a video on precision shooting. No, but this is pretty much like your tip. Basically, it's just you aim. It's just aiming, with your left stick. Yeah. But yeah, man, Jose, feel free to reach out anytime you need. Do you have any other questions before we go ahead and end?
No, I think we're good. You definitely gave me a lot of stuff to work on.
Sweet.
Working on. So yeah,
dude, I am so stoked seeing that development. It's not always that quick. It's really not. It's not always that quick. It just isn't. And so, I'm very impressed, man. I'm very impressed. I'm really stoked that you did that well.
Thank you.
On top of that, this is going to be in the live stream recording VOD. So if you need to look back at it, just go onto YouTube. You'll see Learn to be a Top 200 free coaching on today's date. And basically, you're all set. And you can
Trust me, I will.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks, John.
All right,
Appreciate it, man.
take care. All right,
You too.
all right, bye. All right, guys. We're gonna hop right into another session real quick. If you guys have any questions. Attacking scenarios, skill games can also work. It can. It's just it's like you're trying to work on a very specific kind of mechanic, and it's kind of like that. Dude, some reason it doesn't show my 53,000 rec score. It only shows that one, which is really annoying. Hey, Jordan, how we doing, my man? Whoop. Can you hear me? What is DTSL? I've never seen this.
In this video, I will show you how to fix DTLS connecting on Discord. So, when you go to the voice channel and you want to connect on it, as you see, now my voice is connected, but you might connecting, as you see right here on this photo. Your problem is restart your system.
Oh,
so
God.
restart Discord, your Wi-Fi, and you won't see this message again.
Why? Why is this happening? Dude, I do not want to have to end my... can you hear me? Dude, that's so annoying. If you could talk a little bit about right stick switching. There we go. You can hear me now. Oh, dude, so weird. So weird.
What was going on there?
I don't know. I have no idea. Discord's so weird. The routing, internet routing is so weird sometimes. But how are we doing, man?
Good, bro. Good. Sent you a clip there.
Yeah, perfect.
I'm struggling when it comes to what would you call it? Just holding on to possession, bro, and kind of
Sure.
position my players right. Like I'm using the PSP. I am using
Yeah,
it, but it's still
okay.
still find it a bit difficult, you know.
For sure, for sure. It we are live right now. Is that okay? I hope. I think we said it was okay.
bro,
Okay,
yeah.
awesome, awesome. Guys, welcome in. If you guys are just now joining us, this is my man Jordan. What session is this?
Before I think.
4? Yeah, so session 4 with my man. What skill level are we in?
I'm in Division 5, bro.
Division 5. All right. So they just saw an elite game, and so we're gonna see a Division 5. So it's kind of a broad spectrum.
Bring it down.
Bring it down a little bit, yeah. Okay, so what was the main focus from the last session? I know you kind of gave me a summary here. We talked about how to keep possession and finding passing lanes, as I feel I'm being blocked and tackled from behind. Okay, so that means that you are most likely passing it up to like a striker or an attacker, right? And that player's on your back, and then you feel like you can't really move. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Bro.
Did we talk about the dribble and circle technique?
Yeah, and I was trying that. You will see that in the video.
Yeah, this skill, I kid you not, is the most underrated. It feels like it feels like you may not really be developing, but the thing about it is being able to just dribble in a circle will quickly humble you, right? It does, right?
Yeah.
Because there's these little nuances that if you dribble too fast, you can't go in a circle, right? And so if you typically are feeling pressure from behind, one of the major issues is that you need to be able to turn without looking at the ball, because there's these little areas that you have these little windows that open. These little windows that have opened as you're turning, and the pressure has impacted you, and you're not going to be able to get away from some of these pressure moments. But the information that you have from looking at your player, looking at the pitch, will increase that position. And so just because they're being aggressive doesn't mean they're being tactically correct.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, my man, German, thank you so much for that. That's incredible. And so basically what I'm trying to say is it may not be a dribble issue. It may not be an actual like mechanic issue for you. It may be a visual issue before we even get into this, because I see a ton of content. But this is typically like the first thing. So before we do anything, what I want you to practice, and it's gonna. I still do this. I still do this before I get into matches sometimes. Before I turn on the game system, is I will literally come in here and I will just do this for about.
John, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Should be able to.
Bro, can't see it.
How about now? It's showing clear on my side. Can you hear me?
John, you're gone. John, hello.
Yeah,
Try to go on Twitch and see if I can see you.
yeah, you should be.
You are there now. You're gone there, bro.
Oh, weird. I don't, dude. It must be has to do with something with router or something to do with like my VPN. I don't know, man. If it's me but it's been happening lately. I don't know. It may be because I've been doing them more live. But sorry, I'm sorry. But
No, it's okay, bro.
You with me? Okay. So
Yeah.
basically, what I want you to understand is the ability to dribble in a circle is probably the most important, impactful thing to do naturally, because that allows and opens up your vision to be able to see everything on the pitch. And so when you feel that pressure from behind, I want you to be able to dribble and be able to avoid players in like this little kind of snake route almost. And so you can see how I'm keeping it only on that, like I'm only keeping it like in a really tight position. You need to be able to do these type of things, and then also need to be able to turn and like do these ball rolls in like I call it the triangle, because you need to be able to be explosive out. So it's boom, and then you need to step out, right? So it's like you need to turn, and then step, right? And so right now it's not activating the step overs for me, but because I'm not holding down L2, but boom. So you need to like be able to like dribble, turn, hold down, activate, and boost, right? And so I don't like to teach boost because it's not about the boost. What it's about is the actual turn itself. So it's about like being able to turn with that pressure building, right? So if we have pressure coming in from behind, we need to go down. We go down, right? The second he explodes out, that changes. Sorry, my dogs are attacking each other. So the second he goes to one side as we snake, that's when we turn and we boost and we try to break that location. That's how you're going to break pressure. That's how you break pressure, through dribbling, right?
Cool.
But, and so how do we do this, right? So how do we do this? And so the main thing is what? Snake, shimmy. And then the second he goes to, let's say he goes to my left shoulder on this side, the bottom side, we ball roll away, and then we try to break and get a distance. Now, how you get distance, I don't care. If it's step over boost, if it's L1 boost, if it's sprint boost, if it's even just left stick dribbling, technical dribbling, whatever it is, heel flick, I don't care. If it just and sometimes the less is more in certain areas. I call it margin of error. So like if you go and you haven't practiced step overs right here, and you see a tactical advantage, and you're in foot champs and you're trying to win the game versus get better, is it smart for you to use the step overs if you haven't used them? Maybe not.
Yeah, no, I use step over. I use a step over.
You do?
For the
Okay.
lanes.
But like,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is just when you do skill moves, just have that margin of error. So it's shimmy, ball roll, turn, cut, bang. Shimmy, ball roll, turn, cut, bang. That's how I think of it. And so before we even get into the match, so sorry if that's probably a good introduction to how this is gonna probably pan out here in a second. Actually, let me pull up my stuff here. Just thinking. There we go. Okay. Here we go. And where are you from again? Ireland?
Ireland.
Ireland. You have a small accent. It's not like super thick.
Oh no, no, I'm not country.
Okay. This is very good though. This attack right here. So you see how you get into this spot, you turn. And so did you do a step over or boost or anything? No, you didn't. All you had to do is turn, right? Very good. So when we shoot here, sorry.
Yeah, spoiler alert. I lost this match 4-3.
Okay.
So I don't feel I should have, but I know there was hiccups in there. But I'm trying my best to implement the lessons.
Yeah, let's think. You get into a spot. This is what I call anxiety. Why do I call this anxiety?
Because it's everything happening at once.
What if you just pass this?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Probably should have passed that.
Yeah. And so in this division, we miss so many openings. We just miss a ton. And so this is like a, how do you say it? This is just us being like, do you ever do the shoulder technique? You do the shoulder technique when you play at all?
Shoulder play.
You know what I'm talking about? Have you ever seen? I roomed with a friend in college, and he and I would play FIFA all the time, and he would always bet me $5 every day. He never won a game ever. Like he's one of my best friends. He's never won a game since we were like 15 when we started playing. Like never won a game, and this is like in college. This is like 7 years later. Still would bet me $5 a game. And he would play with the intensity of like his whole body going into the controller, and like he'd be breaking the controller.
Oh yeah. Know that intensity, bro. Know it all too well.
Yeah. And so these are these intense moments that I see from my old friend, because like he would get into these moments where like he has a tactical advantage, and then he just would go for a shot and he'd just rip a shot. Instead, all you have to do is pass this, and you've got a goal. So, how do we get to this? You get into the...
Yeah.
Go ahead. I was going to say, you got into the attacking highway, you got into the queen's position, you rotate the ball, they step. So, just as you were saying you were bad with pressure, what did you just do?
Stepped in.
You took a perfect position based off of their pressure.
Yeah.
So even though you think you're bad at pressure, I think that shows that you're pretty good there. Telling me.
Yeah, I was looking for the space, and I saw the spaces behind them.
But then our composure dropped here.
Yeah.
Because you may not be used to getting into that spot that easily, right? And so that's a natural outcome. And so basically, we just need to pass that ball. It's simple, right? But here's the concept. I could tell you as a coach, you need to be able to pass that ball 1,000 times, and that could be the end of this concept, right? For an elite player, but for a Division 5 player, there's more depth. Why did you not pass that ball? Right? Why?
I freaked out when I saw.
You freaked out. You got composure. It's a natural ability to actually find and recognize that data. But how do I improve that as a coach? How do I dive into your thought process to improve that? What's a concept in this scenario that we think we could potentially help you with? What do you think you could help yourself with in this position?
To take that extra second, or to always try to have an extra pass.
That's the tactical side. I'm talking about your mind. I'm talking about it from like a psychological aspect. What's something that we can improve to make you feel more comfortable in these scenarios? Because that's what matters. Because I know you're older than 8 years old. I know an 8-year-old would see an open player and pass that ball. You know what I mean? It's not that you don't know to do that. That's not the issue. It's the psychological event that's occurring that creates anxiety within your head that then chooses to make a poor decision. And I see that all the time in my skill level but the game's moving at 10x the rate type of thing, right? So it's like it's very slow. And so how can I do that? How can I help impact your decision making in this exact scenario? What are some things that we can consider?
Just to like remain a lot calmer and to
Yeah, but how do I get you to stay calm? That's the challenge. And so, okay,
Yeah.
so you're kind of answering the same question with a different with a different word, right? And so
yeah.
what I want you to think about is sometimes simply the ability to get into this position more and more and more and more, so you can get experience and the comfortability to actually feel the pressure and get around that. Does that make sense? Double X, thank you for the follow. So what I'm trying to say is you need to be able to achieve this position more frequently, and then in game you'll see that development come up. But how do I get you into this position? There's like three ways I'm thinking about how I can improve your decision making in this process right here.
Right. I don't know, to be honest.
Okay. Number one is we need to be able to get the ball, because if you meant to get the ball into the queen's position because you're trying to attack the center to potentially pull one of these guys out, that is a high level skill. But if you're just passing naturally, and this is something only you can say to yourself to know if this is true or not. But did you pass here just to pass here? Or did you pass here to do the analysis of understanding that you need to pull a center back out, you need to get in behind him to shift this defense inverted, to then manage the space in between those players, to then find space to attack? The question is, which one? And so like an elite player would say something along those lines. Well, you need to get into the queen's position, pull the center backs out so you can attack, right? But if you're just passing because he's ahead of us into the position, that's a different outcome. So which one are you? I don't know. But which one do you think you are?
So I passed into that position
Sure.
because I pulled the centre back out, the
Sure.
right centre back, and there was a gap there, so I passed.
Sure.
there, so I burst through.
But that's what I call static play. And what static play is, you're passing and then you're reacting. You're passing, you're reacting, passing, reacting. It's reaction style play. So how can we? And so there's three different things I talk about. I call it RAM. Okay, so you have reactions, anticipations, manipulations. Now at this level, you're going to be mostly doing reactions. This is very common. And so the difference is, if we take reactions and anticipations, I talk about this sometimes as well. So why is a magician so deceptive?
They lead you one way, but they're doing something else the other way.
Right. And so, but you're always reacting, right? You're always in reaction. You're never really anticipating. If you ever watch like Michael Jordan in like public life, he's competitive in everything. And so like a magician, there's a video of him like talking to a magician or something, and he's analyzing his thought process, not his reaction. So he knows that the guy's trying to manipulate him to do something that he doesn't want to be done. He knows that. So he's trying to anticipate his manipulation to a degree. But what I'm trying to say is, the magician's always ahead of you because they're making you react. You're always reacting to what they're doing, so you're always behind. So if we react, do we have an advantage, or are we always behind? We're kind of at a disadvantage, right? But what's the difference between reactions and anticipations then? What is an anticipation?
Anticipating his move.
Right. But the problem with anticipation is what?
You can be wrong.
You can be wrong. So where's the balance, right? To be perfect is to be perfectly reactive. You know what I mean? Which is relatively impossible all the time.
Yeah.
And so that's the psychology to be able to find an advantage. But how can we potentially sway the play for them to do what we want to do? That's when we enter manipulations. And that's why a magician is usually able to manipulate the outcome, because he guided you to one side, but he's doing all this crap on the other side, right? And so my question for you is, when we talk about static play, and so this is a high-level concept, game of wit theory, game of wit concept for being able to create space and time and opportunity in an attack. So if we are right here and we pass this ball here, this is what I call static play. Now, if you have subliminal, if you have an actual concept here, that is 100% fine. But if you're passing to react, that's one thing. Now, if you're passing to understand that he goes this way or that way, so I need to be clinical on my decision making because of X and having a Y outcome, there's a difference. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do.
Sorry, my wife just got up. Yeah, so basically all I'm trying to say is I want you to have a purpose behind every decision you make. So when we pass,
Cool. Okay.
that's a decision. You're in a spot. So now, what is our decision here supposed to be? What's the goal concept that we're doing right here?
To try to get into the queen's position.
Yeah, we're in the queen's position now. So we've already got that settled. That's step one. Now you're in step two, essentially. What is step two?
Break the defense.
Break the defense. How do we break the defense?
Pull them out of position.
How do we pull them out of position?
By manipulating either the centre back, left back, right back to come out of their
Sure.
position towards the ball.
And how do we do that? How are we doing? How are we doing, guys? Welcome in. What's up, LMAO? How do we do that?
Coming up to them, pulling them in closer, or passing.
Sure. Now, that's what I call static play to a degree. Now, if you pull them by just dribbling and then passing, that's manipulation. You can manipulate without doing, certain things. But what I want to show you is very simple. What's an easy way to get somebody to react to you?
I don't know. I actually don't. By teasing them with the ball, bringing it up, pulling it away.
So if let me ask you a question. If I make a pass, what does the opponent do?
They're going to try to block it.
Right. So if I make a fake pass and it looks like I'm about to pass, the chances of that opponent trying to block that pass are what? Pretty high. Especially if they try to anticipate you. So the more aggressive your opponent is, the easier they are to manipulate. So that's why I love playing aggressive players. Everybody hates playing aggressive players. I love it because it's really easy to find space as long as you're not going towards them. Have we talked about the whoosh effect before? We might have. Briefly. So the whoosh effect is the concept that if you take a car going this way and a car going this way, what happens right when they pass each other?
There's the pressure from behind both of them.
Right? There's that. And you're standing right there and it goes, boom, right? Well, once they pass each other, this guy's going, 1x this, or let's say 2x this way. This guy's going 2x this way. What happens once we get to this spot and we're going this way, and this spot and we're going this way?
There's the whoosh effect on both sides.
It's greater. Your distance is multiplied and apart from each other, right? So you guys you're going twice the rate away from each other. LMAO hit me with a stretch. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So basically, what I'm trying to say is this is what I call the crosshair. So we're trying to break these crosshairs, and we're trying to make them go twice the distance to create space. This is more of like a physics concept, right? And so these are really important concepts to really improve even at this level. At this level, if you understand this, you are just going to go from Div 5 to Div 1 instantly by just understanding these space mechanics. But the concept, what I'm trying to get you to understand, is if I am going 2 times this way and they're going 2 times this way, and we're going at each other, that means that we're going at each other twice the rate, right? Yeah. What happens if I choose to do this? Now he has to go how far? 4 times the rate.
4 times.
So by me just simply stopping, I can gain more space. Do you see?
I see what you mean.
And so what I'm trying to say is when we're in this space here, if we can utilize smaller dribble mechanics, we can create space and force them to create space behind them. We can save the space in front of us that's very delicate, and we have to manage the player on the back. So it's almost like this player is going to be on our back like this. We have to manage that space. And meanwhile, we're getting him to go from here to here versus here to here because of the dribble.
Yeah.
That, I really hope this locks in, because to very high level players, this can completely change somebody's entire understanding of a game right here. It's just finding the space. So when we're right here,
Yeah, you'll see. I do the 2x2. I don't do the 0x4.
perfect. You see how you keep that tight? That's fine. That's great.
Yeah.
The problem is what? You get locked into a tough position. So how can we make this even more efficient in this spot? We can. We really can. So it's like right here, you do good, you do good, you do good. But right here, I want you to dribble just a little bit further. Right here with like a technical. And then I want you to hit a fake. And what's that fake going to most likely do to him?
Cause him to commit.
And then he's going in behind. And you just pass it behind him. And I have examples of this. This is elite gameplay I'm about to show you. I have a direct example of doing one of these fakes. Yes, I think this is it. So here, I do a step over fake, and he pulls out. It's a timing issue. It's a timing concept. Actually, this next one's going to be even better. This is what I want you to do. When we get into a spot, okay. So when we get into a spot, all we need to do is utilize a fake shot. And we drag him out.
And he commits. Yeah.
It's that easy.
Yeah, I see that.
And so that's at the front side of the pitch. You think his composure's higher or lower here?
High.
I would say his composure is probably lower, because you get more nervous as you get switched on to the center box and the box, right? Out here, you're a little bit.
Well, it'd be medium there, because like they'd be okay kind of outside the box. Inside the box, his composure would probably be lower.
Right, so he's close to the box and on the back line. Anyways, basically the composure level right here, all you need to do is break a player in Division 5 is hit a fake. And so you do a good job on the turn and rotation, but the fact that he jumps there, all you had to do is hit a fake, and they break. Guys, thank you so much for the falls. Apologies. It's LMAO. This is a paid session right now with my man Jordan, so apologies. But yeah, so all you had to do is pass, right? But like, my concept of going through all of that information to say that you just have to pass is what? A balance of composure and understanding that you could have had even more space and time, and you don't have to like shoot just every single time. I catch myself in positions where I shoot, right? I catch myself. But when I look back at my tape, or I'm going through my matches, I think, I need to set my composure. I need to set my position. I need to set these things up. You know what I mean? But guys, this is a paid session, but we do giveaways occasionally to do free sessions. So LMAO, I appreciate your support. But Lizer, how you doing, brother? Welcome in. Okay, so you do a great job getting this ball to attack. Look at this. This is great. Fantastic. But what did we do wrong? Right here, composure. So if we go right here, what can we do in this position? You're in a great spot.
I could fake the pass and go back around.
Go that way. Look where she's already going. Right?
Yeah.
Now, me personally, I'm probably going to go dribble this way. I'm going to push this player forward. And then I'm going to try to utilize a creative run incisively. And then I'm going to open up the space here. And so my position, now this is more of an advanced technique. But basically what's going to happen is this is going to mark. And then this is going to open or down or back. And so depending on which one she chooses, If she chooses 1, 2, or 3, if she chooses 1, they have blocked that pass. So now I have that one after a period of time. If she chooses 2, I can turn and rotate, try to actively engage this player here, and try to hit this pass, right? But if she chooses 3, I can just hit that pass. So the option here is to do what?
So
Wait.
it's the
Wait.
yeah, it's the like the say it again.
Wait. I want you to wait.
Wait.
Wait and read. Wait and read. Do we have a lot of space here?
Yeah.
We do. And this is what's not natural. So like where you're at right now in your skill level, and you'll get better at this just by playing the game. And so what did I talk about? I talked about 3 different tiers to improve. You know what these tiers are?
Yeah. Speed of play.
Yep.
Game of wit.
Yep.
And
Game theory.
game
So-
theory, yeah.
So my concept is on this scenario, what are we activating? Which ones of these, if there's 2 or more, which ones do you think we are utilizing? 1 or ones?
1 and 2, 3.
We're using 1 and 2. We're using game of wit and speed of play.
Oh, game wit. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, because we're.
That's what I meant. Sorry, game wit's
Oh, okay.
usually last.
Yeah, you're technically right. Yeah, because I usually have game of wit last. But why? Because game theory has already been activated. What do I mean by that?
That we're already playing. It's already put into practice. The theory.
Well, when I think about game theory, I think about passive and aggressive. I think about tactical advantages. So when I see their fullback all the way up here, is that an advantage? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
It is. So what we're thinking about with game theory is we have attacked their fullback. We're attacking and approaching that style of play. Okay. So the first step is to activate game theory. Activate the aggression level of their play style, which we have. So now we're into a position that's in a tactical advantage. We're in a tactical position now. So you're in a tactical game theory. You've already activated game theory. So now we have to think about what? Game of
Yeah,
wit or
what?
speed? Which one's more important at this moment right here?
Speed.
So if I'm telling you to wait on the ball here, why would I tell you to wait?
Slow down the pace. Or
Slow down
pull
the
him out
pace.
of
So is speed really actually impactful?
Depends on the situation, but in this one, yeah.
Difference between speed and quickness. What's the difference between being being quick and having speed?
That I'm not sure on.
I like to say there's a thought process behind it. So just because you're playing fast means that you're moving the ball around the pitch fast, right? Bang, bang, bang,
Yeah.
bang, bang, bang. It makes you feel fast, right? But is it tactically advantage? Because by you passing this ball up, you lose efficiency. You don't feel like that, right? Because the ball is moving quick. But you're actually
Yeah.
losing efficiency tactically. And so what's the tactical advantage right now that we're sitting in? There's 2 major tactical advantages.
More players and we pull them out of position.
Yep. So this right here, you have more players, right? But let me ask you a question: if we play really fast, is he part of our advantage now?
No.
No.
he's not.
He has to be all the way up here. So this is a weird concept. So you're telling me, John, I have to play slower to have the advantage? Kind of.
I feel when I play slower, I get closed down.
You
a lot
can.
quicker.
You sure can. And that's a skilled technique to be able to manage space in the queen's position. So that's the second advantage. But now you have space in the queen's position. And so these are all, it's like a system, right? And so what happens is now that you have to manage this space. So when I say wait, what am I looking for?
Another option.
I'm looking to bring my entire attack together. I'm trying to solve a puzzle. And so that's the game of wit. And all I'm trying to do while I'm managing the space is what? If I'm trying to manage space, what do I care about?
You care about the amount of space you create.
I care about these players here. I care about if this is coming this way, this is coming this way, this is this way here, right? I care about managing. And so no matter what I do, no matter which player comes at me, which way should I go to manage space?
All depends where the pressure comes from.
It doesn't. Usually it does, but in this scenario, I can go directly to the most efficient space in between all 4 players, right here.
Right.
See that? It's like the central point between all of these players. So if you take your central point, and then now we've created that whoosh effect where they have to track us. Now, if I just showed you if I'm saying flat and they're coming towards me, right? What happens if I go away from them? It's even more space.
There you follow.
But more time too. So what did I just essentially create?
More space, and you've manipulated a position.
There you go. And so by playing slower, not necessarily, but was I quick? Yeah, I have to be quick to get the ball to this spot. I'm playing slower in the terms of concept of getting those players into the attack approach. So I need to play slower with the positions of the players, but I need to play quick to manage that position. I really want these guys to be flying into these spaces, but physically they're not going to be able to get there through the physics engine of the game, right? But by playing out, now you can see our momentum just got killed. You see? And so and so these concepts that we're really diving into these concepts are very, very important because the efficiency that's involved. So like right here, that he didn't manage the efficiency. This is good right here. Too quick. Why'd you play it so quick out? Do you have an advantage here or here?
First one.
You have advantage right here. Look at this. What happens if you get him to commit? You play here, and then he runs straight through. I'd rather have it straight through the middle than on the wing. Me personally. That's kind of how I see it. Which one do you like better? Do you like the zoomed in more, or do you like the width?
No, I prefer going in the middle. But what I found was the middle was getting
right, and that is
overloaded.
that. But let me ask you a question: is that a tactical thing, or is that a speed thing, or is that a composure thing?
That is I'd say composure and trying to find space to.
Yeah, it's a composure thing with mechanics. So that's more based on the line on the speed. So like your composure is based off of how fast you can do what you want to do, but it's the idea that like we need to have the skills in order to be able to manage this space. How can we do that? Have we done inside the zone dribbling? Have I brought this to you?
You briefly showed it to me last time at the end of the stream.
Yeah, I really 5 minutes plus a day. The elite player we just coached, he said he comes in here and this is by far the most impactful thing he's done to improve his ability. So you can see how close these players can really get to you. You can really test, and all you're wanting to do is I want you to just play with this guy on your shoulders, and then you're gonna see your efficiency improve. And so like your goal is not to get a high score. If you want to get a high score, you can just dribble into the zone. That's not the whole point. The whole point is being able to play with a player on your back and avoid and then sprint out and find that little jot of space, and then 2 players are going to come in, and then you have to find even more space, right? So it's like right here, now we're looking at space, we're just trying to manage, and so we're just trying to get into that spot. But like the idea is that we're just trying to manage space in holding down a position that's really close on holding possession. Being able to do that and just cause a foul like that is a very important concept. How are you dribbling the ball? That's slow dribble. Have I taught you slow dribble?
You have.
Okay, yeah. So L2, R1. Slow dribble is going to be really important right here. But if you look at this, how much space do we have?
A lot.
A lot. So just take this space here and force. What if we get her to force a commit? Oh man, we got both. Mike, how you doing? Welcome
And
in.
then that means more space. Yeah, it's
Boom.
manipulation.
Exactly. That's the idea. And so you see how we lost our efficiency by playing it early.
Oh, he's gone. John?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro, but like your screen's gone. Your
Uh,
it just says your signal's quite low.
That's so strange. I'm on like. Can you see it now?
Oh, it's coming back. There you go.
Okay, that's weird. Yeah, it stays up on my side. Anyways, but okay, so basically we lost momentum from this play, if that makes sense. So we're here, and then we lose momentum by you forcing this pass. See that? And so
Yeah.
so forcing this pass, what can we do to approach this attack?
Take more time.
Take more time, get into this zone. What happens if he commits? That lane opens. And so it's about waiting. It's about what? Okay, so you need a concept. This is going to be the best concept that I think will impact your game. I call it soaking pressure. So with soaking,
It's got what?
soaking pressure. And so
Soaking pressure. Okay.
And so you already know what you need to work on to a degree, right? You know that pressure is your nemesis to a degree. Would you agree?
Yes.
So if pressure
I agree.
so if pressure's your nemesis, okay, so if pressure's your nemesis, what do you think is the most important thing that you need to work on? Pressure, right? And so when I see passes like this with all this space, I think of inefficiencies on the attack. I think of efficiencies on the defense, right? And so as you go up the ranks, you really need to pull these players in. And so a lot of times players don't have their build up create full pressure. So like right here, let's say we win the ball. Look at the pressure position right now. Are they high?
They are high, yeah.
Yeah. This is what I call a break point. Have we talked about break points?
Yep.
Yeah, so a break point is what?
The shift in a pair from ourselves to our opponent.
Right, so it's that moment of change of possession. Right? That change of possession. So in this change of possession, what should our mind be thinking right this second?
I usually go to where's the ball gonna go next rather than the player.
So I want you to think in what do you think I'm about to talk about? Which 3 pillar am I trying to activate in your mind right now?
Game of wit, speed of play, and theory. Game theory.
Game theory. Because what's the first thing I need you to understand? Where the advantage is. So game theory is not as... Sure, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's like my thoughts automatically go to where's the ball going to go next. I'm blocking that lane.
Right. And how can we can't see the whole pitch, right? So how can we recognize it? It's down here, right? We really have to look at the radar a little bit right here. Just a quick scan. But basically all I'm looking at while I'm looking at the radar is I understand that my fullback's up and I see that this guy's up high as well. So I don't really have to look at the radar. But what I do worry about is there's a player hanging off the screen right here that we don't really see, right? That's the only thing I have to worry about. So the concept here is I need to play. Now my game theory is activated instantly to say I need to do what? Are we at an advantage or a disadvantage on the attack right now?
Advantage.
Advantage. Why?
Because his players are very high up, so there's a lot of space behind them.
And so there's space, and where are our players?
There's space behind there, His players.
We have like 7. Like what I'm trying to say is we have numbers, right? We have total numbers, and his whole team is high. Our whole team is now high as well. So now, you see what I'm trying to say? So now we have a significant advantage. However, this is also where break points can matter, and if you lose the ball in these positions. So that's why I wanted to throw an asterisk and talk about that player, because if we make a pass to a striker right here, we're toasted, and then they are in an advantage. So be aware that right here, we need to get the ball here, and I need to go L1X right here and send that person going this way. So we need to send more players forward right now and then manage that attack. And now we need to get the ball up to the strikers and then play with here. And I would leave this position if we lose the ball for breakpoint purposes. But instantly, I'm trying to find efficiencies in my attack. And so if you look, we do a good job. Very good. Pretty quick, right? That's pretty good.
Yeah, and I set them on a run, yeah.
That's great. Look at this. You did exactly what I wanted you to do. But let's take advantage of that advantage now. How do we find that advantage? What can I do? Instead of just instantly playing the ball before we gain that total advantage, what can I do?
Time.
Take time right here. And what can I do? Dribble into, look at this location. Where's the best probable position to manage space?
In the middle.
Like around this angle right here.
Yeah.
There you go. And so if I'm right here, if I'm dribbling right here, I'm going to be utilizing some mechanic to manage this space, and I'm going to completely advantage. Now, on the chessboard, are we in an advantage from this position to this position right now on the chessboard?
I'd say the first position. Then
I would say here, right? Because when we talk about chess, it's about knocking players out, right? We're making a trade for some purpose. So basically what we did is we traded this location for this location without a player movement transition, right? Now, if this player's staying flat and then we're running into it and we're able to break that, that is an advantage. But this is a timing issue, and so we play it too early, and so we need to manage this space anyway. So all I want to do is...
Would using slow dribble help me manage that time?
Not right here.
I'm trying to do...
No, you need to go forward a little bit further. Now, can it help you if there's if like this player's like right here, and you need to like...
Yeah, because that's where I'm getting tackled from behind and...
Yeah. That's when it's good. That's when it's good. And you utilize ball rolls, slow dribble, left stick, technical. Those 4 dribble mechanics are going to allow you to create space and time. The only thing is, if you do get pressured like that, that's when you may make that pass. But since you have so much time and space, you don't want to hit this. And that's the difference of disconnection between, like, the gameplay is, like, I'm waiting for pressure. I need to wait for pressure to really expose my position, right? So I don't want to show all my cards right away. And so, like, we're close and see how we wait, and now we're at a disadvantage. And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to pass this ball with a tight angle. But technically, you can hit this, but it's a really tough pass. It's like a precision Travella shot pass.
Yeah.
Don't recommend doing it. But we needed to manage this location. So we lost efficiency between this location by playing the ball out. And so the way I would have played this is straight through the middle. And so it's like this, right here. And I'm managing this location here. And if he steps, I'm just going to dribble this way. If he steps again, then I pass. Right? But what happens if they continue to go backwards and I'm right here? What do?
Keep go.
I just keep going forward. And so it's a general concept. It's a very simple concept that people just completely misunderstand a lot because of nerves. But if you and your mate are playing on the pitch, not you and your mate, it's just you're dribbling, the goalkeeper's there, that's your friend. What are you gonna do if you start at half field? And you're
run all the way up.
You're just gonna keep going directly straight. But when you bring in let's say your friend shows up and he's gonna play defense. Now what happens? We take
bring it up to a certain amount, and then
we have to avoid.
Move away from it.
Right.
Yeah.
So That's just a general concept. So the idea is, though, is what happens if you start at half field and he just keeps doing this?
Keep going forward.
You just keep going forward. And so it's the same concept. It's just we're doing it right here. And so the idea is if we get into this attacking highway, this is the possession highway for us. This is the attacking highway, right? If we get in between their CDMs and center backs, we can just continuously move and shift this entire highway. So it goes to there, it goes to there, and then it goes from there to there, and it goes from there to there until what happens? This pressure collapses. Now, sometimes the pressure will collapse like this, so there's space. Sometimes it'll collapse like this, right? Sometimes it'll collapse like this, right? And so the idea is what? We just have to manage these two. It's like, are you a Star Wars fan?
Yes, I am.
So you remember episode 4, the trash compactor. It's closing in. That's how I think of it.
Yep.
It's like that trash compactor wanting to close in on you, and that's the skill, is managing this time and space. And so if they continue to go back, my lesson here is if they continue to go back, what do we need to do?
We need to keep going forward.
There you go. And it's a lot of depth to that because there's more depth, there's more understanding and conceptualization to understand why to do that, right? It's a simple concept, but we don't think about it, right? We just play naturally constantly. And so sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't, but have a purpose behind every decision we make. Very nice, very close. Here we go. Striker, patience. See how you hit that really quick again? Very good ball. Now we need to, you go wide. I'm going here.
Right, okay.
Because now, basically, you've got him on a crosshair position. And so I want to take that advantage out. I want to get rid of him from being there. If we go inside, which way is he going to go?
That way.
And so now we just created a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-2 versus a 2-on-1. That's just position reference. And so you want to always manage the central side, especially if you have advantage.
Right.
And so you do a good job. You manipulate him down. Now the defense is going to shift, so you actually have an opening right here if you can hit it. So but again, if you played a little bit slower, you would have an attacker, right? But what's the disadvantage of playing slower? This guy would be back as well. So we have to try to manage that space to create space. It's a weird concept, but
yeah, I've tried playing slowly and I get closed down. So
that's fine. But we have to manage that trash compactor. That's it. And so when we play slow, it's a balance. It's really tough because you want to play slow, but you want to play fast. So right here, do a pretty good job. But think about it. What happens if I send this run and this run right now?
Puts more pressure on their defense.
Destroy them. And how can I use this as what's the whole point of a finish technique of the game of wit? What's manipulation. So basically if I want to go shoot to the right, if I want to shoot this way, I need to do what to him?
Send them the opposite way.
Right. And so how do I do that?
By convincing them to go one way and
but how?
Or faking.
How do I convince? How do I fake? What fake can I utilize right now to get him to go this way?
Fake shot.
Fake shot, but if I fake, I have to sell some sort of animation that commits that. Is that hard or easy when it's one-on-one like this? Hard. You know what's really easy? Is that you can do that. You definitely can do that. It's a tough skill. But what's easy is taking the runs, because if he sees a run going into direct space, he's just going to shift and you just go right into that spot.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, because it's more likely that you're going to pass it than not. And so you can just utilize those fakes to apply that. So right here, which way did he shift? He shifted high, right? And so you go inside. But like the question is, if we go back just a little bit, how can we manage this space? So if I see how you take initial touch right away, that's the issue.
Yeah.
So if your touch is here, you could actually maybe make this pass too. But basically your touch was incisive, and so you basically made your decision before he actually made his. And that's the problem, is you want him to make his decision first. You do a pretty good job on the shot. If you green that, you may hit that. If you green that, you might have hit that. Oop. Break point, drag down. Right here. Good. Stay right there. Good. Very nice. Very nice. There we go. Patience, patience. Very good. Look at that. Dude, you're telling me you're bad at pressure. Look at that turn right away. Now, you see how you turn too far, though. Very close, man.
Yeah.
See how you win this ball in a pressured scenario. You take the ball in a pressured scenario. What's the difference is right now, what's he most likely going to choose to do because of this location?
Block off the, block off that run that's coming straight.
So let's dribble here, and then if we can, we're going to try to link up behind her.
Yeah.
That's how you break that. But the timing issue is if this player commits, how far does she break? We don't know that. So really the touch is right here. And so the purpose here, okay, so I think your pressure, so like the main concept in summary for you managing pressure is what?
More time.
More time. How do we find more time?
Find more time with either the slow dribble, the technical dribble, ball roll.
Sure. And what are we looking for when we're trying to get time?
The manipulation.
Space. But we're looking for space to get time. Now, when we're making a decision, we're using manipulation. You're correct. It's just I'm just trying to get you on like a system. So like the idea is that we get the ball. We get the ball into a pressured scenario. What does that mean we need to do?
It means we need to get the space.
We need to manage the ball, find space. Now we found space. What happens if this run is covered? What do we do?
You can fake that way and pass the other way.
We turn this way, or we recycle and try to swing the ball, right? Something like that, right? Or we try to manage this location. Now, is it aggressive to manage this location or passive?
Aggressive.
Aggressive. How do we, when we attack and we want to get goals, do we have to be aggressive or passive?
Depends on the situation, but aggressive.
Most of the 95% of the time, it's going to be aggressive. Now, is this a passive technique to advance the play forward? Sure is.
Yeah.
But when I'm aggressive is when I see a center back pressing me and I have a lane going in behind that space. That's me wanting to take a probable risk of success. Risk of success. Okay, so the main concept for today is what? When we get pressed, find space. From that decision making, see what they choose to do. If they've made their decision, just find the easy pass or manipulate an outcome to create what you want to do, right? That's how I look at it. And so we just have to manage the skills that you need to learn is being able to reference these little polygons or whatever there are called shapes to be able to find that central position.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it's not easy, and then you just need to utilize the mechanics, slow dribble, technical dribble, to manage that space. Slow dribble, technical, left stick, little ball rolls. You'll see high level players. They'll use heel flicks. They'll use step overs. That's unfortunate. That's a weird.
Yeah, it's Forlan just literally pushed off. I think it's Hernandez. Yeah, can you have a quick look, John, just through this? I know obviously hitting the arrow mark. Can you just have a quick look in regards to my defensive position?
Yeah. Well, how about we analyze this position right here off of a break point because it's a pretty good location. So right now you're going in on the gambit, right? So what's the purpose of us? What do we want to do right here on level 1?
Run all the way back?
Not necessarily. But we want to cut that lane off. This is level 1 defense. So if you watch my video on perfect defense, which I definitely recommend, you're going to want to cut this lane out. So what is he going to do as he runs to this position? This is what I call
pass into middle or pass back.
Yeah, this is a critical point. So either he's going to try to break the edge here, or he's going to do what?
Pass back or pass into the interior.
Like that. So he has 3 options, essentially. Right? So this is level 1. This is level 2. He's going to try to cut in. That's what we call the cutback. You stop the play, they cut back. That's the cutback. How do we defend the cutback?
Bringing someone into the middle and
sure
to stop the cutback.
And how do we make that efficient? Because right now, what can I do? Because if I switch here and it goes that way, does that help me or hurt me?
It helps you.
It helps you right away. It hurts you later on. It's like a bad decision, right? Or like a selfish decision, right? So why don't we pull that down at the same time? How can we do that? How can we apply pressure here and manage that space at the same time?
Double click R1.
Click R1. And so when we switch here, this reticle switches here. But then we just hold down R1 and we manage the space. So what's going to happen is you're going to basically hit them here. They're going to rotate. And then what's going to happen is they're going to see a wall here. So they either play this way. Now they have to go through level 3. This is level 3 defense. So how do we defend level 3? Well, you need another center mid here, and then you are basically defending these. But you're never going to hit level 3 really in Div 5. You're not going to hit it very often. Okay. Level 1 and level 2 is about, and then what happens is they'll just get pinned right here, and they won't know what to do. Even the AI gets pinned like that in Ultimate. But basically, the idea is that at some point, they will naturally try to come this way, and all you have to do is basically your whole purpose is to defend this location and press out. So, like, as this rotates over, you just make sure that when you're on a break point, you're defending it to slow down time. So, like, right here, you see how he cuts in? If we were defending, where would our player be? About right here, right?
Yeah.
And so the whole purpose is now he has to go that way. We defended it. And so now he's going to try to go this way. But then what do? Is I go from here to here. So now the ball's in this location. I've defended that. So now we've slowed it down time, and now your defense is getting back. I want to see this.
What happened there?
I want to see this animation. I'm going to slow it down. Sprint jockey, we let go of all animations. You tap X. Looks like maybe a small bruiser animation issue. You're holding down R1. Why are you holding R1? Oh, you're never mind.
Because I was trying to pass it like straight out towards my left back.
Yeah, you should be okay here.
Don't know what happened there.
It's a bruiser. I think it's a bruiser animation issue. You see how it's a bruiser? It's like a weird bruiser. So.
Yeah, I tried to turn those on as well, just so you knew what.
Yep. Yeah. No. That's thank you. This is a rare animation issue. It has to do with the bruiser. So I have Kanate. So Bruiser Plus isn't like, it's not like used significantly a shit ton, right? So it's like, it looks to me that that's a Bruiser Plus issue. So like, that's something that if we showed the developers, that's something that they would go in and be like, oh, why did this occur? And they go through the details of the animations and they find those and they test it and they run through it. And so that is naturally, that to me is a legitimate issue. But the only thing is, what I would have recommended you do instead, to get perfect mechanics, because there's some RNG, there was some mechanic that said that they won that position versus you. And I forget if Forlan has a, yeah, you see how the animation just came in after he makes contact. So if you see the contact right here, that contact, so he's supposed to win that that position. That's what it's reading. So it read game read itself wrong, basically, to the visual effect. Anyways, that's not bad. That's not bad one-on-one defense. But okay, so I am gonna link to you my video on perfect defense. That way you have that. That's honestly gonna be really in depth for you, so you'll be able to reference that. And it's very similar to what we just talked about. So you'll have more defensive content to reference. But okay, so let's go through a summary real quick. So the main part of today's session is what do we talk about?
So it's more time, making more time for myself, manipulation of the opponent, and finding that space.
Exactly. So managing the space in between what locations?
The queen's position.
Queen's position. And so how are we going to manage that space?
By taking the time, waiting for the space to appear, or manipulating the opponent out of position.
All right, I'm going to type this out for you. Managing space, queen's position, mechanics.
Yeah.
What mechanics do we need to use?
The ball roll,
Yep.
slow dribble, technical dribble, no?
Yep. Technical, slow dribble, ball roll, L stick. I use a lot of L stick.
Yeah.
And
That's where I'm
then
getting tackled out as well, stick, so.
I'm going to say basic skills. Basic skills.
Yeah.
And then number 3 is what? What do we do once we manage that space?
We exploit the space that's left behind them.
Passing options. Look for passing options.
Yeah.
Passing options / tactical. Yeah, you're right. Tactical space. I'm going to say tactical space. This is what game theory. Game theory. And then we get into what's position. This is what I call check. Check. You're checking the opponent at a shot.
Yeah.
So if we check the opponent, what are we usually in a situation? What situation are we usually in?
Well, I can't see the video, so but
no, I'm not.
Checking them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. With composure as well. I have to work on my composure.
Yep. Yeah. I'm actually gonna put that in because that's a good point. It's gonna be game of wit, right?
Yeah. What?
So
Yeah.
basically, check basically means 1v1. You're putting yourself into a check position, which I call 1v1, which manages composure and game of wit. And how do we get composure?
Being in that position more. And,
Yes. Experience.
Taking that from.
Experience 1v1s, pressure, and queen's position.
Yeah.
So I may have made a few mistakes spelling here, but okay, so
It's fine, dude. I'm dyslexic. I'll understand it.
yeah, experience 1v1's pressure, queen's position. The last thing I'm going to say is skill game focus is what?
Yeah.
Dribble and circle.
The dribble and circles and the pressure one.
Inside
the
zone.
space one.
Inside zone dribble. And I always throw in fast shots just for shooting. But bang. Okay. Hopefully
Thanks, bro.
hopefully that helps, man. Jordan, I appreciate you. I know we've had several sessions now, and I look forward to seeing the development from today on and through and through.
Perfect. Look, bro, I really appreciate it.
Of course, man. And
Thanks, guys.
feel free to reach out to me anytime. All right, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, brother.
All right.
Thanks. Cheers,
All right.
bro. Thanks.
right, cheers.
Bye. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, guys. Give me like 1 minute. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I've been up since like 7 a.m. We're about 4 hours in, which is kind of crazy. Well, 3 hours into coaching here, but man, Poland's destroying them, aren't they? But feel free to hit me with questions right now. We've got about 20 minutes. We've got 20 minutes for questions before we start the next session. Paul just started using after watching John's previous videos. It's well worth ideal mix up your. Yeah. So Dude, yes. Let me use the bathroom. I'll talk about slow dribble, technical, and like some of these difference. What you doing now? We're gonna do a quick Q&A. So whoever's in here has questions, we can answer, and then we'll have a long Q&A between after this session to the next one. Please, can you explain the slow dribble? For sure, for sure. What we'll do is when I get back from the bathroom, we'll do a technical slow dribble and some just quick little drills for you guys that you can impact the similar concepts that we just discussed with my friend Jordan. Give me 1 second. All right, lads. All right, lads. The first thing I want to talk about when it comes to slow dribble, how many people we have here? Let's see here. We're rocking pretty good. So, was anybody here for our dribble and circle thing? I get dispossessed from hard tackles from behind when I build up. Yeah, that's actually just what we went over. How do you keep? That's what we're about to talk about right here as well. What best for through ball? Just finding space. Thanks for the free sessions, Eliza. Much love, man. Much love, brother. Much love. And if you guys ever want to book or support, feel free. Just subscribe to the channel. And guys, don't forget about FUTalert. FUTalert. If you guys sign up right now, just sign up. You don't have to pay for anything. You'll get 3 months free of the premium access for FC25 for trading with AI. So it's gonna be insane, man. It's gonna be like the biggest deal ever. How do I we'll get into here in a second. All right, well, from when you come back, I wanted to ask you about the last session where he did an early pass and you told him to run into the space. I want to ask how you would utilize that space, technical or sprint. It just really depends on the opponent and what the decision making of that opponent. That's a great question for that. It just really depends on the position of the opponent. So having these tools, when you have skills and you have these things, I consider them tools. And on these tools, you have a margin of error. And so basically, depending on your opponent, let's say he has VVD. Guys, is VVD really powerful? Sure is. But does he turn very quickly from going forward to backwards? No, he doesn't. So when you see him coming at you, the type of dribble movement you want to create a lot of space, right? And so it's like, depending on your opponent, is the difference of the style of attack. So like, if you see a small defender, you can use more space, but you're not going to want to. You don't want. You see what I'm trying to say? So like, when you see like Barcola right now, he's kind of broken on the edge, or Rafael Leao type players against like my Olga. That's kind of a mechanical break. So I really have to be patient with Olga on those positions. And so it's based off of players sometimes and their mechanics behind him. What video do you recommend watching for your videos to improve attacking? I'm going against Ultimate in squad and can't attack at all. Dude, trust me. That one's tough. I recommend watching me beat Ultimate, because Ultimate AI, you have to play a little bit different on attack. Ultimate AI, I always tell people to get better at Ultimate AI because they play the best defense and they also play the best they're like the best attack. So you learn really well for your defensive sake. But attacking is a little bit different because they're not as easy to manipulate. I'm watching from Africa. Namibia. Love the content. It has helped me a lot. Also, yes, it is 100% worth it. You significantly notice it. Pokemon, my man. Thank you for the follow, brother. Hey, John, how do you seal off using tactical defending? You just use circle. That's the beauty of it, man. That's the beauty of it. You don't have it. The game will decide the animation. Okay, so Talking about staying in between pressure. So what does that mean? So basically, guys, the idea is that what's happening is when you have the defense and you get the ball into like a location that's like this, right? The idea is this is an ideal scenario in attack. But what we need to do is be able to manage the ball and get the ball into a spot that's in between all these players. And so the pressure is not going to build like this. It's not going to be all four of them at once. If it is, it's really rare, and it's unlucky that that ball kind of got put into that position, or you somehow chose to put that player in that position, or they were just extremely aggressive, and the ball happened to bounce off of a rebound, sprint mechanic, or something, physics that bounces in that zone. But the idea here is to be able to manage space. So as that player approaches me, I want to turn and rotate and try to find that space. As he comes at me, I let go. As they come at me, I let go. I manage those locations. Now I get into that spot, and then I sprint in, I sprint in, I sprint in. I'm looking at that zone, and all I'm trying to do is just manage those locations. It's about, like, it's not about, so like there he misses, and I go, and I attack. So it's like, all we're looking for is, man, he really he's really going after that attack. I'm just gonna pull that high just so it looks like that's actually an attacker. But basically the idea here is that you want to utilize different mechanics to manage the space. So like if somebody's coming at me, we're gonna slow dribble. But if I want to get in front of space, I want to kind of like, you see how I'm kind of like sprinting boost and kind of like boom. And so it's like depending on like how you're trying to dribble, and you're just trying to avoid those plays, you know what I mean? Like to utilize like a lock or cat to cancel, you want to be able, like, you don't need to do a lock or cat to cancel right here. That's the margin of error, making a mistake in the middle of the field is significantly higher than like when you have a predetermined location where you feel that a player, when you have a one-on-one scenario. One-on-one scenarios are where you want to use those mechanics. But in this area, it's like technical dribble and slow dribble to turn. And so what does slow dribble do for us, right? That's kind of the main concept. So are you saying I need to use R2 sparingly? Yeah. So like whenever you use R2, guys, you can use sprint. So like right here, and so like you can use sprint when it makes sense. But like right here, I don't want to use sprint. But now that it opens, now I can sprint, right? So like I can sprint into those locations, then slow dribble. So I can sprint into a location and slow dribble, sprint into a location and slow dribble, sprint into a location and slow dribble. So it's really about managing that space. Now, is sprinting perfect all the time? No. Is technical perfect all the time? No. Now, are there advantages to using sprint versus technical in certain scenarios? Sure. But is it technically correct to use sprint every time? No. Is it technically correct to use technical dribble every time? No. It just matters when the distance and the position and how much space you have. The more space you have, technical. The less space you have, sprint. The more space you have, sprint. And what are the difference of RNG variables that I talk about? Is basically you have which after this session we can talk more about this, which is we talk about the dead zones of dribbling. No matter what I try, my opponent can read my every move. It's very frustrating. It doesn't matter what I try. Trust me, man. I promise you. That just means you need to elevate your ability to break your opponent's thought process. Or you're playing too slow, and so you're dribbling too slow. So like you're dribbling, and you're thinking too much is what I'm trying to say to a degree. Tips on the wing. I really struggle with decision making on the wing, just outside the box and ample space. Yeah, I'll give you a quick tip here in a second. Okay, so guys, there's different levels of RNG. So the less RNG you have, the faster you're going, the bigger the knock on. Bad RNG. Is it a good advantage when nobody's there? For sure. How many times does it happen to go to the goalkeeper, right? It's really annoying. But if you double tap R2, so there's actually a knock on. So this is the knock on, and then you can do like a double tap R2, and it will be pretty effective. Look at that. Look how smooth that is. But the problem is you can manage space. Managing space is everything, right? So we want to utilize these different tools. So knock on is by far the biggest. Now double sprint is the mid knock on is the second. That's going to be the second level of RNG. The third, what do you guys think is? Sprint, right? And then we have tactical. Then we have left stick. Then we have slow dribble. Do you see? So by changing those rotations, we have a total... This is why I love this game. This is why I like this game more than any other game. Is because this is the first time we've really had total control over our movement. And the only thing that really frustrates the community is the ability to actually turn in a circle. They can't turn in a circle because they're turning too fast. And so I recommend you will quickly humble yourself being able to turn in a circle. Once you've mastered being able to turn in a circle, the game will... You can play the game. Knock on how. You double tap R stick. Can you please explain how to right stick switch? Right stick switch, yeah, we went really in depth in one of the last videos. But for the most part, what's happening is you're messing up your dead zone. You're messing up your dead zone. And that means that you're flick stitch. So does anybody... Do you guys want to know what the stick switch sensitivity is about? Like, when we look at this... I actually really enjoy explaining this to you guys. But give me a 1 if you guys know what a dead zone is on your controller. Okay, so when it talks about, give me a 5 if you have no idea what it is. Right stick switch sensitivity, right? So the way I look at this is the higher the sensitivity, the more the game will respect your directional input when selecting the next player. The lower sensitivity, the more likely the game is to select a player in closer proximity, even if the R direction is not pointed at them directly. Okay, what does that mean? What does that mean? So to me, what this means is it's about a dead zone. Okay, so when we talk about like a profile, like on your Edge controller, you can actually go in here and you can change the sticktivity dead zones. So basically what this means is if you look here, basically this means that if you have a 0 point dead zone, that means that it's instantly taking in these values. I used to play Fortnite competitively. Boom, perfectly, man. So basically it's instantly taking in these values. This is how I see it. But there's a dead point to where if you use your stick, it's not going to read those animations. It's not going to read until you're outside the dead zone. You see how it's barely pulling up there? And so the dead zone, to me, is how I read this right stick switch sensitivity issue. Basically, it means that the lower the dead zone, it means that it's more, it's actually a wider dead zone. And the higher the sensitivity, the lower the dead zone. And so what's happening is you guys are trying to switch, and your dead zone is looking like this because you are flicking. How many of you guys do this? You switch like this versus switching like this. There's a big difference. There's a significantly big difference. We talked about this the other day, and I talked about this quite a bit in other coaching sessions too. So when we player switch, we look at these dead zones. And so if I go to my right stick, if I'm switching like this, you see how it kind of bounces? See how it kind of bounce? You see how it's... I'm literally switching down and it's popping up. You see that? Because there's recoil on that little stick. So it hits your dead zone. And so sometimes when you're switching 3 times in a row and it pops, what happens? Look at that. You see that? So basically, what I'm trying to say is if you switch like this and you keep your thumb on it, you're never going to activate that bouncing recoil. Try it sometime. I promise you. Could you please show how to do the move? Guys, give me a 1 if that's the best example that you guys have heard so far about right stick switching. It's a sensitivity issue. It's honestly, in my opinion, a skill issue. To some degree. Now, to some degree, there are some areas, and then people are going to argue about, like, but if you go on offline game mode, it's not that bad. It's like, It's probably the same, man. It's probably the same in my opinion. I when I play in an offline mode versus an online mode, I notice the same. I notice the same issue from me at least. But you emphasize on analyze your own gameplay. What app can I use to annotate my recorded videos? Mike just messaged me off stream, bro. I got you. Could you please show how to do the move with which player is running down the side? And could you please show how to do the move which player is running down the side and you stop, back, then pass? Being high SR player move? Yeah, I got you. It's the nutmeg one. What the Mike Discord DM me on Discord. What's the difference between slow dribble and right stick? What do you mean? Right stick's like skill moves. Slow dribble is L2 it's L2 R1 with left stick. It's basically what slow dribble guys does is it lowers your ability, increases your I basically like instead of your dead zone, right? Or like imagine your dead zone and reverse your dead zone. And it's like I don't even know what the term is, but it's like cap zone. You're capping your stick control from going like if you dribble in a circle and you keep it really tight. How many pros have you ever heard don't dribble on the entire don't go all the way to the edge? How many times have anybody ever heard that? Give me a 5 if you guys have heard that. It's because you're basically doing that's what slow dribble does. Is it caps it so you can go all the way to the edge and you can cap your dribble movement. That's what that is. That's how I see that. Can you recommend me a good tactic? And guys, remember, I don't work for EA, and so do I know this 100% guaranteed? No, but these are the mechanics that it feels like this works in that regard as a former programmer at some point, right? So basically, this is how I read the game. Is it 100% guaranteed? I don't know. If I get a developer from EA that states it, you know what I mean, states this is how the game is versus your concept, but it's close, I can say, okay, I have a natural understanding of it without seeing the code. But basically, when you do slow dribble, it's taken away the big touches. It's taken away the like, instead of, like, if this is your circle, instead of going all the way to the edge, it's like going straight, like if this is the dead zone, it's like going here. It's like capping your dead zone here versus going all the way up. That's how I see it. So when switching, you hold the right stick for a while, then quick switch, same way to another player. So when switching, you hold the right stick for a while. No. Well, you press and you switch like this. Instead of like this. So many players switch like this versus switch like this. There's a big difference. How much do you recommend precision shooting? Yeah, it changes the RNG variables, and you quickly recognize how important it is. I believe that the community, I truly believe that to get rid of the shitty ass goals being shot, EA need to implement only precision shooting in the pro competitive scene. If they do that, man, this game, like people hitting those crazy ass shots from no angle because they can shoot all the way over here, and then some reason it's assisted to that perfect location. Chaswick, how you doing, brother? Oh, it looks like we're about to get going with our session. I didn't even know L2 R1 dribbling existed. Dude, I've known since last July. We go through the gameplay deep dive. We're going to be doing that when we come into the new game. When it drops, it usually drops in middle of July. So we got about a month, and then we'll start prepping for the new one. I listened to your instructions, switch to tactical, defending a lot better than what I used previously. Still a lot of work to do. S700. Nice, brother. Arca, let's go, brother. Good, my man. This is the #1 place to get better, for sure. At least I think so, you know. But I may be biased. Hey, John, your video helped me, brother, and get into Div 5 for the first time. Hope we climbed higher over time. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. I actually want to show you guys something. And so I am striving to do what? I'm striving to create this community to become a positive community. I'm striving to create the concept of positivity. And through concepts, I'm building a boot camp. And I want to talk about, before we get into this session here, I want to talk about the skill gap and skill walls, because it's a very common misconception. So if you guys are frustrated with this game, it makes sense. There's a skill wall at Div 4, Div 1, and Elite. Typically, you usually will naturally grow after you get to these breaks. But it's not like there's not like little baby steps sometimes. It's like one big jump from Div 4 to Div 1. There's one big jump. There's these big jumps, and I teach different side. If you notice, my coaching sessions from Div 5, Div 4, Div 3 players are completely different than Div 1, Elite, and Plus players. They're significantly different because there's different values, different aspects of everything. And so when we get into this, guys, the growth progression is not like this, like a normal development curve. It's not like that. It's like this. It's just like these little steps. And I've spent a lot of time building this stuff up. And what happens is the Dunning-Kruger effect. If you guys, anybody look, give me a 1 if you guys looked up after yesterday's stream or the 2 days ago about the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect exists between Div 4, after every skill wall. Your confidence gains high, and then it goes low because you can't get past a position. And then once you start figuring it out, you gain some confidence, and you get to this position, and then you hit a wall again. And what happens is communities are always at their maximum skill wall all the time, so they're always going to be toxic because they are going to blame the game instead of themselves to get better, and then they don't increase. Understanding the Dunning-Kruger effect and metacognition is one of the most important and impactful things ever. Once you understand that you don't know something, then you can finally improve. It's the weirdest shit you'll ever get or come across. It's the weirdest crap, man. But okay, we're about to head into this session, so we're starting a call. But I really hope you guys look into that. I'm stuck right now. Elite step. Hey, my man, Cyan, how you doing, brother?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
What about you?
Sorry.
Yes, everything fine, thank you.
Good. So fill me in. Where have we been in the last? Where did we leave off in the last session? You're an Elite, if I remember right.
Yes, so, still the same skill rate, more or less. So I'm floating between 580, 620, like that.
Okay.
But the good is that the last foot champ, I've done 13 wins with 1 disconnection, the last one.
Okay.
So
Sure.
it's an improvement compared to the previous 2,
Where
where I did not perform
before this is
well
our
at all.
second session, right?
Yes, this is
Yep.
the second session.
Yeah. So
Last time we focused on the defense.
Sure.
I did very good. I started the weekend league 7-2, then 8-2.
Sure.
Then the third batch of 5 games,
Tough.
I faced I don't know.
What happened is, yeah, that's the algorithm. Yeah, that's the Foot Champs algorithm. So you basically went into like a higher ELO, is how I think of it.
And against those players, in the beginning, I was playing, you know.
Sure.
Then I noticed even in Elite Division, if I go down 1 to goal, then I start to do so many mistakes. I pull out player out of position.
Right.
Double. I mean, I use second man press without any sense. So I need to focus on this in the sense that if I am down, I have to keep playing with brain and not with
Yep. I'm with you, man.
flash.
I'm with you. Let's
But
dive
it's
into it. All right, let's dive into it. Let's see here. Let me actually boost. Perfect. Yeah, this is cleaner
This
than.
game-
Sorry, go ahead.
This I couldn't create. I couldn't create. I'm trying to do what you say, you know.
For sure.
To make small circle, to look for the pass, but
So we
I'm
just
far from
For sure.
expectation.
We'll dive into it. I'll be able to see what you're thinking. So we're
Okay.
over here to a degree. You know what I mean? To a degree. But I see you running this way. You've got space over here. You got space over here. You're doing a good job. You're activating one of the locations. Let's see. Good. We're in a good spot. And so right now, where should you be attacking?
I should have called Theo, if I'm not wrong, because there is all the highway to the right side of the
Yeah,
pitch.
so right through here is where you want to attack. And apologies, we are live right now. So, hey guys, if you guys are tuning in, apologies if you don't get an instant response. Please save for after the session. I'll be able to get to all your questions. If you have questions, gear it towards what's happening on the screen. That's going to be the best way to improve right now until we do open up the Q&A. So I know that we just had a few new faces join us. So apologies if I don't answer you guys right away. This is a paid coaching session, so apologies. Okay, yeah, so we're looking right through here in this space, right? So we got this space right here. So let's attack that space. Okay, let's see what happens. Bang, perfect, great job. So now you're attacking the queen's position. We're attacking the queen's position.
Okay.
Now, how can I make this more efficient? Where should I play? What's the concept between this zone right here?
This is where we go because I get lost in the final
Okay,
in the final moment.
let's see.
Let's say.
Let's
No?
see what you do.
We see.
Let's see what you do.
Yeah. Disaster.
Ah,
Yeah, you see. You see. I
Chap,
go back.
what do you think you did wrong?
I didn't know what to do, so I was scared to lose the ball.
That's
and
fine.
I
That's
turned
fine.
back.
Okay, so I'm never gonna get mad at you for managing possession. I'm never gonna get mad at you. I'm never gonna scream at you and be like, "Oh, you manage possession? How dare you? How dare you try to manage this game? Manage this game. How dare you do that in the first 2 minutes of the game when you don't know how aggressive your opponent is? How dare you?" I'm not gonna say that because there's a bigger aspect to the game. Can I turn him up, please? Yeah, let me see if I can. Is there any way to put your input volume up? Because it is a little bit low. If you right-click on yourself or on voice and video. I might.
Now should be fine.
There we go. Perfect. That's great. That's great. Okay, so I'm not going to get upset with you because there's a bigger underlining style of the game. What is that? Game theory. What's game theory? Let's dive into that just real briefly. What's game theory?
I don't know.
So what's the point? What's the point of the game?
Is attacking.
Is it or is it defending?
Defending is the most important side. Yes, for sure.
But you just said attacking. Why did you say attacking?
Because I'm confused. That's why
I'm having fun with you. So basically, well, you have to score a goal in order to win the game, though. So attacking is important, right?
Okay.
But then you can't let your opponent score a goal. So defensive. It's simple, right? Simple concepts. Simple concepts. These are all simple concepts. So anybody should really reference that. An 8-year-old should understand that, right? But then we dive a little bit deeper. So how do we score goals? You have to get the ball.
Opening spaces.
Opening up space. Right. Right. That's a little bit more technical than we're even trying to get. You basically have to score a goal, right? But to score a goal, what do we need to do is we need to play a game that's 11 on 11. The game is played 11v11 to score goals and to not get scored goals. That's basically what it is. 11 players have a ball, and the whole objective is to either score or not score, right? That's the whole purpose. And so let me ask you a question. When we go into game theory, these are more of the tactical side of the game. Let's think of it in a big, broad prospect. When we have custom tactics, now that's my AI control center. That's not my tactics, though, right? We utilize these custom tactics to control what we are trying to do on the pitch rather than actual tactics themselves. So when we consider these concepts, let's think about how many players we push forward versus back. Because if I am playing a balanced style of gameplay and I have a defensive tactic, but I send my left back, my right back, and my CDMs forward, even though they're stay on back, they still go forward. Is that an aggressive or a defensive? Is that a defensive or a attacking mentality if we do that?
If you leave your full back, you mean overlapping?
Yeah, basically I'm trying to say is even if I have a defensive custom tactic that says zero depth, all that, but I still send players forward, it's technically aggressive. It's technically
Aggressive. Yes.
right.
Sure.
And so all I'm trying to say is there's a disconnection between custom tactics and what we utilize in the game mechanics to actually create what we're trying to do. You are the tactics.
Okay.
You, my friend, are the tactics. Okay, you're
Of course,
the
man.
tactics. That's the whole purpose. Is you control
Okay.
the outcome. The custom tactics are just your control center. They just control what manages the AI to do what you're trying to do. Okay, so if we play balanced, let's say that's 5 back, 5 forward, right? Right. That's what we say. Defense and attack. Okay, but your opponent plays 5 attack, 5 defense. Where's
Okay.
the shift in the game? Is there a shift? Is
No.
there a tactical advantage? No. So how do we
No.
create an advantage?
By making by having more player in one of the two scenario.
Right. So if we create a different scenario and it's like this, who has the advantage?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
But who has the advantage? And this is I'm gonna try to trip you up because a little bit. Who has the advantage here?
The advantage in the first scenario is by the opponent because it's 6 against 4 defense.
What? But this is where I got you. This is where I got you. It depends. What does it depend on?
Depend how the player moves.
No.
Because if they are messing around,
kind of,
still it's not good.
Okay. Off track. Just a little off track though. There's a bigger concept. Who has possession?
Who has possession?
Because now that you've pulled, let's say this is you, and you send a fullback forward to attack. And thank you for the follow, my man. Snake Eyes. Thank you, brother. You've put a player forward. Now you have a tactical advantage when you are in possession.
Clear.
But what if we lose the ball?
Hey, then I am in trouble.
There you go. That's how the game is played through, like what I say, just a tactical mind. Okay, it's more numbers. It's more of just like players forward versus players back.
I feel you.
Yeah.
And that's why here you see, because I was scared to lose the ball.
Sure.
I went back.
And that's why we got to that subject, because I want to show you how we can manage some of this concepts. So
yes, please.
if we go here, let's think about it. We're in a good spot, pretty good spot. We're okay. Right here.
Okay.
How many players forward versus how many players back?
4 and 4.
It's 4. The defense, the match is now shifted to this position, right? Who's at the advantage when it's one-on-one and one-on-one?
We, because we have the ball. We have possession.
I agree. We have a slight advantage. Now,
Slight, yeah.
what are we trying to do to gain the next level advantage? What do you think?
Yeah, I should
So I call it
let's
gambit.
say hold a bit. Let's see. Understand how he wanted to move his defender, and then try to cut inside by rotating.
So, in chess, there's a definition called a gambit. And a gambit happens in chess when a player gives up material during the opening to seek some kind of compensation. Most gambits require the sacrifice of one or more pawns, while a few of them sacrifice more valuable pieces. This is a concept in which you use a tactical win versus loss to gain an advantage. So how can we gain an advantage by potentially using what we call a gambit? What pieces on the puzzle do we have to utilize? It's a puzzle, right? It's all a puzzle. And what's the puzzle? To score a goal. How do we score a goal? Well, we need to be able to shoot the ball in an open shot.
Yes.
How do we create an open shot? Well, we have to get behind the defenders. How do we get behind the defenders? Well, we have to create space. How do we create space? That's where it gets a little tricky, right? This area is where it gets a little tricky. Thank you guys for the follows. This is where it gets a little tricky. So how do we create space? Well, all we're looking to do to gain the tactical board from right now, it's right this. It's 4-4. So all we want to do is create a gambit to create it to be 4-3.
Okay.
This is where the skill comes in. Make someone miss. Doesn't matter how,
Huh.
but you make him miss. Right, my man Stephen Wells bait his center back to move out of his defensive line. To a degree, that's a good option. But is that the only option? No. What could we possibly do? Maybe make a fake, move this, and cut here. That's what he says. Maybe we make a fake this way, and maybe he tries to step this way, and we just rotate, and then we try to hit that pass. All we're trying to do is make a disconnection from this position to make it 4-on-3 versus 3-on-3, right? But my goal is to try to create a position to where now we have created space by getting this guy to commit. That's the ultimate goal. Now, sometimes I do what we call a push. So, like, do you play golf?
No, I don't.
Well, if they call it in, like, let's say it's the hole 18, it's tied. What happens after they tie? They call it a push. And so they'll keep tying. So, like, let's say they keep birdieing together or parring together. They'll push a hole. And it's like a push. It just no advantage has happened. So the game continues, right? And so if you think of like a push right here, let's say we pull this player out and then we make this pass. What happens is there's no tactical advantage anymore. It's now 3-on-3. Is there really a significant advantage anymore than
No.
4-on-4? No. But is there a small advantage? Which way does it go? Attack or defense? If it goes to 3-on-3.
3-on-3 still for us.
It's better for the attack. Why? More space. So the concept more lines on the idea of like breaking these down one by one by one by one, if you see what I'm trying to say, to a degree, to try to open and create space. So it's like right here, the whole purpose is I want you to manage this location. So you have to turn and attack this position because you're worried about losing the ball and getting countered, right?
Yeah.
But let's think about this. If this is 4-on-4 and you have a good clear advantage, why would you pull out of this? Even if you lose the ball here. Even if you lose the ball here, you have a strong defense already set. So it's not like you're at a disadvantage to try to attack this. If anything, you want to take risk when you are given and presented the opportunities where you switch them on to a center back. What's the player switch? Do you remember the player switch priority? Did we talk about this?
Yes.
PSP. What's the most important?
CDM. Sorry, because in Italy is different.
No, you're good.
The CB, CDM, the fullback, yes, and the crossback.
Sure. And so what I like to say is sometimes these swap. Sometimes, depending.
Yeah.
Right. And then on occasion can these two as well. But rarely do those. Rarely. These can. So the idea in this scenario is if we're put into this position, we are already attacking who?
In this case, we are attacking the center back.
You're already almost there. Player switching priority. PSP stands for player switching priority. So basically this whole baseline is based off of time. So if you consider it, the more time we have, the switches should be occurring down here. The less time we have, this is just how I allocated the understanding of efficiency between player switching. So player switching priority. But basically, if you stay right here, look at the space. Now you just created space. Now we can attack this location.
Yeah.
And then we pull out. And so then we kill the play. Now, is that bad? Is that bad?
Still no.
No. Is this bad?
This, yes, very bad.
Yeah.
I didn't want to lose the ball.
I know. And so you lost composure. But to manage possession, if you're going to manage possession, the thing about it is you took risk here when we should have taken risk here.
Earlier.
So am I okay with you losing the ball in this location? Yes. Am I okay with you losing the ball here? No. Now, what is right and wrong? Is it right and wrong, or is it about passive and aggressive? Because now you just pulled that player out from this location, right? Now, you were in an aggressive position. Now you're in a passive position. So technically, you losing the ball here this way actually is better for your defense. So it's kind of weird.
Okay.
You see what I'm trying to say? So no answer is about right or wrong. It's about being passive or aggressive. I like to say it like this. If they slide tackle, or let's say they slide tackle with the right back and they miss, and then they tackle you here. But had they not slide tackled, they would be all the way back in this position here, right? But let's say they slide tackle, they're up here, and then they tackle you right here. Now they can outlet this ball to play it down the pitch. And maybe that pass was the reason why they managed the efficiency to be able to attack you and counter. But even though they made a really crappy tackle, they missed wildly, right? So it's a balance of understanding passive and aggression. So even if your player makes mistakes, it could lead to their advantage if we can't convert. It's all about conversion in the end, right? So just understand that right and wrong is not the concept. It's about passive and aggressive. So you may have made a incorrect choice on the aggressive stance in this scenario, but you made a correct choice on the passive scenario. Agree?
Okay.
If you see what I'm saying. Anyways, it's a complex thought of game theory, but okay, so we're good. We're good. Oh, no. See the rotation? This is what I call a break point. Where's the hole?
The hole is, let's say, from Bruno exactly to that player, yeah.
So where do we need to switch? Where are we? We're up here.
Yeah, I did a mistake.
So what's the
I
player?
should have switched to Bellingham.
So I'm going to put the PSP up here. So what's the PSP? Center backs. CDMs. Right? Then we have fullbacks. Then we have center mids. Right? Then we have attack. Okay. So now that we have
So
that.
I should have taken the center back immediately.
Yeah, well, no. Do we have time? What time? What amount of time do we have?
Here is very tricky because if I take Bellingham, it's not guaranteed.
You're lost, right? Correct. You're
would
correct. Okay, so basically, if you think of it like this, your decision making is based off of like right here. Okay, so you're right here, and you basically said, "Yo, no, I can't do that. I don't have enough time still to defend this location."
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. I don't have enough time. Exactly.
So what happens? So now we're based off of time. So this is more time, less time. So what does that mean? What should I reference? Fullbacks or CDM?
I would say CDM.
Right, but let's check that fullback first, right? Now, where's our fullback?
Okay.
Do we know where he's at?
It should be behind this player.
Yeah, he's like all the way down here. He's like really far out, right? So what's a good move that we could potentially have done is move that CDM inward to the other center backs. Or we could use that fullback, a fullback down here.
Yes,
Sorry, my fault. Fullback towards the center backs. Or we change the CDM inverted to defend on the front side. But what disadvantage do we do by pulling the CDM down?
That we can open further space. Because if we exactly.
Right, but where do we gain now? What do we gain by him going from this location to this location? Time. We gain time. It takes time to switch the play from one side to the other, right?
Okay.
And so even if it's a single pass, but what I worry about is the ball coming here. What I worry about is the ball coming here and then them turning.
So already this chapter already is completely game changer for me, because if you see me, I just keep switching from one player to another one, try to recover without having time, while you are now teaching me to anticipate their moves.
Exactly. We're building structure.
The ball is faster than the player. They teach you also when you play soccer when you are a kid.
Exactly.
But me, I'm doing the opposite.
Yeah. It's what you're doing is like basically your composure is going straight to the end. Like you're going straight to the end when we can knock them at center mids, we can knock them at fullbacks, we can knock them at CDMs, and you know what I'm trying to say, and that's That's the concept. And so even how can we even improve this? This is why I call I don't know. This is what I call a break point. Okay, so let's go back just a second. When we lose the ball, this is what I call a break point. Boom. Where should my mind be right away?
Yeah, I should have opened the play. Yes, enlarge the
With
play.
the
Okay, going to the wings.
let me ask you a question. Can I approach him with an attacker right now?
The ball holder, you mean?
Correct. Yeah.
No, with the attacker, it's too late. Yes,
Nope. Okay, so
it's too
now
late.
center mids. Can I manage my play with center mid? With my center mid?
It's risky in the sense that if I use, I don't know what's
No,
that,
no.
Futella
You
setting?
can. You can.
Ah,
Definitely
okay,
can.
okay.
So the thing about it is, what can I do is the problem is you play it looks like a 4-3. You play like a 4-3-3, right? And it's a little bit more like you play that. Is this what you play?
I play 4-2-2.
Okay. That explains. So what's going to happen is in your defense in your break points, you're going to have it like this. So you're going to have a hole. So you're going to have a hole right here.
Yeah.
So you almost need to allow the defense to have that space. And so then you need to basically prep these positions down. Like that. You need to like rotate like that, if that makes sense.
The two cam, you mean?
Yeah, you need to defend with these cams and CDMs relatively heavily like this. It needs to be like that quite a bit. That's your movement for the 4-2-2. The thing,
Okay.
and so right off of a break point, what you should really be focusing on is managing essentially. Let's see. You should really be managing this location right here, and so I'd be dragging this here and this here
Yes.
right away. And so, based on which way does he go, chooses my player switch. I would probably just go ahead and start dragging one down, and if he switches the other side, I just switch there and go. That's how I look at it. And so that's going to be more efficient because now you see how the AI jumps a little bit, and you went up. Now you going high with FUTalert or what's her name, Hansen? Is that bad? What you did?
No, I don't think so.
It's not. But what is poor is that Bellingham went high, and so now you need to rotate and go down.
Okay.
That's the main point. And then right here, we can just stay right here and drag this down and pinch here. That's the idea.
Okay. So I have to drag back players more.
Right, because if you look, we shifted to what I call a diamond defense without purpose, and so now he can just
Exactly. In fact, I take a lot of I consider a lot of goal in this way.
It's because you're yeah, it's because I just think we found your source for your defensive mistakes. Let's see here. That's all right. That's not terrible. You just have to click R1. So like, it's very it's like hard to do this, but like right when you get into this position, you need to like tap R1 before you make that pass, and that usually helps that scenario a little bit. Or you
call the player. Yes.
You need to use like a player. Yeah, call the player lock or creative run to create that separation from the opponent. It's honestly kind of a skill that is not utilized enough in the core community, and so they get frustrated in those moments. Okay, this is good. This is very nice. Good patience. Very nice jump. Now we need to rotate. So the play is starting to press down here. We need to start cutting it up this way. We're waiting way too long, but that opens up, and so we just make a bad pass. So it's like when I see this, I see this. You see how this movement's coming down? We constantly want to go against their movement. What happens is players play way too static. What I mean by that is if I go this way, they go this way. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to go this way while they go that way. If they start going this way, I kind of want to go that way. And there's like a little weird timing to increase that position. So like where these holes open right now is he's looking at this. So yeah, you're okay. You might be able to hit that. But depending on what he chooses to do, what's going to rotate is his body motion. This is what I call a peak. And so this is what I call the bound. And so what's going to happen is he's going to rebound. He's going to rebound to the bottom location. So if we can anticipate that movement, you can see space. So now he's rebounding, and now you have space. And so if you hit that space, now you can attack that location. Now you're in a better tactical position. Is this a good spot or this better? Better, right?
Yeah,
Boom.
normally I drag back to, let's say, manipulate the opponent. And in this case, when I saw his fullback
Thank you for the
coming
follows,
back,
brother. Appreciate it.
I thought he wanted to close the passing lane. That's why I say, let me go straight.
Sure. How can we manage the mentality of the opponent in this scenario? Chat, what do you guys think, chat? What do you think he should do in this scenario? What can we do? What do you think we should do? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think we should do in this scenario?
In this scenario, should they make maybe a ball roll toward the inside?
Sure.
And then wait for exactly.
Yeah, you
wait
can do that.
for the other player to attack the space and give the triangle pass.
Sure. And there's a timing associated with it. But what I'm ultimately trying to get you to do is I want to see a mechanic in which you are getting him to go from here to here. Oh, whoops,
Okay.
sorry. You're trying to get a mechanic for him to go from here to here on purpose. So what happens is it's just static play. So if you're choosing to do whatever you're doing, you're static. You're statically just dribbling this way, and he's just doing wherever he wants, right? And he's trying to think of what you're doing, right? So what's happening is there's a mind game going on where he's like, are you going to pass here? Oh, you didn't? Okay. Well, I'm going to go this way. Oh, you're going to... That's what he's thinking. And you're thinking, oh, what is he going to do? I don't know. And then you're just like, oh, he keeps on doing weird stuff, so I'm going to keep going this way, right? That's static. And so that creates a static movement while he's trying to battle. He's trying to have a mind game up here, and you're having static play, just trying to see what he does, and you don't have a decision. So instead of playing like that, I want to see you control the game. Control the game. Control the game. How do we control the game? We manipulate. How do we manipulate?
Okay.
Boom, fake. Boom, fake. Fake him. Fake him. What do you think he's going to do if he's already bit at this pass right here?
He will start panicking.
He's going to go and try to defend it because he's trying to over anticipate. When players over anticipate, they are really jumpy. I love playing jumpy players. Why? Because all I have to do is do this. All I have to do is kick the foot in the dirt and phew, they fly. And so that's why, like, if I show you, I showed this clip earlier. It's a really good example of this. But if you
sorry to interrupt you. You mean with fake shot, right?
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Watch this clip right here. Watch this clip right here. I'm looking at the center back. I'm in the queen's position. I'm attacking the play. And all I do is I do like a little fake shot, which let me show you. Just I'll play it real time. Watch this movement to move the center back. I just wait for him. I literally just wait for him in that one. In this one, I actually activate a fake shot or step overs. Let me see which one this is. So give it 1 second. Similar concept. So right here, fake shot. And then he flies high. Right?
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, it can be that simple. It can be that simple. And so the idea is when they are having these mind games, be in control. But how do we be in control? We have to reference that time and space.
Okay.
And so when we get here, fake shot, bang. And what's he going to do? Jump. And then what do? You take this space, right?
Then I sprint.
You take a sprint. You take a sprint dribble. But what's your goal? To get him to open up here so you can pass it here.
Exactly.
And so do we have to manipulate this to get this space open? We don't have to, but it gives us control. It gives us momentum. It gives us the ability to guarantee his position going this way when we receive the ball versus receiving the ball and guaranteeing him potentially coming at us. So the reason why so many players struggle with possession is because they're not good at manipulating and controlling the game. And that is the difference of pressure. So if you struggle with pressure, that's the biggest tip right there for you guys. Thank you guys for the follows. And I apologize if I haven't been answering your questions. I'll get to you guys all after this session. Okay, great play. And see, this is that manipulation. You see, we're not making him do to do anything. We're dribbling one way and he's reacting, right? So if you look here, here's another example of being in a really good spot, and all I have to do is what? Make him think I'm going to make this pass.
Okay.
How do we get him to go here?
Yes, this actually is what I wanted to try to do. To let him think I was entering in the box, and then let's say rotate until I found where to enter.
Sure. So let's think about an attack scenario here. There's some stuff that is this is going to be more advanced. So this is elite stuff. This is for the higher level players out here, the mechanical guys. This one's a little bit tougher because you have to use, like, this is where player lock is utilized. Basically, the idea is that, like, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get a player here, or creative run. You're trying to get a player right here, and you're trying to get him to go down. Or what you're trying to do is you're trying to get him here and him come up. You have to choose one of those
to pull
two.
him out. Yes,
It's
that's
tough.
what I wanted to do.
It's tough.
I wanted him to pull out.
So how can we get him to do that?
By dribbling toward the center.
We sure can. We can, and
Uh,
he's going to go up. But what's the problem if we just dribble towards the center? Do we have a passing lane anymore?
no.
No, we don't. We lose some of that moment, and he can just react, right? So
Okay.
the concept here is if we get into a spot like this, this is where you see the pro scene use a lot of player locks. But basically, the pro scene is going to try to utilize this style mechanic, and you'll see it all the time, right? So I'm just trying to build this scenario here for us. So we're right here and right here. So the idea is what we're going to try to do is basically get in a position where we player lock and pull that player back. Whoop. It's kind of weird when the player lock doesn't activate right away after that. Okay, so if I come in here, I'm going to player lock and then pull that player back. That's the kind of the idea. So it's like we come in here, we player lock, we pull that player back. You see that? That's the idea. So if we get him to commit, we can come back on that play, right? That's the idea. Is I'll show you better here because the AI kind of rotates in weird spots. But basically, the idea is that if I attack this position, they're forced to commit to this location. So if I player lock here, I can drag this down. Now, there's an advanced move that you call it the player lock fake. What does that mean? Well, a high-level player is going to most likely go to this location and defend like this. You see? They're going to defend like this. So if I player lock fake, I'm going to player lock, and instead of them coming to this location to defend the front side, they're going to defend up. They may jump a little bit higher to try to anticipate, maybe even jump. So I player lock fake. Now they're worried about what if I player lock? What happens if I player lock and I get here and they go back? Now I can attack this way. And how many goals have we gotten scored on by that play style? Just dink, 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 and then shot, right? How many times? That's the classic FIFA goal. Exactly. And so what are they going to most likely be in their subconscious mind thinking that they need to stop? Here. And so in the elite gameplay, if you player lock fake, you can sometimes just take the angle.
Okay.
And if you don't,
how do you when you say player lock fake, you mean you activate the player lock and then you cancel it?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like if I just delete these guys to make it easier. So it's like you player lock and then come back. Player lock, yeah. Player lock cancel.
How do you cancel this fast, the player lock?
You just press in on the right. You press in on both thumbsticks. You flick the right thumbstick, and then you press back. So it's like player lock, bang. Player one. It's 1, 2, 3. One. Oh, whoop! I just pressed it on one. It's 2 thumbs, 1 thumb, 2 thumbs. That's what I like to say. 2 thumbs, right thumb, 2 thumbs. 2 thumbs, right thumbs, 2 thumbs.
Okay.
But I don't utilize player lock because I utilize creative runs more or less, and they're a little bit harder to control, and they're a little bit sneakier. So I'll drive myself this way, and I'll force them to commit, and meanwhile, I'm utilizing a backwards creative run to hit that. That's one of the ways I do it. But sometimes
Okay.
they defend the interior, so then you continue to go, and then they readjust here, and so then what happens is you're in front of the momentum, but now you have control. So instead of being pressed at this location, I'm being pressed potentially, and I might be able to beat them by efficiency by a little tiny fake, or I am
Okay.
beating them here, and I'm activating space. So it's a hard example, but this is where games are won and lost. But you see how there's no disconnect there? We need to create that
Mm.
disconnection. And so then we force a bad pass. But you should have held on to that. That's poor decision making. You should just hold on to that and play the ball back. What happens is you get nervous right here, and then you just want to play this. You want to play that, but he's in the way. And so what we really need to do is soak the pressure to force this guy this way and then hit that. Is that easy? Not necessarily. But if you watch some of my
Yeah.
hold defensive play style, what happens is you'll see this 1, 2. This is what I call level 3. The problem is you're static here. And so the difference is going backwards throws them off. So even if you throw a run in here, which way are they most likely going to start defending? They're going to try to defend that location. So if you get into this spot while he's running, you can just slot it here, right? These are just options.
Yeah.
But the idea is that you
Yeah.
need to disconnect from just playing it here to here to here, because that's
Yes.
not open. You need to go from
It's
here to
predictable
here,
also. Yeah.
dribble, and then hit when you see that space. So it's about seeing what they do in response to you manipulating them. That's kind of a
Okay.
concept. It's tough though. That's tough. That's really tough to get to. In any aspect in any game, and all sports have the same manipulation factor. And so, oh, whoop, we're really low here. So you see this. So what's our defensive shape look like?
It's broken.
Our defensive shape's supposed to look like this, right? However, it looks like this right now.
Mm.
See that? And so now we have open space here, but we have Hansen playing like a CDM position. Now,
Yeah.
the thing about it is, let me give you an area location to try to manage your defensive position. Okay, so you have space in here, you have space in here, and here. These 3 areas are probably the most important to defend, right? These 3 locations.
Sure.
So if we're going to defend these locations, what do we need to make sure we don't do?
To overcommit, to pull out player out of position.
Right. We don't want to overcommit, right? Because if we commit here, now all he has to do to open up that
Yeah.
way. And so which area would you rather have defended? Would you rather defend this location or this location?
Number 2.
We would rather let them have 2, right? We want to defend 1. Okay? And so if we pull this player out, we're like opening that lane. And so
Yeah.
here's just a simple concept I kind of built to explain this. Manage a 4-2 style defense. So if we go all the way, let me see if I have the drawing board up. If I can do a tactical board. I have another. Okay, so let's think of it like this. If this is, let's see here. If this is our 4-2 defense, right?
Okay.
So you're in a 3-2. I'm gonna get rid of these guys. How do I get rid of them? Can't get rid of these. Sorry. Okay. So we're in this position. Like our 3-2. Okay.
Yeah.
So we care about what lanes?
Sorry, come again?
We care about these lanes through here, right?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So if we're trying to defend that, these CDMs, I recommend
Yes.
managing basically like a space like this. Actually, let's actually just use this to make it easy. So like, make it symmetric. Okay, so right now I'm halfway between the box and the sideline, halfway between the box sideline. I'm at the edge of the 6-yard box, edge of the 6-yard box. Okay, and so typically these
Okay.
CDMs are going to be like this. I don't know if you play
Yes.
basketball, but this is similar to like a 2-3
Yes.
zone defense. Do you play basketball?
I used to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you understand a 2-3 zone? I assume you probably do.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like in a 2-3 zone, the whole point, and this will help us understand it, is if we have the hoop right here, we have what, 3 defenders like this,
Exactly. Yes.
right? And so as the ball rotates, so if I take this ball, oh, that's 2 balls. If I take this ball here, what happens is this guy defends here, this shifts,
Exactly.
right? Very similar,
Exactly.
right? And so what happens if the ball goes to the other side? It all shifts, right?
Yeah.
Same things happening in football. Same things happening. And so, but what happens, actually, let me pull this back. But what I want to show is these guys manage between like this location. So if you think of, let's talk about this player here. He's going to manage between this location and this location. This is like his zone, right? And that's his zone to a degree. That's like his zone, right? These are like the areas of the pitch, right? So each one, this is 1, 2, right? So it's kind of like that. So if we consider it from a basketball approach, how to play it like a zonal style defense, basically there's, I like to say rule of thumbs, to manage space and being passive. And part of that is recognizing like these areas right here. Why do I care about these areas? Why do I care about these 3 zones right here?
Not to anyone enter. Exactly.
Exactly. Those are dangerous. That's like taking away the center in basketball. It's like, oh, we don't want to do that. And so
No.
the first step of defending these without CDMs is what? Which way, if the ball's coming this way, do I need to defend?
Okay.
Thank you, Shim. I appreciate you, brother.
With the left back.
Boom. I try to pinch. We're going to try to pinch
Yes.
these locations. What happens?
Yes. To make the area tight. Yes. Okay.
We're going to pinch like this. This is what I call pinching. And so if you
Okay.
watch my attack or my defense, you'll see these zones. When I start to break, I'll
Mhm.
start to pinch. And so what does that do? That forces the player to do what? Go
To
wide.
recycle.
Go
Yes.
wide, right? And so when they go
Mhm.
attack the center, do they have more time or less time if they attack through the center? They have more
Through the
time.
center, they have less time to the
Well,
center.
they play really quick through the center. So yes, you're correct. You're correct. They have less time, but it's an advantage. So we have a disadvantage due to time, right? We have less time to defend if they attack us through this way, right? We have less time. So let's think about this in the stage of a CDM. Now we have
Okay.
these players, right? So this is what I call the last line of defense. Like if you have to build a wall, a castle,
Okay.
this is like the foundation. This is the gate. This is the foundation of
Okay.
our wall, and these are the gates. These are like the gates
Okay.
to enter. Okay, and so the idea though is usually there's a defensive structure in front, right? There's keeps. There's military out in the front. Our military is
Yeah,
going to
there
be
should be.
this is
Yeah.
going to be our infantry essentially. So these are the guys that are going to be in and out, in and out, in and out, attacking and defending. But what are the 3 zones that we care about? Well, it's in between here and here,
Yes.
right? We care about these zones. This is very important. So I hope you appreciate how depth that we go into this because it
Yeah.
does really
Yes.
really matter.
Yes.
And so as you see, let's just draw that right up to that central position. And basically the concept is I'm trying to make it symmetric so you can understand this. But basically, if you look at these as like these little zones here. So I've drawn these lines all the way up, like that. Okay. So now we have like a zone 1. Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to use these dots. There's zone 1 down here. This is zone 2. This is zone 3. Okay.
Okay.
So what's happening is, how do we defend this with this guy, and this guy. What do you think we should do with him?
You should place the Cavaliers, let's say,
Let's move.
in the
Yeah,
between of the area.
let's move the ball over here. What should we do?
So if the ball is there, I should put the number 5 towards the middle. Yeah.
And what about
Yeah.
6?
You should follow also.
Right. Now, what's the
Yes.
difference between being passive and aggressive? Which way's passive?
Passive is what we just said.
1 or 2? Which one's passive? 1 or 2? If I'm up here,
One.
if I'm up here or down here in that defense. Which one's passive?
Passive is if I take the player number 5, let's say,
Right.
and I put it in the spot exactly there.
That's passive,
There.
or is this passive?
No, I would say yes. This is passive.
This
yes.
is passive too.
If
So
you-
what I'm
if
trying
you-
to say,
yeah,
yeah. So all I'm
because
trying
you
to
are waiting for him.
exactly. So you're basically giving him space because you're trying to be more
So
passive.
much space. Yes.
And so
yes,
the higher this line is right here, the central line, the more aggressive. So consider it like
Okay.
like this. This is passive, this is aggressive. So the
Okay.
concept here is as this ball rotates from side to side, we need to shift our defense based off of time. So what happens if this ball is right here? We may need to pinch here and here, and then try to pinch here, to then rotate the ball over and over, and then we're pinching like this, and then we're pinching like this. So as this ball rotates over, all these players need to shift into their spots and their locations and need to do their job properly. So this is how I read the game. And so
So when he's in the right side, let's say, and you place before the number 4, 3, and 6. When I see he's trying to coming back, either then
this, which way?
staying
This way
there
or this way?
passive.
One or
yes.
two, sorry. 1 or 2.
If he's in zone 2 and he wants to go back in zone 1, either than using the L2 R2 waiting for his move, I should involve number 6 already.
Boom.
That's the
There you go.
concept.
Yep. This is what I call the attacking
and then
gambit.
number 5. Yes. I understood.
This is level 2. Yeah. So basically, what's going to happen is generally in the concept of attack and defense, the most common attack is what I call the attacking gambit. I just made this as a concept to understand and help people understand this. But basically, what's going to happen here? Let's get this out of the box here, just so it makes it look a little bit understanding. So the most common place for players to cut back is like this box right here. Have you noticed that people always cut back right there? So what happens is they get to the spot and they choose to do what? They're down the wing. They choose to do what? You're right here.
Yeah.
They choose to go here.
Yes.
Then you stop
Then
them.
they cut inside
Yep.
with R1.
So what do we choose to do?
Yes, that's what you just did.
Yep. And that's level 2. This is level 2 defense. So as we go,
What about if we change side?
that's level 3. And so then is this easy or slow to switch the play from here to here?
It's slow. It's so
Slow.
much slow.
So what does
the
that give
clock.
us? So what does that give us when we're switching?
To pull everyone toward the left. Yes.
Gives
yes.
us time to
Okay.
rotate. Gives us time to rotate.
Okay.
And this is where your cams are super critical to defend. Because what happens is if these guys are too high and they rotate the ball like this, these guys are too high, you're basically putting on a one-on-one scenario off of a level 3
No,
switch.
they have comeback in defense as distraction, so they are
Perfect.
normally there.
So they stand right there. And so basically what's
Yeah.
going to happen is as this ball rotates, these guys are going to be tight. Your cam's going to be over here. Ball's going to rotate. You need to like press and switch because it's going to be like this. And so then we basically drag them into that location until when that 5 gets
Until
over.
we force the pass, and in the end you take the ball.
Until 5 gets over.
Because
That's it.
It will lead to that.
That's it. So if I
Now,
have
question.
yes,
question. When we are in this kind of shape, because this is another weakness of me, you get the ball. How you fast counter attack? Because as you can see, you don't have many options. Your player they are mostly in our box, let's say. So and you cannot sprint from the defense to till the till the goal of the opponent, let's say.
So sorry. Let me connect with you. What are you referencing now?
When he's attacking and you get the ball, you remember last time you say
Break
when you
point?
counter you need to be fast, okay?
Yeah.
But how to be fast when
We
let's say
defend.
the 80% of my player are down the pitch. So if
Sure.
from for example from player 8 I cannot give a direct pass to 7. He's too far, and normally this is the shape you face.
Sure.
So
This
when
is
you
why I
say
play.
pam 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 go fast,
This is
is
why
I'm
I
trying to
play.
do that.
This is why I
Mm.
play the 4-2-3-1 versus the 4-2-2-2.
Okay.
Is what happens if I have a cam right here?
Yes.
Now I can play
Yes.
that
You
as a
can
pivot.
you can give it to him and then through ball to number 10.
Exactly. And then I can also bring him in because as they rotate, they can't go through the ground anymore. So now that it
Oh yeah.
destroys their amount
Right.
of time too. So it destroys
Yeah.
their offensive efficiency by using that cam position. And that's why I find the 4-2-3-1 superior when defending. But what
Okay.
does that also alleviate? Well, if I get a good roll and you bounce out, having those guys forward already is already good. And so it's a pro and con.
Mm.
And so sometimes he's too low to where I have to kind of wiggle. You have to wiggle until that space opens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so here's
Because I
an
was trying to do what you told me, but I misunderstood that. So I was leading to nowhere because I was taking the ball, looking for someone. There was no one, and
right.
then in the end they take the ball
And
again.
you have to be nimble in the corners is kind of the idea. But this is a quick example of my defense. This is actually a match I think I lost, and he's pretty good. But like you see how
Okay.
I'm balancing those positions. I'm passive, and we rotate. See, I'm playing with those defenders. I'm playing that position. I'm trying to manage those locations as the ball comes over. I'm playing high. I took a risk, but then we recover.
Yes.
We take a risk. Now now that he's in the interior. Now we shift. Now we rotate. Now we're in those pinch zones. And so he gets a shot, but it's not good, right? And so this whole movement is this location of I'm defending that location, I have system, I have structure. I know where he's going to go, where my weaknesses are, where my strengths are, how to attack. Here's an example of him cutting into the edge and just pinching in. This is a pinch tackle right here. So let's see if it shows it properly. Now my structure isn't great, but here, okay. So we're in this position. Now we're pressing that zone.
Okay.
He gets into a tough decision. This is a tough pass. You're gonna get hit here.
Yes.
But what am I trying to defend right now?
The space between these two players. I don't know. Is the center back and the one near to Eze?
The pinch point and the cross down the middle.
Yes.
Right? So
Yes.
if you look at my movement, I actually baited him. It's really weird, but I faked and cut. And that's a really tough skill to do because it allows me to cancel my movement from where I'm choosing. You see how I moved and then I cut.
Okay.
And so it's kind of a defensive little skill. Watch my movement, see me step slightly inward, and then I cut. That's me manipulating him. I'm manipulating him to think I'm going to go into the interior to create the tackle.
And then you stop. Yes.
And
Yes,
that's where the
yes,
game of wit
yes.
is. And so if he beats me, he can beat me through that mindset. So
I do this very rarely, but I do very rarely, but I do. So I need to overuse it.
exactly, yeah. It's you have to battle through the mind. But if you're having struggle like right here, this is probably where you have struggle.
Yes.
You see how I switched the play and I sent those players on runs. Now I'm going to try to work the play to get it back to the other side. And so I'm trying to see it, but it doesn't work. And I'm waiting. But that was a terrible pass. I'm actually trying in this scenario to get the ball back to the top side. I'm trying to get.
Okay.
So you see that I'm trying to go from here to here to here, and I'm trying to work something in, and I'm trying to get what I'm really trying to do. I made a player switch issue, but basically, like
Perfect.
you have to play the wing. The wing play is the most important play of the game, and so like when you break out of what you called a Rabs, how you doing, brother? When you break out what I call a break point, these scenarios, what happens is your team opens up in space. And so if you lose the ball while you're expanding out, then there's space to attack relatively right after those moments, right? There's like these weird spots. But yeah. Okay. That's right about an hour. What questions do you have? Because man, we went to a lot today for you. We went to depth.
No, it's clear. Everything is clear, let's say.
And this is gonna be this is recorded on YouTube, so you're more than welcome to rewatch your private session
Yes,
here.
sure. I
And
normally do that. I don't know if there is time, if you can check one of the goals to see what I did wrong.
sure.
Maybe
Let's do that. Let's do that real quick. I got you.
I don't remember the timing, but I took a couple of goals.
All right, it's coming off a break point. Pass out.
Uh,
There's you go. You got a break on your left back, so you need to drag this down and drag over. And I bet you end up opening up, and he approaches in this way. Let's see, or he takes the wing, but I don't think he is. Up. Oh man. Yeah,
you
you
see?
just stepped.
Yes.
You just stepped.
I take a lot of goal this way.
Well, don't step there.
A
You
lot.
need to go back. So you're trying to take the game out right here when realistically he's got, I mean, this is just an easy pass. So it's like we need to make it tough for him, and so we need to mark him. He's not going to be able to manage speed and his pass at the same time and get the timing. You have an advantage technically right now. You have a look at the
There was
advantage.
no time. There was no time for me to cut this passing lane. That's
Right,
what I wanted
exactly.
to
And so
do.
you just need a break. You need a
Uh,
break. You have to retreat.
yeah.
You have to
Okay.
retreat there. It's just you don't want to because we want to win the ball, but we have to get away from like our will to want the ball and like our understanding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. What you got 100% what the problem was here. I was angry for the ball. That's why I did this silly mistake.
And this is a poor attacking. So this isn't really a defensive issue. This is an attacking issue. So this is your wing play. And so right here I'm swinging this way. You don't need to do that. You don't need to mess with this. So like think about solving a puzzle. Is it easier to
Yeah.
solve a puzzle through here or just go here to here?
It was easier, but as I told you, when I am in this example 1-1 or
Composed.
down,
Yeah.
I rush too much. So I have to work with my brain
Yes.
to keep playing the same way, even if I'm down 2.
This is what I want you
If
to
I
think.
play
This will help you.
way, in the end, I will score again.
Saying this will help you. Basically, what you're
Mm.
going to want to do is if you ever feel nervous, I want you to play the ball. I want you to play the ball to the other side to find space. That will open up
Okay.
some of your nerves, okay? And that will give you a time to think, to be able to approach space. The only thing about it is, if you do switch the ball, just be aware that you have to capitalize on that momentum and you can't really stop. You have to capitalize on it or you get stuck in the same
Okay.
scenario.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I change, let's say, pitch side, quickly I have to run.
Yeah, so like
Is it what you're saying?
me personally, I would pass it here, I'd step, and then I'd hit, and then I would try and manage that. That's how I would
Okay.
approach that, because there's no need to take down that. Now you made a bad pass. I think you meant to pass here, and you just made a mistake.
Yes,
And your
yes,
composure
sure.
brought
I
you
meant to give to Bellingham.
and then you get put into a bad spot, and then he shoots between your
Yeah.
defenders, and so it's
Mm, mm.
that's more of that's a composure thing than like a huge defensive error. Let's see if there's one more. Doesn't look like it's finished as 1-2, right? Yeah. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
Cyan,
Okay.
I appreciate you. Let me try to link you the actual video. That way you can come back to it.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. Appreciate it.
of course. And yeah, so get triple link. There you go. So you're more than welcome to come back to this. It's right now. It says it's a live because we are live, but I don't know if it changes over
Okay.
to VOD. I don't know if it needs another link, but that should be enough to bring you to the site to where it's easily accessible. But all right, brother.
It's okay. I will resume now the weekend league, trying to
Yeah.
do what we just
Good.
said.
Good
And
luck.
let's see how it will end.
I recommend not hopping right into Weekend League. Play one match of trying to utilize those defensive techniques
Okay. Okay.
before you. Yeah,
Better. Yes.
yeah. Because you go through like a
Also
small.
because also because Elite is a little bit harder than the first 10 game of weekend league.
sure.
So
It
it's
can.
a good training field.
Awesome, brother.
Okay, John. Thank you very
Of
much.
course. Thank you
Very
so much.
useful as usual. I've understood many things. Now come the hard part. Let me try to implement this.
Incredible, man. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate you finding enough value in our coaching to want to book
Of
again
course,
and
of
continue. So,
Of course.
all right,
Because you explain things why you have to do. You don't just say you have to do like this. You make the brain of the student, let's say, work. You understand? You don't give instruction. You explain
yeah.
perfectly.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
That's the difference, you
I
know.
thank you so much. I really
Okay.
try hard to help actually because I used to have tons of coaching students, and they I couldn't connect. I wasn't able to connect, and so I really try hard to connect, and I really appreciate you
Yes,
see that.
it's
So
very important.
thank you very
Yes,
much.
yes, yes.
All
And
right.
nowadays also the game is so much hard because many people left and it's only try harder, we call them here.
Yeah, that's it.
So
It's sometimes
really difficult.
it's that skill wall. It's that skill wall. But all right, man. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for tuning in, and as always, feel free to reach out to me anytime.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Much love.
Bye
All right.
bye.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Good luck.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. What a guy. What a guy, guys. What a guy. It's kind of hard for me to understand him, so I turned off the music. Some of you guys are probably excited about that. But guys, apologies on any of the chats here. We're just, trying our hard. We have a lot of sessions today, man. Funny how each stream you repeat the same contents, but I always learn something new. Yeah, there's little tiny details we throw in. It's not always the same. There's similar concepts, but they kind of dive in. Rocky D, how you doing, brother? How do you do these coaching videos? What platform are you to use? You can reach me offline if you need to, if you want me to talk about this type of stuff. But using your settings from video yesterday, finding precision shooting really difficult, but cam settings are great for switching. Cam settings are great for switching. Yes. You use co-op? John, best teacher I've seen, man. Wow, you're great. Thank you so much, Shem. Thank you, brother. Hey, coach, what are the thoughts on the press SBC? I haven't looked at content in like 2 weeks. Let me check. Nice, dude. Finishing tips, please. If you're not getting off, no, we still have another guys. We have another session in about 45 minutes. Oh man, we got a lot, bro. We got a lot. I might see if he wants to go earlier. What's the best way to practice the backwards creative runs in a player lock scenario? Create that. Just doing the arena and just mess with player locks, or just mess with them. Just keep doing them every single day. You look so good, coach. Wait, is there a new SBC? Mia Hamm? If there's a new Mia Hamm card, guys, I might have to do the... What dropped? Not Christian print, no. Creative run is L1 and right stick. Yes, correct. Are you going to play a match, or are you uploading tomorrow? Dude, I have another coaching session. Guys, I've been live for 4 hours. I've got another coaching session I have to do. I'm not even going to want to play. That's the only thing I hate about of coaching is I thoroughly enjoy it, but then then like I'm exhausted by the time I get off. Canadian military has good pass. Christian press woman card. Oh, okay. That's who you're talking about. Always triggers when I do a heal to heal. What does? You're gonna have to give me 1 second. Let me. This is the new card. 95 rated striker. Quick step plus. 5-star, 4-star. Beautiful. 5-6. Ace is there. Shooting's pretty good. Attack position good. Passing. Decent. Dribbling. Not great. Defending's high. Stamina. Relatively low. But power shot plus. Finesse. Ping pass is good. First plus. Touch plus. And quick step plus is very nice. Decent card for very cheap. The creative runs. Yeah, it's like you have to let go of L2. You're just using L2. You have to do it with like basic left stick. I get a lot of tips from watching you play. My man, YSL Davies, much love, bro. You're an absolute goat, man. Love your content. Turn on precision shooting. It's helped me a ton. Average 16 win player, 9-6. Dude, Josh, that tells you, man. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Sometimes like you don't know when you're helping like Div 4, Div 5 players out. But then when you get a high level player like yourself come in, that's probably in the top 2,000 people in the world. And simple tip like that can elevate your game, man. So glad to hear that, brother. Give her a finisher. Yeah, but I need long passing, man. If I use players, I use long pass, man. Long pass. I'm so weird, guys. I'm so weird. I just love passing, man. I just love passing. I love passing. Look at that, 97 long pass. Hansen, 96 long pass. You know, Aitana, 99 long pass. Dude, my passing is just 99 long pass. 99 long pass. Bro, 90 pass, you know? But he's got that ping pass plus. Is he worth? Give her a finisher. Estacchio is new as well. Is he worth? Which one? 87 is good for a striker, though. You could give her a Deadeye. Deadeye doesn't improve long pass, unfortunately. Guys, give me 1 minute. I need to use the bathroom, and I will be back in a second. Okay, I'll be right back. Here, let me grab a water real quick too, guys. I haven't had anything to drink in like 3 hours, and I'm like been talking for the last 4. All right, we made it back, boys. We made it back. Oof. What's the Kim style that boosts long pass? It's Maestro. Maestro and Artist. That's actually why I played about 500 matches with that 89 Hullet with Artist. I always need long pass. That's the one thing I didn't like about playing with Drogba. Dude, he was so powerful in certain areas, but I just couldn't. I just like couldn't with him, you know what I mean? Yo, Crash Baby, if you want to go now, I was actually about to message you. We can go ahead and start if you'd like. We're in between. Could you explain the crosshair defense? Dude, that's a long conversation. That's a really, really long conversation. That I'm putting that into the boot camp. That's an example that we need to put into the boot camp. When we build the boot camp, guys, would you care? That one's tough, man. That one's really tough. Yeah, that's cool, brother. Give me 2 minutes. Yeah, no worries. Let's do it. Guys, I'm like so stoked to start this. I hope you don't mind we're live when we have our session. Guys, I'm so stoked. Basically, I go into all this depth of basically mastering. I mean, I'm pulling a full on, like I'm building all of this myself. So nobody's helped me on this. This is all 100% me talking about all the concepts that we have, teaching the system to improve your game. We basically are going all in on this stuff. And, like, this is like day one. Simple, effective, low margin of error. And then that's kind of where I've gotten into. And then we get into, like, game theory. So we're going to be getting into a lot of stuff, man. I'm really excited to build this. It just takes... dude, that by itself, what I just showed you, took, like, 5 hours. 8 hours or something to build. Like, 20 slides. Dude, that skill gap thing took me, like, 2 hours by itself. Does precision shooting help with RNG compared? Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Since watching your vids, Coach, I went from Division 6 struggling to Division 3 and growing. Isn't that crazy, man? Much love. Sheldon, much love, man. The power of knowledge, brother. Guys, we are... Give me a 1 if we're on the mission to change the community from toxic to positive through just crushing our opponents. You know what I'm saying? Through knowledge, brother. Are you going to play Weekend League? I may not be able to today. I might play tomorrow. We're going out tonight. It's dollar beer night at the Rising, where we have season tickets. And so, if you guys know the Phoenix Rising, the USL team, and so we got season tickets, and it's dollar beer night, boys. So who knows? I don't want to say I drink too much, but when it's dollar beer night, you got to have a couple. You know what I mean? They're dollar Modelos in live. If I play, I'll try to play on live. I don't like to play Weekend League on live because what happens is I get into this mentality where I don't focus. I want to chat with you guys, and then what happens is if I don't finish it, I get a lot of trolls that come. If I don't finish rank 1, I get a lot of trolls that say, "Oh, you can't even finish rank 1." Blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, like, and so I'll stream it live. I'll stream it live. You also get people that try to snatch you. Dollar Modelos are a steal. They are, but they have no limes, man. So it's like I need to bring my own limes. A week long or a month? No, the boot camp's gonna be offline. Boot camp's gonna be offline. It's gonna be like a paid slideshow, and then I'll be offering classes on top of it. So like the slides themselves I'm gonna be selling, and then on top of it we'll be hosting courses and classes. So every week, or we'll figure it out. Instead of doing like single private sessions, we'll bring in, let's say 50 people at a time. And for like a division, like a division, instead of like charging per hour for me, because we can charge for like groups. And so like the more intensive the sessions, the more, You know, and it's gonna be cheap though. It's gonna be like instead of $40 for a private session and elite gameplay type stuff, it'll be like 20. You know what I mean? At the beginning of the year, we are gonna be raising our prices though. So if you guys do want a private coaching session now, I recommend doing it while FC24 is out. Because dude, we get booked like today. Like dude, we're booked right now, even in FC24. You know what I mean? But when FC25 comes out, dude, we're just gonna be hit hard. Brady brother, call me on Discord when you're perfect, my man. Sims need help with midfielders. DePaul, Modric, Enzo and Rice. Enzo and Rice. Yo, how are we doing, brother? Welcome in. First off, I just want to say thanks for booking, and I love your energy, man. You got a lot of energy. I can see it.
Okay, my bro.
What's up?
1 second, let me just sort everything out for my stream because I'm streaming right now as well.
Awesome.
Give me one
Awesome.
second.
No worries.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna mute my mic so you can just hear me through John. Okay, yeah, ready when you are.
Cool. Okay, fill me in. What's our current skill level at?
My best weekend league was 13 and 7. Average about 11 wins, but the
Okay.
last few weeks I've been a 9 wins merchant. So I have to come get some coaching. I need some help right now.
For sure. If anything, I need some coaching too for where my stage is, and if I can't say I can't get coaching, it's like then I don't believe in it. So I get where you're at. If anything, I was just talking about this. What you're at right now is most likely what I call the skill wall. So you're at like let me see if I can pull this up real quick. You're at the skill wall. So what I mean by that is what's your division? What's the highest division you've ever been?
I'm in elite right now.
You're in elite. Okay. So you're in this skill wall where basically you've gone through a period of where you had a lot of confidence, and then you're like, oh man, this game's hard, and you kind of get frustrated with the game, right?
Yeah.
But then you start to learn some mechanics, and you're like, okay, I'm starting to learn that there's more depth to this game, right? So you're learning that there's more depth to the game, and then, but you're like, I no longer know what I don't know. Is that correct? That kind of, and then that's where I come in, and so we're on this
I'm
way.
not understanding why I'm losing.
Exactly, and that's where I can come in and help you out, and so that's what hopefully I can do for you today. So, which most likely it says game 1, game 2. Which one do you want me to do? Because I can probably go through both of. I can probably take one of those matches and stretch it out for the entire day.
One of them is one where I won like kind of comfortably, and the second one is one where I lost barely.
Okay, which one do you care? Typically, I like to recommend.
Will be more beneficial.
This one's the loss.
Yeah.
The first one.
I lost the second one.
You lost the second one. Okay.
The second one's the loss. The first one's the win.
Okay, let's do. Yeah. I recommend doing the loss. If that's okay. But I don't mind doing the win. I don't mind doing the win. So that's up to you.
We can do either.
Sorry?
We can do either one. That's up to you.
Okay. I was gonna say I know since
I'll let you pick.
Okay. We'll do the second. I know you're streaming, so I don't want to just like tear you too much. You know what I mean? But okay.
Literally, sorry, I was just trying to sort everything out in OBS.
No, you're totally fine. Very nice pass. Oh, see right here, man. You had it. You had a goal. So easy. Look at this. You're really close. See the scenario right here. What do we need to do?
1 second. I've literally sorting everything in OBS. Bear with me 1 second. John.
Just let me know when you're ready. I'll just talk to my chat for a second. Is that no?
Minimize the window.
No, dude. No, man. If you need like 5 minutes, we can start in 5 minutes. It's no big deal. I mean, I'm live, so these guys are asking me questions. So no worries.
Yeah, it's cool.
Okay.
1 second. Yeah.
Can you help me? I struggle with attacking. I get so confused. What I have to do? Yeah, Ghost Rider. Honestly, just stick with us, and I got you, Noob. How you doing, brother? Let him just stop justifying a lot and listen to your advice. It will help him a lot for sure. It's one of those things that.
Ready whenever, John.
Already, my man.
Yeah, already.
Yeah. Okay, guys. If I missed your chat, I apologize. Hang with us here. We'll have a summary and a recap and a Q&A after. I've been here all day, man. We've had sessions back to back all day on Saturday, man. Saturday, right? But that's like when I like to play, So it's like it's a balance between coaching and playing. that we have to rock. But okay, you see the scenario right here. This is, dude, you're right there, man. You're right there. So,
Okay,
what?
okay.
Okay, so right here, do you see your scenario?
Yeah, fall on edge of the box.
Yeah. So he's really close, right? So what do you think you need to do in this order to get a goal?
Should have been an inside pass.
Nope. You're thinking pass right here.
Yeah, inside pass.
No. Think deeper.
Okay.
This is
Step
where the
over
game
speed
changes.
boost.
This is where the game changes.
Okay.
It's not
Step over
about.
speed boost.
It's not no. It's not about what you do.
No,
It's not about what you do.
it's about what I do.
It's not about what you do. It's about what he does.
Wait for him to come to me.
Wait for him to commit to either you or the pass.
Okay, okay.
Do you see the difference? Because
Yeah, I
what
see it.
you're telling me is you want to make that pass, correct?
Yeah, of course.
This is what I call the game of wit. This is the understanding of your opponent. The game of wit is basically the concept of do you mind if I share you a story real quick about the game of wit?
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Have you ever seen the movie called The Princess Bride?
No.
Princess Bride's an old, like, 1985 movie. It's like a classic movie. It's really like old quality, right?
Okay, okay.
But the idea is that there's a point where two guys sit down at a table. There's a glass of wine.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to break this down, and this is a really cool, interesting concept, but this will help you understand the mental side of this match. So you sit down at a table.
You're telling me right now, game of wit is very important.
It's extremely important. This is the most important part of developing your game. So we sit into a position. Okay. So we're sitting on one side. This is us. Let's just call us A, right? And let's call the opponent B. Okay. So we sit on one side. This is the Princess Bride. The Princess Bride, the guy goes, and it's called the Battle of Wits. This is actually where I developed the understanding of Game of Wit. So the Battle of Wits.
Okay,
And basically the guy says, okay, hey, A. B says, hey, if you want the princess, I will let you have the princess if you beat me in the Battle of Wits. What is the Battle of Wits? Okay, well, we have 2 glasses of wine. Now, I'm going to put poison to one of them, and you get to choose which one it is. You can switch it, or you can choose, but whatever it is, then we both drink from the glass at the same time. So, what happens is, the opponent, and so he chooses what you get to choose which one you put it in, and then he gets to select it. So the idea is he says, okay, what's the battle? Where is the wine? Is it in option A or is it in option 1 or option 2? And he goes and says, only a dead man would put it in front of himself. Therefore, it's where? In front of me.
Okay, in option B. Yeah.
So this is option 1. This is option 2. Okay? And so majority of the common man, the common person, never gets past this moment. They stick at 1 or 2. So then he goes on and says, but I am no fool. I am no fool to know that you're no fool. Therefore, you have then selected option 3. It is now with you. So now we have rotated to option 3, right? But then he goes and says, this is where the comedy comes in. He says, but I'm no fool to know that you're no fool to know that I'm no fool. So what does he say? He goes back here and it creates this cycle. Now, this stage of getting to this location is about all you really need in FC, right? Because it's the idea of getting like these little movements and they're happening super quick. And so the idea of the game of wit is the battle of minds to outwit your opponent to say, I'm no fool to know you're no fool. I know what you think that I'm thinking. That's the simple concept. It's not a simple it's a tough concept, but very simple once understood. But it's a challenge to get to this understanding. And so this is an example of a game of wit. And so when we get to 4, and then it goes on and says, but I'm no fool to know that you're no fool to know I'm no fool. And it goes 5, 6, and it creates this infinite cycle, right? But at the end, how do you think this ends? Well, he wins. How does this guy win? Through manipulation. He
Okay.
says this: I knew that you were going to battle me in this such said game. Therefore, he developed a tolerance for the poison to get him to involve himself into the game itself. So the idea is not that the game it was created. He created a trap that brought him into that mindset. So there's a game on top of the game. It's a really, really like it's a satirical moment of like a deep intellectual moment of thought within TV culture that is very under less is not understood. So if you think of this scenario, we take what we just taught you.
Stay with him. Let him cook. Chat, let him cook.
Sure. Sorry? Let you cook?
Nah, chat. Yeah, I was telling chat, let you cook. Let you cook.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so if we get into this spot right here, when we're in this position, what type of game of wit can I use to create an imbalance of this position? What can I do?
Fake pass.
Fake pass. Simple, right? What is a fake pass going to essentially get us to do?
It's gonna make him drag his defender towards him.
Right. So if there's what's the option one? Hold the ball. Option two here, right? So hold the ball implies that we're going to either go here or here. So basically we have option 1 and 2, right? That's kind of the idea, right? So we have two options. But if we throw in a fake, we get to option 3. And that is the hardest part of this game. Simply. In any game. In any game. So if you play like games like League of Legends or even like RTS, puzzles and concepts of this is where you can win. Chess is all game of wit. And so the difference between chess and FIFA, though, in FC, is what? Whenever you lose a player through like a gambit or a sacrifice or whatever scenario on a win or loss, that player is then taken away from the game, right? But in FC, they can recover. You see? So basically, there's a time restriction where we have an advantage because you pulled this last defender out. So you had this player out. You do a good job. You take space. You get into the spot, right? We're getting to the spot. Bang. You get through. And then now you basically were able to manage this location. But now you're in a position where all you have to do is create a disconnect from a static play, from making a simple pass, and then make him move. And so what happens is there's going to be a moment if you fake and you go this way, what is he going to do depending on his speed of play?
Yeah, he's going to bring the defender straight to him. He's going to leave the space open.
Either he's going to go here and you get to go through, or you're going to go here and he's going to react. Therefore, you can then pass.
Yeah.
But what do we need to make sure?
We need to make sure he's got space.
How do we do that? His movement has to occur before we make our option. So the option is like in poker, do you throw your, you know what I mean? You don't want to show your cards. So it's like, it's deceptive. We just don't want to show our cards. So it's like in sales, I don't know if you ever done sales, but they always say the first person to speak always loses. Right?
Okay. So basically it's always deception. You have to always be manipulating them.
Exactly. And this is an easy goal. This is a 100% easy goal. And there's ways to improve it as well. So like, let's say you're hard set that you want to make this fake and then take this lane no matter what to maximize your efficiency. And so like in the pro scene, if you're going to do that, all you need is a little edge and then you're going to step over boost into that space. But here's where the game can be won and lost is if that opponent goes this way, then he gets the tackle because you've already committed to that position. So based on your skill level and your speed and your opponent's speed, do you want to choose and manipulate in different ways? But at this level, you could easily manipulate this, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So you stepped a little bit early. You're stepping. You see how you step. That creates opening space, and then we're just going right into goal. You get a nice movement keeper. Okay, let me break this down. All right, this is what I call a break point. A break point is a moment when we lose possession and we the transfer of possession. Okay, so we just broke. Okay, so what happens is right when we lose possession, this is what I call the break point. Okay, and so we lose possession right here. Now let me ask you a question. What's the probability of success to get the ball right here? Do we know it yet? If we press
Okay.
this ball,
Okay.
can we win the ball right now? Yes or no,
It's
or maybe?
low. Nah, he's very far away.
Low,
Very
right?
far away.
We're away. The ball is going into 4 defenders. So let me ask you a
We're in
question.
front of him.
Right. Is it smarter for us to try to press this or retreat?
I would say probably switch player and let him go back himself.
Yeah, we want to try to retreat and build our structure because now we've changed. It's like the
Okay.
transition of power. So where is the first player switch I need to maximum efficient is going to be this guy right here, your CDM, right? So most coaches or
Okay.
players are going to say you need to use your CDMs instead of your center backs. Have you heard that before? I'm sure you have, right?
Yeah.
But has anybody ever explained to you why? In
Not
depth.
really.
So let's get into it. So now, as we transfer this pass, or as we transfer this movement, what's going to happen is you're now in somewhat structure. So this, as you've moved this way, you actually created some pressure, but we should be transitioning this way because the ball looks like, depending on his skill, he's either going to go here, he's going to stay, and then go here. So those are the two choices. So let's see what happens. He stays, and he manages that location. So now you're pressing here, and I'm retreating. You're here, and I'm prepping. I'm prepping ready for the next motion because I know I'm not going to be able to win this ball right here. I'm not going to be able to take the play right there. So as this play opens up, now that attack. And so I would be defending this location. So now that pass here is no longer available. He ends up making this pass, and I would be ready to prep that next pass and prepping into structure. So then he's switching. And as his body rotates, I'm actually going to be trying to pull that down in the meantime. So I'm trying to defend here and here because there's going to be a moment where I can switch and leave my player to defend and go what I call multiplayer switching. It's the moment when it's like a mechanic where you switch between two players like this, and then like you kind of like you move them into the location. You know what I'm trying to say? So that's how I see it. So you see how you're slightly behind?
Mm-hmm.
I would be here. And that's because of referencing inefficiency on your player switch is relatively right here. It's that simple.
Okay.
So retreat to gain advantage. The problem is this is the problem we experience. If we are constantly attacking with a lot of players and we're constantly aggressive and the opponent's constantly aggressive, does that lead to more goals or less goals?
I'll say more goals.
More goals, right? More space. Aggressive means more space. Do you watch NFL at all? Do you know who Tom Brady is?
Yeah. I watch a bit of NFL.
So he's the greatest quarterback of all time. And a few years ago, I was listening to him, and it made a lot of sense how I can explain this to, in coaching. He basically said, the game is simple. I pass where they press. So all he's looking for is a disconnection of a position. What that means is if I press here, right, there's going to be open space here. But the problem in this scenario is that the lack of presence here allows that space. So we need to actually grab our player and defend this. Typically, what you see with pressure is I'm about to get into it here in a moment for showing you what you did with your center backs. But okay, so we need to press or we need to switch and drop down early to alleviate this space. And so we miss. And so you see how you press here? And then you're going to press here. Where's the space open? Behind you.
Yeah.
And then you pass where they press. And so if you watch my gameplay, you're going to see me attack. You're going to see me attack right where they press. So if you see this is me switching. Oh, terrible. I'm going to win the ball here. And then now he's going to press me. And then I just wait. And I just pass. I just pass where they press. Most of the time. They're pressing me up here. And then I'm waiting for him. There's the pressure. I'm waiting. And I pass where they press. They pass where they press. Bang. We get a goal. And so it's pass where they press. Constantly. There it goes. And so that's
where they press.
Right. And so sometimes you can just dribble where they press. So if you see that's a tighter one. But it's very simple. It's a very simple concept. And so But and so this is a little bit of a different scenario to create space. But what I'm trying to show you here is when we press as a defender, that's where we open up as well. So I like to teach attack after I've taught defense, because the game is easier to understand once you understand how to defend. Because then you know how to, then all you have to do is work on mechanics versus the game theory, the understanding of tactical mind. So basically,
Yeah.
what happened is your player switch off this breakpoint ends up allowing this space to occur. This occurrence then forces you to want to have to switch to your center backs to stop this play. Now, there is a technique to defend this in structure that is a bend not break technique. I call it the diamond defense. But you step here and you drop back at the same time. What this does is it creates a scenario where you can play aggressive and potentially create a probability of success to limit these players to one side. Now, in this exact scenario, you can do this. I don't recommend it. I'm not going to dive into this because I know this is our first session, and that's more of an advanced technique, and I don't want to get into that. If I see you pulling both of these out, that's a bad habit. And so one of the most common mistakes, and my chat will say this, this is one of the biggest things to change right away, and your chat, if they can hear me, the number one thing I recommend any user do when they are making mistakes is learn their habits. And your habit on a player switch is very crucial. And maybe even your settings for your player switch assistance. I have manual, because my habit is, let me ask you a question. What's better to do as a defender? Go this way or this way when you switch? 95% of the time. By the asterisk, 95. Yeah. You're going to want to go backwards 95% of the time. So when you switch in your habit, now me personally, I'm not going directly backwards. I'm actually going direct to goal. Why would I go direct to goal as a habit?
So you can block off anyone who comes towards.
Well, it's the idea that I'm giving myself the maximum efficient habit to manage the location. Because what happens if I'm right here and I switch here and I go this way? I just go backwards and I go outside, but I'm going backwards. And then that run comes through. That's a habit that opened up space.
Yeah.
But if I'm over here and I go direct to goal in the similar situation, or I go direct to goal, then I'm giving myself the smartest habit possible. That's how I look at it. So create a habit to go direct to goal whenever you player switch to your defensive line and center mids.
Okay, or you go back to goal.
Yeah, that's a tough habit to break. It's a really tough habit to break, but it's a habit. So like right here, me personally, where would I be going? I'd be like right here, and then I'd be switching here. And I would be trying to rotate this here to keep it go wide. Then that gets into my gambit defense, which I'll link you my video on perfect defense. I strongly recommend watching it because seeing this movement shows me that you're definitely gonna have some. You're probably a decent attacker. Is that would you say you're pretty good on attack?
I'm good at attacking. I'm just bad at defending.
And I can already see efficiently, like right here, you're doing some great stuff, but then we go into pressure. So like right here, you had a tactical advantage, hit that, bang, look at that.
Okay.
And then you're gonna want to try to attack this right here. You're gonna try to where your advantage is right here. Your advantage is not here. There's a big difference. People think their advantage is right here when this is occurring. It's not. It's right here. Why? It's a weird concept. It's what I call crosshair defense. So basically, if you think of crosshair defense, just like I taught you the habit to go backwards, these guys have to stay between the ball and the goal. Do you play basketball at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I grew up playing more basketball, so I actually come from like understanding basketball, and then I shifted into this world. But basically, in basketball, you think of like a hesitation dribble. You know Allen Iverson, right?
Yeah, of course.
What is he so good at? What was he known for?
Fix.
Crossovers, man, right? Crossovers. Just boom.
Yeah.
And something he used to do is he basically created the hesitation, right? He created the hesi, right? So what his whole, like one of his biggest things, one of his biggest movements was when he would dribble, he would see what the opponent's movement is, and then depending on the speed that he needed, he would hang the ball up to a certain height. Once that reached that certain height, he's looking for the movement of the opponent to move. So sometimes it's heavy, sometimes it's light, but as long as he manages the actual technical part of his hand by the ruling, so it's not whatever it's called, he basically goes whoop and then cuts, right? And so his whole body goes into his fake, but his hand is what manages the crossover. So he's adjusting to the opponent. And so with crosshair defense, no different. It's part of a game of wit. So that's a game of wit. Him adjusting to that player to sell a fake to get him to go that way, so he goes that way. But when we're talking about crosshair defense, to defend someone like that, it's not to watch the body, or to necessarily watch the body or the ball, but it's just staying in between it the best and efficiently as possible. And it's tough when you play guys that are like Allen Iverson in this type of game because you can't do that. But in this scenario, if you look at this, we don't have to beat anybody here. We can create a 2v1 by just passing like on a fast break, right?
Okay.
That's how I look at that. And so I would send the ball here to hold the play up here and just wait for this. And then all you have to do is do one fake and create one angle. And if he goes this way, which way would we pass? Which way do we pass if he goes this way? That way, right?
Okay.
Which way do we go? That way, right? And so it's a little game here, but it's being able to reference that. So you have an opportunity, and then we dribble into the space, and we're fine. Now, is this good if we continue to get and pass this position? Is that okay? Yeah, for sure. Pass this ball back, send it forward. You have a better attack going forward. You attack and push, tack and push, tack and push. You see what I'm saying? And so we just step into that, but that's all right. Now, a little aggressive, good, patience, very nice. See how you pull that player up? That's very good. And so this is where you break that crosshair. But let me ask you a question. Is this technically an advantage moving this ball here to here? Technically, yes, right? Technically, yes. But on the tactical, are we in a tactical advantage in position by position? Not necessarily. What's a better way for me to get even a better position here? Get this player over here. How do I do that?
Okay.
And so we win and lose games by the numbers of players we push forward and back. So if you look at this, you had the opportunity to basically get the opportunity to do an L1X pass right here. Boom. And get him to try to commit here and then try to wiggle out of this. And maybe he steps and hit this. And then you got that run as well. So, like, this is where you want to play the game. So on attack, I'm going to give you an objective now on attack. Are you familiar with bull riding? This is kind of funny. No. Okay, so in bull riding, the whole purpose of a bull, to ride the bull, is basically when the person jumps on the bull, they have to last for about 7 seconds, and that's a perfect score. And the way the bull runs is, like, let's say this is the front of the bull and this is the back. It will jump this way, it'll jump that way, it'll jump this way, it'll jump that way, it'll jump this way, right? Imagine that like pressure. Okay, so if I get the ball into this spot here, which way is the bull, like, if you consider this the bull, right? I don't know, right? Whatever it is, right? You consider the bull. This is the queen's position, I call it, because tactically it's like on a chessboard. It's like you can do whatever you want here. But imagine pressure coming from this way, that way, this way, that way, right? What I want you to be able to do is I want you to be able to last as long as you can in this location. If you can last as long as you can in this location, you will create spaces and chances. Thank you for the follows, my man. So the idea is if you can last in here, you will create space. And so you see how you have tons of space right now. But if you play this ball here, is this going to pull him in? It sure is. Now, let me ask you a question. If you hold on to this for half a second and then play it to redirect, you then create more space. So by playing the ball into this location and then holding space away from it, you'll be able to learn how to manage space. And one of the biggest concepts people fail in this game is they say there's too much pressure, right? There's too much pressure. They just say, I get tackled from behind, like, yada, yada, yada. Well, it's because they're usually passing into pressure or they're not holding on to the ball long enough to create space. Very common. And tackling mechanics this year are really, 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 really powerful. They are really powerful. And to be honest, I'm in favor of tackle mechanics being better than not tackled, because in real life you're more likely to get tackled than not tackled. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like,
Yeah, of course,
yeah.
of course.
But so like you soak the pressure up, but you failed to bring her into the attack instantly, right? So she should be making that run where she's like, he's sprinting, right? She should be sprinting into that moment,
Okay.
and then you're waiting for her to attack while managing this location and this defender. And all you're trying to say is, if I can get a wide open shot, I'm going to hit that. But if not, I have her running through, and so I'm going to attack this way, and he's going to slot, and then now I put him into a kill. I call it checkmate. So you're in check right now. You're in check. You see what I mean? Because he's going to slot over, right? But if you go this way, he can just slot over. There needs to be some sort of disconnect. That's where she comes in. You get to here. He might slot over. You make that pass, right? Or you use 3-on-2. That's kind of the idea. Okay.
Yeah.
Close. Very close. On hold up play, that's very close. So this is what I call a hold up play. What I mean by that is you pinch to the wing, which is technically a defensive win. So then sending you to this position and then stopping is technically a defensive win. Technically. You see how we had an opportunity here. We had an opportunity to go right here and then hit back, but we stopped. And that's fine. You actually adjust the momentum. You see this? Like in basketball, what happens when two players are guarding one in basketball?
Okay. It's very hard for them to do anything.
Well, what happens when two defenders are guarding one in basketball?
Yeah, it's very hard for them to do anything.
Well, somebody's open is what I'm trying to say. Double team, somebody's open.
Yeah.
So what do you do against a double team?
Okay.
Yeah. And so you do a good job of taking that space and making that pass. You do a great job. Fantastic. Someone is always open. So you have somebody open. Look at that run coming through. What is he worried about? He's worried about that. Now you got this pass. Why not pass here? What if he commits here? Then we pass here. What if he doesn't commit? Then we shoot here. But you don't have a lane here. See?
Yeah.
You need one more pass there. And you almost had it.
I know. One more.
One more. Sometimes that's what it is. I would rather see
one more.
I would, yeah, and that's how long have you been playing?
This is my first FIFA. I was in prison for 4 years. I came out. It's my first FIFA.
Sure. And so usually when I see players that play for the first time or in your position, what I see is basically I see a position where you're getting really close. You're really close on these attacks. Like every single time you attack, you're basically getting into. Look at that. That's great movement. You just broke the line. So now you're trying to just get right in there, and so you had the opportunity, but you missed it. So like right here.
Okay.
So you're looking for that window. There's your window. Hit it. See? And so what's happening is your tunnel vision. You're like right here. You need to be over here.
Yeah.
So stop, return. You're ahead of them. You're fine. You're fine. This is rotation. This is possession. Is this okay? Sure is. It sure is. But this is what I call possession without purpose. Do you know what you're doing in this moment right now? No. And so we need to have an objective. And so what I'm going to teach you today is an objective. What did I talk about earlier? What did I talk about earlier? The bull, right? With the objective. So
okay.
Let's think of this. This is the gambit. Okay, so I'm going to teach it invertedly. Usually I teach the gambit through defense. Now I'm going to teach it through attack. So as a defender, what is he looking to do right now?
Looking to press me and get the ball.
Press you? Sure. Yeah. So basically cut you off at this location or something like that, right? And so this is what I call the pursuit point. Kind of like in NFL when like players are taking an edge and they have to pursuit to that location, right? Very similar.
Okay.
Pursuit point. So when we get to this location, we have an option. what options do we have?
Can release the ball, cut and go backwards.
Forward or backwards, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
And so we have basically, essentially, 1, 2, or 3. Which one's aggressive?
I'll say 1 is aggressive.
Exactly. Which one's passive?
2.
3. 3, technically. Two
Okay,
two's a
3.
little passive too. But you can
I
technically,
didn't see 3 there, sorry.
which I'm going to show you is if we choose not to go 1 and he stops, what do we need to do? To still attack.
Then we need to, still. If
We
he doesn't
attack
commit
that
to
way.
it, then we can go there.
Right, exactly. So when we start talking about 2, we have to go this way. This is what I call level 2. So this is level 1. We go to the edge. Level 2 is attack the middle. Now, me personally, what do you think I'm trying to attack all the time? Am I trying to attack level 1 or level 2 constantly?
Level 2.
I'm always trying to I'm constantly trying to attack level 2 to always throw off the defense.
Yeah.
Because I want to attack. Which way's faster from point A to point B? Straight line or all the way around? Straight line, right? So which one's harder for the defense to manage? Straight line. So we're going to attack that central location. That's the idea. So this wing, we get pinched, we turn. Now we're going to play it inverted, and then we're going to rotate this play this way. This is your goal. This is your objective now. So now you have an idea, okay? So now my goal on your attack is if you get stuck on this wing, what's your goal now?
To get inside.
Boom. So here's the next level concept. What I've realized is from my I guess pattern recognition of playing so many times, majority of players will cut in right here. Why is that? What do you think that is?
Too ego.
It's just a
No
weird.
patience.
Do you have you ever traded on the stock market before?
No.
No. Well, there's a concept on the stock market called the quarter, the half, the and the full dollar, right? And basically, what happens is when people trade, let's say you're buying a stock at $1.79, right? It's a weird number, and it starts to go up, and you're like, "This is awesome, great, I'm making money." But when do you sell? And this is momentum trading. And so when do you sell? Well, most people are going to try to hold on and sell at the whole dollar. So instead of 79 cents, they're going to sell at the whole dollar. That's what they like to do. But what do you think big traders are going to do? They're going to know that information, so they're going to sell prior to it. You see what I'm trying to say? So they're going to sell at like 96 cents, 92 cents. They're going to take that, and then they're going to be safe with it. So if, as a defender, I am commonly seeing people turn right here, where do you think I think they're most likely going to turn now? Right here.
Okay.
Almost all the time. It's very static. This is a very common issue. But if I'm a higher level player, what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to cut back over here. I'm looking to make early cuts. I'm making cuts, and I'm going to fake that position. I'm going to fake that position. I'm going to fake that position. I'm going to make fakes or cut. And what is that? We just talked about it for a long time. The game of wit. It's always keeping your opponent guessing. And so what happens is if we get into a position where we're doing skills like this, boom, 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 right? But we haven't achieved an advantage. Basically, that's possession without purpose. That's skilling without purpose. But ultimately, it's not being these skill moves have not given us the game of wit advantage. So in a scenario like this, I want you to be recognizing this space and attacking this space because we're going to try to get them. We're going to try to attack through here. If they close down, we just have to go to the other side. It's like solving a puzzle. Have you ever solved a Rubik's Cube before?
No, I haven't solved a Rubik's Cube.
Okay, so like, dude, honestly, if you really want to get good at FIFA, solve a Rubik's Cube because it'll teach you a lot about puzzles and like, if you ever get into like chess and stuff, like I love RTS games. I'm like a nerd for RTS games for some reason.
I can play chess.
Sorry?
I can play chess.
Chess. Okay, great. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically it's like the idea that, like, you know, if this guy goes down, we go this way, and then if this comes down, we go that way, type of thing. If he comes over, then we're gonna try to hit that. It's the same concept, it's the game of wit, but it's also tactical. So it's like we're trying to find that
Okay.
space.
Okay.
And so I'm just you're thinking, you can see yourself thinking, but you don't know what to do, right? You're like, where's the advantage? See how you're skilling? You're doing a lot of these skills, but you're not taking the
Okay.
advantage that you see, which is clear here when we need to rotate this play to attack here. Because I see the play open right
Okay.
here. You see that? So if you rotated this play,
Yeah.
that's where you hit. So where should the step overs actually occur is right here. So you'll see this all the time from high level players. They'll rotate and then boom, they'll step through here. And so what do I need to do as a defender?
Okay.
This is where I pinch. And so if somebody's trying to beat me with a tactical mind, they're going to try to get me to pinch and then cut here. But it's not so easy because if they pinch, I'm going to try to step both at the same time. So it's you know what I mean? It's a balance. So I pinch them to my position. But what I'm trying to say is when you choose to do one thing, there will be another that opens. But the problem is it's not always easy to get to that opening. And so sometimes you have to rotate the play. If you're following me. So like right here, we're good.
Okay.
They're perfect, great tactical. There's the step. You're fine. Almost. But you see how you're going right at them? Yeah, you turn and
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
you're keeping your momentum going this way. In this position, I want to actually have the ball right here. And I'm trying to maybe looking here, right? Getting him to step. He's most likely going to slide because of that movement. And then we rotate. All we're trying to do is create chaos. Now, you are playing a 5 at back, so it is a little bit of a handicap for him. But I want you to think about this. When we're trying to defend, what is the purpose of defense?
To stop them from scoring.
Right. Not to actually get the ball back. It's very commonly misunderstood. People want to get the ball back. It's not about that. It's about just not conceding. And so if we don't concede and we're winning the game and they have 75% possession, does possession matter?
Yeah, of course, possession matters.
But what I'm trying to say is it doesn't. So if we're up a goal, we don't have possession, they have 0 shots. Does that mean that whatever they're doing is actually in their favor or against them? Because you see what I'm trying to say? It's actually
No.
they're not doing anything to beat us, right? But if they have 15 shots, we're up a goal, and they have 75% possession, and we got this weird lucky goal, is possession in their favor? Probably because they're getting a ton of opportunities. So your game theory is based off of your opponent, right? Your game theory is based off your opponent. And so if they're getting 70% possession with tons of shots, that means that they're doing great. That means we got lucky. That's how I look at it. But you have to look at that goal expectancy ratio to really justify shooting from distance. And we could dive into that stat and statistic more because I play low possession games. But the thing about it is these possessions, imagine all your players forward. All your players are forward when you attack. So the second they give the ball up, where's the disadvantage? Their defense. And that's how you can get counters. That's why counters are effective if players play too aggressive. I guess the point I'm trying to make is when we're attacking, we have to have purpose. But the problem is if we have too many players forward, we can subsequently hurt ourselves. And so that's where the balance is. And so managing possession is good and bad at the same time. Very nice. That's a very nice shot. Let me ask you a question. This right here was, so he makes the mistake right there. So he gives us this opportunity in which now there's space. So even though we were able to capitalize on this, you do a good job of hitting him this way and going this way. We capitalized. But did we deserve this goal? Sure, we deserve it because he made a mistake. But if you're playing a higher SR player, like if you play me, the chances of the likelihood of me making this pass or just turning and waiting and then hitting is significantly higher for me to hold on to the ball here. because of the position. So be aware that not all goals are the same. And so what I like to say is 95% of goals scored, maybe even higher or more, are scored off of mistakes, major mistakes. So this was a mistake by them, right? So they made a big mistake. We capitalized. You did a great job capitalizing, right? You did a great job. But you've been in these opportunities right at the beginning where we had this opportunity right here, right? Remember this? You have a great opportunity right here. All you have to do is fake, and you get a big opportunity. And so where the disconnect for your attack is that you need to create that game to manipulate. Do you want me to show you some examples of manipulations?
Okay, let me see.
Yeah. So okay, so we'll just play these clips, and so like right here, I'm throwing it out. So like that's a bad decision, but then we win the ball here, and now we manipulate him high, and then we ball roll to create that space. You see? So we manipulate. So we're waiting. There's a creative run down, and so this right at the end is what I was actually clipping. So if you look at this really tight, these are manipulations I want you to see. So if I pause the game right here, where do you think is the easiest way to play this game or this play right here? What makes sense to do? Pass the ball to the wide open player running down the pitch. Do you see that? Smith on the end, right?
Yeah.
Right. It makes so much sense. But here's the thing. If I make that pass, am I going to hold on to the timing properly? Could I score that way? Sure, I probably could. But what do I think that he thinks? I think that he thinks that as well. If I see something wide open, the chances of them seeing it are really high, right?
Okay.
So I fake. You see how I take that first touch in a way, which moves him up, and so he bounds, and so he was going to stop a shot, but then since I fake, then it opens up a small angle for me to shoot. Now, was that a tighter angle than I needed? Yeah, definitely. I didn't need to take it that tight because he was actually pretty good about not overcommitting. Because if you look at this is a guy that's like a 950, 1000 SR because I'm tied with him too. And so it's not always so simple if something's so obvious. So I always say, don't be obvious, right? Don't be obvious. So like, what is manipulation? Manipulation is I pull that player all the way up to create space to make that pass. You see that? So like, if you look at this, I get this center back on the position. He switches to the CDM. I'm going to try to attack that. He switches to CDM. Look what I did. I just created that space and I send that player in the run right when I see that. And I'm looking for that. I'm looking for these manipulations. I am trying to pull these guys out. I'm getting into the spot to pull them out. I'm constantly trying to pull them out. And so if you look, I pulled two on one spot. Somebody's open. Look at that. I pulled them to one, make a simple pass, boom. And it's always like this. It's always like this. It'll never not. And this one is a little bit tough. I pass the ball inside to create space and hold on to the spot. So if you look at this one's really tough. So if I pass the ball out wide, what makes sense? What would you do right here? Would you just drive the wing?
Yep.
Right? Most players would. But what I know
Yep.
is his center back's out. And so I'm going to try to commit him and win the game here. And so what I do is I pass into a tight position to create more space wide. You see that? And so I'm going to get him to commit where he doesn't want to. So he commits, and then that takes me all the way wide. And then I take some space. And then, of course, if you don't know creative runs, I recommend learning creative runs for player lock because that's a really tough mechanic. So we get into a spot. We break the edge. So this is probably where you struggle, right? So where is this game won in this position?
Let me see. Okay, right in the middle, edge of the box.
It's going to be on the far side.
Okay. Okay, I see the space on the far side. I see it.
And so what they're worried about is the front side, which I'm getting to it. This is a speed efficiency. So once I break the position, so tactically, What did I do? I brought that fullback up. That creates space right here. The space is open right here. What does that do? I now take that space. I pass where they press. I pass where they press. Now I'm in a tactical advantage. So now I need to be fast. So what do? This is a really good player, by the way. I need to step overs into that space and bang, break that space. I get into that spot. Now I'm trying to break that location again. This is what that crosshair is. And I take that pass backwards. That's where you can player lock. And we get into a location where then it's just basically that checkmate from that moment. But it's all based off of manipulations. All based off manipulations. So like right here, this is just referencing a breakpoint. So it's very similar to what we just kind of spoke about. But if you look close, like this is the mistake that I just showed you. I do the same mistake. If you look, but let me explain the difference between the mentality state. So the timing's off. So I'm actually faking, but you don't see it. So right here, I faked that and I pull that player down, right? So what do I expect he's going to do as I dribble and go towards Kane? What do I expect him to do? I expect him to jump.
Your stream's a little bit behind.
Sorry?
The stream's a little bit behind the
Oh, I got you. Can you see on my on Discord? I have it live time on Discord.
One second. Okay, 1 second. That will make it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot easier. 1 second.
Sorry, yeah, it's been there the entire time, so apologies.
Yeah, okay. 1 second, 1 second. Give me 1 second. Literally 1 second, John.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're totally fine, man. Trust me. I know you're probably you're screen cropping, and I probably right. Yeah. I know what you're doing. Okay, so in this scenario,
there we go.
This is a game of wit that I lose. But is it by accident? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe he read me, maybe he didn't. But in this scenario, which way does it look like I'm about to dribble?
Let me see. It's like you're about to go right.
I'm about to go right, correct? And
Yeah.
so the whole purpose of that is I'm trying to fake the pass.
Okay.
He doesn't read that fake, and he jumps. So did he read me? Maybe. Or was he lucky? Maybe. Right? But the fact is, that's very similar to the similar scenario that you went through. But what was the difference is that I'm trying to create a fake before I do it. So every single time, even if you make mistakes, you should be activating the game of wit at the elite level. So like if you see this right now, and also your awareness. So if you see how his center backs were out, now they're going high. Where's the space going to be? Where's the space?
Okay, then the left wing.
So it looks like I can hit Kane, right? Like Kane going through. If I have the ball right now, I could seam past a Kane pass, right?
Yeah.
So the thing about it is, where is he most likely going to try to defend once he sees that? High side, right?
He's going to try.
Breather.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to try to defend Kane, that pass. So what do? I go against that idea.
Yeah.
And so I hit Bellingham straight through that little tight spot. That's a tough pass. But it requires, that's like an esports player. He says esports on his name. But that's what you have to do against type players, right? So like this is an example of a manipulation. So if you use step overs in a certain way, what do you expect from step overs? Typically a speed boost, right?
Speed boost.
What happens if you step over and then just cancel?
They're probably going to go the way where they thought you was going to go.
They're going to try to tackle you in that speed boost. So if you watch this in this idea, if you watch it right here, watch this step overs, cancel, and then I just boop, because I knew he was going to come out. I was baiting him. I was just baiting him. And so here's another example. I kind of showed this earlier today too, but basically, here's a good one. This is a really good one. Very clear and obvious. This is all these. You want to mess with people. You want to make them their own enemies. Fake shot right here. Bang.
Okay.
Simple, right?
Okay.
So sometimes it's not what we do, it's what they do. And so boom, fake shot, he just pulls them
Okay.
wide open. That's elite gameplay. I mean, that's
Okay.
bad defense, sure. Is a pro going to do that to me? I'm not going to be able to manipulate a pro like that. But like the concepts there, you can do this
Okay.
all the time. So like here's a tighter position. And I'm just going to, I think, let me see this. All the way forward into that spot. This is that zone that I want you to practice. This is that zone. So this is where I want you to be
Okay.
comfortable playing, right here. You see how I pull the ball and I retain
Sure.
possession? I pull it away. And look how tight that spot is. That's a tight spot, right? That's because I'm comfortable with it. This is where I want you to get comfortable. This location. So I try to rip a shot, right? It doesn't do well. But then I covered the interior, we break, and we're back into that spot. Here's that zone. And then I pass the ball to the other side. I want you to see something. He's pressing me with what? What button? What button is he most likely using right now to press me with that center back?
R1.
R1. So if
Yeah.
if I know the habit for pressing R1 is really tough and he holds that down, where I have a wide open pass to Smith right now, right?
Yeah, I had to think about that because I don't play with R1 as teammate contain. I actually use X for teammate
Oh, okay.
contain.
But if
So,
you I have a wide open pass to Smith, right?
yeah.
But
Okay.
he probably knows that now, right? So
Yeah.
you want to see something really dumb? Is I just turn and just go right into the space. And so it's like I manipulated him out and then I just take advantage of what he did.
Okay.
If you watch it like
okay.
this, I just turn, boop. You know what I mean? They can't catch. And it's not like I'm using technical dribble with Kane. It's not like he's the fastest player. There's faster players. It's just
Okay.
it's about managing efficiency and that timing and space. And so I know we didn't spend too much time on like actual defense, but like I have a video that I'll link to you that is going to be very worth your while. And then if we do another session, when we do another session, we can utilize those concepts as like kind of the introduction, so we can step through to level 2, level 3. But like these are
Yeah, that's
examples. I use a creative run. I pull this player inside and watch what the defender does. This is an adjustment. You have to adjust though too. You can't always do the game that you think you want. I wanted to hit an incisive run. He defends it. I'm expecting a pass there. He defends it. He defends it so hard that then it opens up space. And we just go into that space. These are the games. And so like when we get into your gameplay, just seeing it, it's let me see if we go a little bit further deeper into this game. Okay. We get into a spot. There you go. That's not bad. That's not bad. But you see how it's static? It's static. Very static.
Yeah.
I want to see a fake shot. You don't have to do skill moves. Skill moves can be good. But I only want you to skill when it's efficient. So what I want you to understand is what's your purpose behind skill moves?
Creating space.
Great space. Well, it's more about being efficient. I want you to think about efficiency. So
Okay.
if I want to go left, I need to know I can go left as fast as possible. Now, how many ways are there to go left? How many ways are there? Tons, right?
Yeah.
But what's the most efficient could be based upon the scenario that's presented in front of us. Now, how many times do we need to know the McGeady versus the McGeady cancel versus the even like a step cut, like a ball roll scoop, a fake shot, how many do we need to know? We really just need to know one.
Yeah.
Right? And so I see you doing a lot of skill moves. I see you doing elasticos, but the purpose behind it is like you're kind of just like you're wanting them to break by accident versus I want to do this on purpose to create this. You see what I'm trying to say?
Okay.
And so what's going to happen is I use fakes by the timing versus the actual.
Okay.
So like if a player's wide open and I know that that could probably slot into defense, what's going to happen? That player's going to go, whoop, where's the space now?
Okay.
Where they were. So it's like holding on to the play is going to be a little bit better. So what I want to recommend for you, and to summarize essentially today's session, basically what we're going to do is this. What I want you to look into doing, wait, you have, this is a solo session, correct? Or did you get the package? Did you get the package or was it a solo session?
Solo.
Okay. Basically what I'm going to summarize for you is what I want us to do when we attack is I want us to have a purpose, because it looks like we're playing right now, but we don't have a purpose, and it's very common. No, it's really hard to have a purpose. But when you play 5 back, it's even harder, or opponents. But what I want us to try to approach is I want us to play this zone right here. This is step 1, okay? So this is your first step into attacking. This is your first level 1 for attack. And so once you get the ball into this location, what's going to occur is what? Pressure. Step 2 is what?
Pressure, yeah.
Avoiding pressure. And pressure is a really tough skill. But if you're an elite, you have enough skill to be able to manage some pressure. So what's going to happen is this guy's going to come. This one, right? Some way, shape, or form. But what's unique about this? Is there a place that is almost the most efficient place away from all the players? Where would that location be?
Straight into the middle of the space.
Right there. I need you to find that space constantly. That's the skill.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Space.
And so the skill is to find that central location when it looks like this. Find that location. And then what's going to occur is this is going to shift. So now what does the location look like? So where's the space allocated now? Right? So what happens if it shifts like this? Now where's the space? Right here. So what happens if this guy shifts? See, now it's like we're kind of in a good spot. And then, see what I'm saying? And so this is one dribble after another. We're just trying to find that space. And so if you end up seeing some of my gameplay, you'll notice that my dribble movements, you know what I mean? And so what happens is they're not always coming at you like that, because that's too easy, right? What will happen is they'll charge at you like this, and it creates this location and this location, right? So which way do we go? Well, we may be forced to go to here, or we may be forced to go. They charge at us. Which way do we go? Well, we may be forced to go here or here. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
And so, but where's the advantage now that this guy charges? What's actually going to be right here. That's where the advantage is now.
Okay.
So we have to find that space. But the balance, so your objective is to get the ball here, find space.
Okay.
And then you're going to see the game open. And then what's the second step out of that? What's the last thing what's the big concept that we talked about today?
The bull.
The game of wit. The bull. The
Okay,
game of wit.
Game of wit, yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
the game
This
of
is
wit.
the bull. Yeah. So I just didn't label it. This, yeah, you want to last as long as you can in this zone by finding space. Yes, correct. 100%. Queen's position. Bang.
Okay.
Your ability to move. But what's going to happen is at some point, these guys are going to break. When they break, that's when we attack. And we need to create a scenario where it's a 2v1 against them. And all we want to do is what? Manipulate their outcome. Game of wit. So let me type that into the chat. Let me just type that into our Discord feed, or chat box. So number 1 is what?
The game of wit.
Well, that's like that's like that's the game of wit's more for finishing. Like,
Okay,
but
okay.
yes, I like game of wit, so I'll put that there. Game of wit, passing lanes. Let's say that, right? Game of wit, passing lanes. So we're trying to create passing
Okay,
lanes to
okay.
where? Where are we trying to create passing lanes to?
The queen's position.
Queen's position. Perfect. So then,
Okay.
and then what do we do in the queen's position?
Become comfortable in the queen's position
How do we become comfortable?
by handling pressure.
Find space. Find space. Avoid pressure.
And space. Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. And then, so now that we've
Okay.
avoided, now we find space and avoid pressure. Usually, what's occurring is what we're looking for is what? A break in defense. That break in defense, CBs, fullbacks, CDMs, right? We're looking for those breaks. Now, what do we care about more breaking? Center backs, fullbacks, or CDMs?
Center backs are more crucial.
For sure. So we're going to be trying to eye and always reference where their center backs are. So if a center back
Okay,
breaks,
okay.
we pass where they press.
Okay. Always pass where they press.
Pass where they press. That's what I call check. Okay?
Okay.
You're now in check. What does that mean when you're in check? In chess.
No movement.
Well,
Game done.
basically, they're in a position where they're really weak, right? They're about to lose, right? That's how I kind of look at it, right? They're about to lose to a degree. So if they're about to lose and they're in check, that means that they need to do what?
Either
Gains.
sacrifice a piece by putting it away or move the king.
Right. They're basically easy to manipulate.
Yep.
They're easy to manipulate, and they're easy to manipulate, but also they're desperate.
Okay.
Opponent, I'm gonna say opponent desperation. I'm trying to just step you through the mental state, right? Opponent desperation,
Yeah.
which then creates what? The game of wit finishing.
Okay, so open. Okay, game over.
And that's where you break the game, right? That's where so once they
Okay.
get into check, they're easy to manipulate, and then they're going to be desperate for a scenario. So that's when we activate one of those fakes, and that's where the blunders are created.
Okay.
And so
Okay.
sometimes you can find these breaks all the way up the pitch. Sometimes it's all the way back. But yeah, and
Okay.
that's I posted that in there. So basically, game of wit to create passing lanes totally fine. So like that means like a fake
Okay.
shot to get this guy out to hit this pass, right? And then we
Yeah.
get into the queen's position, which I'm just going to go through this. We get into the queen's position to find space from the pressure. We avoid. Now we're looking for a break in defense. One of these options are going to open. Once that opens, we're going to be turn shimmy, 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 and all we're looking for is to find a passing lane through that lane into those zones. Once those zones occur,
Okay. Okay.
what do we need to do? We're in check. Now we try to activate a game of wit against, and we take on one more player.
Okay. Okay.
There you go. And then we just have to finish, right? We have to finish. And so,
Okay.
yeah. And do you have all right, how good is your finishing? I'll leave you with a skill game I recommend.
I'll say it's quite good. Finishing is not really it's more defending that's my issue.
Okay. I'm gonna link you my video on perfect defense. I strongly
Okay.
recommend watching this. This is and so when we do the next session, we can go straight from perfect defense from your understanding to your implementation. So instead of me teaching
Okay.
like the VOD that I have, I can go into the implementation rounds that you may struggle with. Does that make sense? If you
Yeah.
do you follow me on that? So it's like this is the
Yeah.
instruction. That video is like an instruction. So it's like, hey, do this, do that, do this, do that. And so
Yeah.
instead of me saying that again to you when I have it out there for free, we can go straight into
Okay.
the
Okay.
implementation. So yeah,
Yeah. Of course. Of course.
cool,
Yeah.
man.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah,
Okay, it was a nice first session, John. Chat, listen, we're going to be back with more of these sessions. I hope you lot enjoyed it. I hope you learned
yeah,
something.
yeah. To your chat
So,
too.
yeah, John, thank you a lot. Make sure you check out John on YouTube, Twitch, all platforms as well. Very good
Much
creator to
love,
learn from.
much love, my man. Much love. And if
Okay,
there's
okay, take time, bro.
yeah, brother. And if you need anything, feel free to reach out anytime. Feel free to message me. I got you, man.
Of course.
All right, brother.
All right, thank you, bro. See you
Of
later.
course. All right. Good luck. All right. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, bro.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Bye. What a guy. What a guy. What a guy. How we doing, guys? Apologies on the where's the that go? There we go. When shooting skill drill, yeah, go skill games. You want to go if you need help with finishing, go over to fast shots. Go down to fast shots, and this will help you clean up some of your rust. So I recommend turning on precision shooting, turning and checking out that shot. So the higher that number, the higher the chance of you scoring, essentially, right, in a game. So like 678, not a great one. 890, pretty good. Great session, coach. Yo, Sheldon, much love. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Whoop. So like, there is a little bit of an RNG variable. So if you green it, it's going to go, you see how there's like there's a wide reticle and a tight reticle? That shows you the difference between like green time and like normal shot. So it's like, is green time really that worth it for you guys? It can be, right? If you really need to slot it in there. Classic movie, dude. I love that movie, man. That's one of, dude, that example is like one of the most underrated intellectual scenarios, and I didn't understand it when I saw it. I've seen it like 30 times. I didn't understand it when I saw it. And then once I started coaching, I was trying to explain the game of wit, and then it came by as like the battle of the wits, and I was like, what is this about? And I was like, holy crap. They just explained everything I need to understand through a story about the game of wit. Brilliant. Thank you, Lemmy. I appreciate you, man. Should I play actual games with precision shooting? I do. But you're going to want to practice before you do it. If you guys learn like skill moves, this is a good way to do it, is like with precision shooting is like coming here and then like skilling and then trying to hit, right? Trying to get as close as you can to those barriers and then breaking. So like get as close as you can to those. Oh, I'm doing the wrong skill moves. So get as close as you can to the barriers. Oh my gosh. I'm speaking and trying to play at the same time. So get as close as you can and try not to hit them, right? So it's like, and that's mastery. But like then you want to get a little bit faster and then get into those locations. So it's like I try to use R1 there. So it's like, you don't want to do that. You want to use the barriers. The barriers are so much better. In FIFA 23, they didn't pull people out, which is annoying. I like the barriers better. I think green time is ideal for set pieces. Yeah, it's just whenever you have it's really, green timing is only really effective when you need a little extra juice. You don't need to green time every single shot, because it's like, imagine if the goalkeeper's gone. Do you need to green time that shot? No, you don't, right? Simply put. But you could say, but John, what if that goalie's moving? If the goalie's moving to the side you're not shooting, you don't need that extra juice. You just have to hit it. That's it, right? So it's like, if the problem is, if the goalkeeper moves, you also have a chance to red time. And so sometimes that can actually hurt you versus help you. So you can actually have a higher roll. You know what I mean? I struggle attacking in 4-3-2-1 when I have fullbacks on stay back and 2 center mids on stay back. I struggle attacking in a 4-3-2-1 when I have fullbacks on stay back. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Think about that, Ghost Rider. That means you only have 4 attackers against 5 defenders constantly. Do I green time? I do on occasion. I don't green time all the time, but I do green time. You know what I mean? Like, it's selective. My green times are sometimes detrimental. I literally green time everything, even open goals, and it's not a good idea. And sometimes that can hurt. That can actually be the reason why you lose games. Like, green timing's decent. It's not a bad idea to green time, right? It's not like one of those things that like, it's good. It helps your RNG, right? It helps your RNG. That's how I look at it, right? Green timing helps your RNG go from really wide to narrow. That's what it is. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean? It's not like it's gonna hurt you by any means. It just can or it doesn't hurt you if you green time, but it can hurt you if you don't. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. Has great passing. What's her name? Is it the one that we talked about earlier, guys? Doom, doom, doom. Bro wants to look at the squad. You guys think he's gonna be a sweat? I haven't played in like 2 days, so bear with me. This is my, oh, whoop. Yeah, exactly. This is my first match in like 2 days. Oh, man. Ah, almost had him. My defensive efficiency is I'm not that efficient right now. I can literally feel my efficiency. Yeah, that's not. I mean, I saw the play. I wasn't very efficient there. I was a little sloppy. Ah. Yeah. See, that was terrible. Rice was way up, if you saw that. Needed space, a video on creating space in the mid. You see how I'm attacking and I'm not sending it to the fullback? That is such a huge advantage. Oh my gosh, dude. Did it not pass? That's actually an advantage. So, like, so many players would hit that fullback. You don't want to do that. You want to send those players. Now I've got the advantage. Oh my gosh, dude. This guy's tackled her. See, this is the type of gameplay I absolutely hate playing. Let's just go wide and then cut in right at the... Oh, my gosh. And constantly step. Oh, my goodness. How do you feel about aggressive defending? Try it. Try change it or keep it if it works. Both. You need to know both. Because if you only play aggressive, you're going to get destroyed like by players like myself. But if you only play passive, you're also going to get destroyed by players that are really good at like passing and doing like one-on-one type stuff. So like I play and you're also not going to be able to come back. So like you have to play like you always have to be winning if you can't play aggressive. That makes sense. But yeah, I love passing to fullbacks till my option is come back and hurts me badly. I love passing to fullback. That's true, yeah. Oh, Stefan Esaquinho. Let's see. We are gonna end here soon. I don't know. Maybe should I play one more, guys? Give me a one if I should play one more. I'll play one more though, if you guys want me to. I am kind of beat though. Ooh, I haven't seen this. 4-star, 5-star. Is this a center mid? One jammy. All right. Hola, bro. Okay. Jonathan, I'm not sure. Guys, can anybody translate what Jonathan just mentioned? This is a pretty good card, man. It's a pretty good card. Play one more round. We will. We'll got one more. We'll play one more. This is a pretty good card. It's very attacking though. Me personally, my center mids, I play with 2 CDMs. I want somebody more defensive, you know what I'm saying? Make the game look easy. Dude, the game is easy. It's just I really think the game is easy. I really do. Until you get to the same skill level you're at, right? So it's easy all the way up. It's just a matter of understanding. Oh, dude. Oh, dude, I know who this guy is. Dude, this is a really good player. I should have stopped, guys. I should have stopped. This guy's gonna... It may not be the same person. Ah. Oh, Hanson. I love a gameplay. Yeah, barely, dude. I'm all thumbs right now, guys. Yeah, yeah. This is not the same guy. That's not what I wanted. Oh, whoa, dude. That's a natural passing mechanic issue. If I noticed this a lot is like, I wish it recognized power over, or sometimes, dude, I tap the power button or I tap the pass button and it locks to like all the way out. Dude. Oh, ye. Yes, John Sims. Hello, hello, hello. What are my configure settings? Here, 1 second. 1 second, guys. Is that a pen? Or is that a red? I've been practicing slow dribble. You can soak pressure like a sponge. Dude, I'm telling you. Oh, thank you, bro. Thank you, man. It's tough. It's tough, man, but it's like, it's just something you have to be comfortable with, you know what I mean? Ah. That's on me. That's on me. That should be a goal. That's on me. It's what Jonathan asked. Give me 1 second, guys. But you see, if I'm playing somebody a higher level, if I'm playing a higher level player right there, guys. Oh, should we take it on? Take on the challenge? Ah! Dude, he just keeps charging DVD there. Which is very common, right? Oh, wrong guy. Dude, just keeps going auto to him. Oh my gosh. Somebody's spamming circle, baby. Oh, what in the world, dude? Oh, come on, Johnny. See how rusty I am, guys? Very rusty. See that little fake? Saw a pro using Josh Lewis as attacking right back. What are your thoughts? Very insane. It's awesome. Yo, Midas, with the tactics, I think it's old, but he'll take you to it. Look at that. Got some chips. Guys, I need to work on a second account so I can when I'm like this rusty, dude. I need to like grind like a second account. But all right, guys. Last questions. We're about to get off here. So sorry. Oh, right. So last questions for you guys. What can I help you guys with? If you guys have any last second things that you need that we can cover. Yeah, I see for sure. Now you're worth every penny. Yo, Shimdot, thank you, brother. Thank you, my man. How many beers am I gonna have? I'll probably have 3. Maybe 17. No, I'll probably have like 2 or 3. Is there a attacking skill game? There is. There's nothing really great though. How can I work on tunnel vision? Be able to dribble in a circle and start looking up. Just stop looking at your player so much. Like, try to find the space. John, you're a beast. Keep up the good work. Yo, Jamie Goals, really, thank you, brother. WFC Lewis, any tips for me? Most wins I get in jams is 11. I want to be able to get 14 plus. WFC, honestly, the number one way to that's a really broad and general concept is really, if you really don't know where your general concepts are, just being a part of this community, watching my videos and hanging out with us are probably your best chance to tackle the total game of FIFA. And I mean that in the best way possible. Here Rant, my man, 10. Thank you for the follow, brother. The way you move with your left stick. Yo, you guys want to know how I do that? Is it latency? Some. Is it animation delay? Sure. You guys most likely are experiencing animation delay if you have good at internet. So basically what I want you guys to do to get better at what I do is you need to be able to be efficient and effective. And this will humble you really quickly. I need you to dribble in a circle, right? I need you to be able to dribble in a circle without this crap. I need you to be able to dribble in a circle without this crap. You need to be able to dribble in a circle. You need to be able to do this effectively and efficiently. This will humble you really quick if you can't. John, how much time does one have between pressing L1 for the trigger and it's instantly. It's the second you see that little hand animation, which I'll show you. The second you see a hand animation coming up, so like the second you see that hand, as he gets into the box, it's a little. Thanks. I try a lot. I always lose the ball. What were you asking? Oh, it's in circles. Oh wow, you can keep. Yep. I call them created wrong combinations. Yes, sir. So I can fake one way and dribble and push you and do all that stuff together. So it can be pretty effective. Be very effective, but. What's your dead zone on? It's 0. It's 0. I just utilize slow dribble sometimes when I need a little extra boost. But yeah. All right, guys. I want to say thank you to everybody that joined us. Jamie, so when you dribble with the left stick, do you gently move it or do you hold R1? When I dribble with the left stick. Oh no, I mean, to do what I do here, guys, I can do this, and as long as I get that first touch, I can really dribble in a circle. I can do it naturally without looking. And so it's just left stick with one hand. I keep messing up the circle. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. And here's the thing. Once you start dribbling in a circle, you realize it's not the it's not the game. It's our inputs. People just want to be able to go from, they want to be able to do some unrealistic dribble from here to here. It's just like, dude, like if they're gonna if you dribble really quick, it's like telling your feet to go left and right, and then you have no response. Like, you know what I mean? All right, guys. I love y'all. Mata Hell, thank you guys so much for the follows today and hanging out with us. We had so many coaching sessions today. I'm going to try to get some. I need to play some matches, but I also I need to like grind a second account so I can get like a few practice matches if I take a few days off, because I haven't played in like a few days. So it's like, you know what I mean? But all right, guys, I want to say thank you to everybody hanging out with us. It's been an absolute pleasure hanging with you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Deuces. Enjoy your evening and good luck in your weekend league. We'll see you tomorrow. Deuces.